The Polar Shift in the Ultimate Habitat by Mr. Nobody. Chapter Summaries. Chapter 1. The visionary Jonathan Francis, a brilliant mechanical engineer and successful entrepreneur, reflects on his life's work developing the ultimate habitat, a self-sustaining structure designed to withstand catastrophic events, including a potential polar shift. While respected in his field, his theories about an imminent geomagnetic reversal have been dismissed by many of his peers. Chapter 2. Family Matters. Jonathan struggles to balance his obsession with the Habitat Project and his family life. His wife Elena, a climatologist, is cautiously supportive while their teenage daughter Maya remains skeptical and resentful of his frequent absences. His brother-in-law David, a structural engineer, joins the project despite his own doubts. Chapter 3. The warning signs. Unusual geological and atmospheric phenomena begin to appear worldwide. Jonathan's monitoring systems detect magnetic anomalies that align with his polar shift predictions. As he intensifies his efforts to complete the habitat, tensions rise within his family about the urgency of his work. Chapter 4. Race Against Time. Global scientific agencies confirm Jonathan's fears. A geomagnetic excursion has begun. Panic spreads as electrical grids fail and communication systems collapse. Jonathan must convince his reluctant family to abandon their home for the remote habitat location before it's too late. Chapter 5. Last flight out. As infrastructure crumbles around them, Jonathan and his family make a harrowing helicopter journey to the habitat site. Witnessing the beginning stages of global catastrophe from the air, they arrive at the habitat just as the first major atmospheric disturbances begin. Chapter 6. Welcome Home. The family explores their new home, the ultimate habitat. Jonathan guides them through its advanced systems and features, explaining how it will protect and sustain them through the coming disasters. Tensions remain as they adjust to their confined, isolated existence. Chapter 7. The first test. A massive tornado approaches the habitat, the first real-world test of its structural integrity. As winds reach unprecedented speeds, the family experiences the effectiveness of the anchoring system while confronting their fears about whether Jonathan's creation will truly protect them. Chapter 8. Living in the new normal. Daily life in the habitat reveals both the ingenuity of its design and the psychological challenges of their situation. The bioregenerative systems begin producing food, while the family establishes new routines and confronts interpersonal tensions exacerbated by confinement. Chapter 9. Hurricane warning. Monitoring systems alert the family to an approaching super hurricane, formed by the increasingly chaotic atmosphere. Jonathan explains how the habitat will withstand the storm while privately harboring concerns about untested aspects of his design. Chapter 10. Weathering the storm. The hurricane hits with unprecedented force, testing every aspect of the habitat's engineering. As external sensors fail, the family is left in suspense about conditions outside while experiencing the habitat's remarkable resilience firsthand. Chapter 11. Rising waters. Massive flooding begins as polar ice rapidly melts and tectonic shifts alter coastlines. The habitat's buoyancy systems activate as water levels rise, transitioning the structure from land-based to floating configuration, a transformation that creates new challenges. Chapter 12. Adrift. Now floating on the floodwaters, the habitat encounters new hazards including debris fields and unpredictable currents. The family must adapt to the sensation of constant motion while the anchoring system keeps them from being swept into more dangerous areas. Chapter 13. Receding tide. After weeks adrift, the waters begin to recede, leaving the habitat in an unrecognizable landscape. Jonathan and David venture outside for the first time to assess their surroundings and make necessary external repairs to systems damaged during the flood. Chapter 14. Radiation alert. The most dangerous phase begins as the Earth's magnetic field deteriorates, exposing the surface to deadly solar radiation. The habitat's shielding is their only protection against this invisible threat, forcing complete reliance on internal systems and limited outside exposure. Chapter 15. Under the invisible shield, life under radiation threat transforms their daily existence. The habitat's advanced shielding and life support systems are pushed to their limits. Maya develops health concerns that test the medical capabilities of their shelter. Chapter 16. The new Earth. The magnetic field begins to stabilize in a new configuration. External cameras and sensors reveal a transformed world outside, altered climate patterns, changed landscapes, and the first signs of ecological recovery in unexpected forms. Chapter 17. Beyond the shelter. With immediate threats reduced, the family debates their future. Should they remain in the safety of the habitat or venture out to find other survivors? Jonathan proposes using the habitat as a model for rebuilding, but faces resistance from family members eager to reclaim wider horizons. Chapter 18. Legacy. As they make contact with other survivor groups, Jonathan's habitat design becomes a blueprint for humanity's recovery. The family navigates their new role as keepers of crucial technology while coming to terms with both what was lost and what has been gained through their experience. Chapter 1. The visionary. The October sun cast long shadows across the construction site as Jonathan Francis stood on the elevated platform. Watching the massive geodesic framework take shape against the backdrop of pine-covered mountains. At 53, his athletic frame showed little sign of age beyond the silver threading through his dark hair and the fine lines etching his tanned face, evidence of years spent between laboratory work and field testing. The workers called him the professor behind his back, a nod to both his academic brilliance and his tendency to explain engineering concepts in exacting detail. "We're anchoring the primary node connections today," said Ramirez, his chief construction manager, approaching with a tablet displaying the day's schematics. "The chromium molybdenum alloy arrived this morning. Quality control says it exceeds specifications." Jonathan nodded, his gray eyes never leaving the structure. "Good. Those connections need to withstand torsional forces beyond anything in the building codes. Make sure the torque on every bolt is verified twice." "Already scheduled, sir." "The team knows what's at stake." "What's at stake?" The phrase lingered in Jonathan's mind after Ramirez had departed. Few people truly understood what was at stake, not even his highly skilled construction team, who believed they were building an experimental sustainable housing prototype for extreme environments. Only a small circle knew the habitat's true purpose: survival during a polar shift event that Jonathan had been tracking indicators for over the past 15 years. The evidence had been mounting steadily: erratic behavior in migratory animals, unexplained satellite navigation errors, and most significantly, the accelerating movement of the magnetic North Pole. The scientific establishment acknowledged these anomalies but rejected Jonathan's timeline. Geomagnetic excursions occur on geological timescales, they insisted. Thousands of years, not decades. But Jonathan's predictive models, running on the quantum processors in his private laboratory, told a different story. The Earth's magnetic field was deteriorating at an accelerating rate, creating the preconditions for a rapid polar shift. His calculations suggested a 70% probability of a major event within 5 years. The ultimate habitat was his response to this threat, a completely self-contained living environment designed to protect its occupants through the cascade of disasters a polar shift would trigger. A helicopter approached from the east, the distinctive blue and silver of Francis Industries emblazoned on its side. Right on schedule, his 2 o'clock appointment with the investors who were still necessary to fund the project's final phases. Jonathan checked his watch, a mechanical Patek Philippe that had been his father's, one of the few possessions he valued for sentimental rather than practical reasons. Dr. Francis, called a voice from behind. He turned to see Zhang Wei, his head of environmental systems, hurrying toward him with the urgent expression that always presaged a technical problem. The carbon dioxide scrubber integration is showing conflicts with the atmospheric monitoring sensors, Zhang said, extending her tablet. The redundant systems are competing rather than complementing. Jonathan took the tablet, scanning the diagnostic results with practiced efficiency. It's a calibration issue. The lithium hydroxide system is too aggressive, it's triggering before the amine-based system can cycle properly. His fingers moved across the screen, making adjustments to the control algorithms. There. This will create a staged response. Test it again in an hour. Zhang nodded, impressed as always by his ability to diagnose complex systems problems instantly. I'll report back this afternoon. The hydroponics team is also requesting your input on the LED spectrum adjustments for the lower light food crops. Tell them I'll be there after my investor meeting. Jonathan returned the tablet, already mentally shifting to his upcoming presentation. The investors were necessary evils, wealthy individuals looking to secure their own survival while providing the capital he needed to complete the habitat. They understood enough about the potential threats to write large checks but not enough to grasp the full engineering challenges. As Zhang departed, Jonathan allowed himself a moment of contemplation, looking out over the valley where the habitat prototype stood. It was beautiful country, remote enough for privacy yet accessible by air. The surrounding forest provided natural camouflage from satellite observation, while the underlying geology offered stability for the foundation systems. This would be the place where his family would shelter when the time came. Elena, his wife of 23 years, had finally accepted the reality of his predictions after years of scientific skepticism. Their daughter Maya, now 17 and brilliant in her own right, remained unconvinced, viewing her father's project as an elaborate exercise in paranoia disguised as engineering genius. His phone vibrated. A text from Elena. Dinner with the Chens cancelled. Maya's debate tournament runs late. Love you. Jonathan texted back, working late anyway. Progress good. Home tomorrow. Their communications had condensed to this telegraphic style over the years, efficient information exchange between two busy professionals. Elena's climate research kept her traveling frequently, while Jonathan divided his time between Francis Industries headquarters in Seattle and the habitat construction site here in Idaho. The helicopter was circling now, preparing to land on the pad at the western edge of the compound. Jonathan straightened his posture and adopted the confident expression expected by those investing millions in his vision. He would show them the habitat's exoskeleton, explain the redundant power systems, and dazzle them with the self-sustaining hydroponics. He would not, however, reveal the emergency anchoring system designed to secure the structure during 300 mph winds. Or the radiation shielding calculated to protect against solar exposure during a magnetic field collapse. Some features were best kept between himself and the core engineering team. The investors were buying survival, not technical specifications. Time to be charming, he muttered to himself as he descended the platform stairs, heading toward the helicopter pad where 4 figures in expensive outerwear were already deplaning. The habitat rose behind him, a testament to his foresight, engineering brilliance, and the private fear that drove him forward day after day. Not yet complete, but advancing steadily toward operational status. Jonathan hoped it would be ready in time. The magnetic field readings from his global sensor network were becoming increasingly erratic, and the northern lights had been visible far south of their usual range for 3 consecutive months. The warning signs were accumulating, just as his models had predicted. The clock was ticking. Chapter 2. Family Matters. The Francis estate sat on 5 acres overlooking Puget Sound, a modernist composition of glass, steel, and cedar that architectural magazines had featured as a masterpiece of sustainable luxury. Tonight, however, Jonathan saw only its vulnerabilities: the expansive windows that would shatter under severe pressure differentials, the flat roof sections that would fail under extreme wind loads, the location itself susceptible to tsunamis in the event of seismic activity. He stood in his home office, surrounded by 3 large monitors displaying data feeds from around the world: magnetic field strength measurements, seismic activity maps, atmospheric composition readings. The room's large windows, normally showcasing a spectacular view of the sound, now reflected his tired face superimposed over the glowing screens. "Dad, are you actually home or am I hallucinating?" Jonathan turned to see Maya leaning against the doorframe, her dark hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing the debate team hoodie from her high school. At 17, she had her mother's striking features: high cheekbones, olive skin, and intense brown eyes that missed nothing. "Very funny. I got back this afternoon." He smiled, minimizing several screens. "How was the tournament?" Maya shrugged, entering the room. "We destroyed Lakeside School in the semi-finals but lost to Eastside Prep on the final resolution." She gestured toward his monitors. "Still convincing yourself the world is ending?" The casual dismissal in her voice was familiar, a mixture of teenage skepticism and the scientific caution she'd inherited from her mother. Jonathan had long ago stopped trying to convince Maya directly. Instead, he'd focused on involving her in the engineering aspects of the habitat, hoping her brilliant mind would eventually connect the dots. "The magnetic field intensity dropped another 2% in the last month," he said, reopening one of the data feeds. "That's double the rate from last year." Maya examined the graph. "Correlation doesn't imply causation, Dad. You taught me that. Earth's magnetic field fluctuates all the time. Not like this. Not with these accompanying patterns." Jonathan pulled up another screen showing global weather anomaly maps. "These storm systems are organizing along magnetic flux lines. That's unprecedented." Before Maya could respond, Elena appeared in the doorway, still dressed in her university teaching attire, tailored slacks and a silk blouse. Her credentials from the University of Washington's Department of Atmospheric Sciences hanging around her neck. "I thought we agreed, no apocalypse talk during family time," she said, though her tone was light. At 51, Elena Francisco Francis carried herself with the same grace and confidence that had first attracted Jonathan when they were graduate students. The years had only refined her beauty, adding subtle sophistication to her expressions. "He started it," Maya said, crossing the room to kiss her mother's cheek. "I just came in to say hello, and he immediately jumped to magnetic field decay." "It's not apocalypse talk," Jonathan protested, though he closed the remaining screens. "It's data analysis. The kind you do every day," he added, looking at his wife. Elena sighed. "Yes, but I don't let it consume me. David's here, by the way. He brought the structural calculations you asked for." "David's here?" Jonathan checked his watch, realizing he'd lost track of time again. "I didn't know he was coming tonight. I texted you 3 hours ago," Elena said. "He's in the kitchen making paella. Since apparently the men in this family take over cooking duties when they want to discuss engineering problems." David Francisco, Elena's younger brother by 5 years, had become an essential part of the Habitat project team. A structural engineer with expertise in extreme environment construction. He had initially been skeptical of Jonathan's polar shift predictions but had been convinced by the mounting evidence and the substantial salary Jonathan offered to bring him on board. "I'll be right down," Jonathan promised. "Just need to check one more thing." Elena and Maya exchanged a knowing look. The "one more thing" could easily stretch into another hour of obsessive data review. 10 minutes, Elena said firmly. "Then we eat as a family, with no screens and no polar shift discussion." Your obsession is affecting all of us, Jonathan. After they left, Jonathan quickly checked the latest readings from the magnetometers positioned at strategic locations worldwide. The trends continued: declining field strength, increasing local anomalies, peculiar aurora patterns. He sent a quick message to Zhang Wei at the habitat site, asking for updates on the radiation shielding installation progress, then shut down the system. Downstairs, the kitchen had transformed into a fragrant workshop, with David orchestrating the final stages of his paella. At 46, David shared his sister's dark good looks but with a perpetually disheveled quality, his curly hair usually untamed, his clothing practical rather than stylish. Tonight, he wore jeans and a faded Stanford engineering t-shirt under an apron that read, "We'll engineer for food." "There he is," David announced. "The man who's convinced Earth's magnetic shield is about to collapse. Try this and tell me if it needs more saffron." He extended a wooden spoon toward Jonathan. Jonathan tasted the rice. Perfect. And the magnetic field data, ah. Elena raised a finger from where she was setting the table. "No shop talk until after dinner. House rules." Fine, Jonathan acquiesced, accepting a glass of red wine from Maya, who had appointed herself sommelier despite being underage. "Just a small taste," he reminded her as she poured herself half a glass. "Dad, in Europe I could legally drink 2 years ago," she said, rolling her eyes. "Besides, it's just wine with dinner." "She's got you there," David laughed, transferring the paella to a serving dish. "I was drinking beer at 14 in Spain every summer when we visited Abuela." "Different times, different place," Elena said, though without much conviction. "Sit, everyone. David's been slaving over this for an hour." As they settled around the table, a beautiful slab of reclaimed redwood that Jonathan had commissioned from a local artisan, Jonathan felt the familiar tension between his urgent sense of purpose and the ordinary rhythms of family life. Here, surrounded by the people he loved most, the looming catastrophe seemed simultaneously more terrifying and somehow less real. "So, Maya," David said, serving the paella, "your mom tells me you're heading to MIT for the campus tour next weekend." Maya nodded enthusiastically. "The physics department has this amazing summer program I'm applying for. They're doing work on quantum field theory that's actually relevant to Dad's magnetic field obsession, though with less apocalyptic conclusions." "It's not an obsession," Jonathan said reflexively. "And I'd be interested to hear about their research." "It's definitely an obsession," Elena countered, her tone affectionate despite the criticism. "You've been tracking magnetic anomalies since Maya was in kindergarten. And building a multi-million-dollar survival bunker for the past 3 years," David added. "Though I'm not complaining, since it pays my mortgage." "It's not a bunker," Jonathan corrected, bristling slightly at the term. "It's a self-sustaining habitat with integrated life support, renewable energy, and structural systems designed for family rule." Maya interrupted, pointing her fork at him. "No habitat talk during dinner." Jonathan raised his hands in surrender. "Fine. Let's hear about Elena's research instead. How's the atmospheric modeling coming along?" Elena took a sip of wine before answering. "Actually, there are some interesting anomalies in the upper atmosphere heat distribution patterns. Nothing conclusive, but it's not following the standard climate models." She paused. "And before you say, 'I told you so,' I'm not suggesting it's related to magnetic field changes." "I wasn't going to say that," Jonathan lied, earning skeptical looks from everyone at the table. The conversation drifted to safer topics: Maya's college applications, David's new girlfriend who worked for SpaceX, Elena's department politics. For nearly an hour, they existed as a normal family, enjoying a meal together without the shadow of potential catastrophe hanging over them. As they finished dessert, a flan that David had prepared with their grandmother's recipe, Jonathan's phone buzzed with an alert. He had specifically programmed the system to notify him only for significant deviations in the monitoring parameters, and years of discipline kept him from immediately checking it. But his sudden stillness told Elena everything she needed to know. "Go ahead," she said quietly. "It must be important if it's buzzing now." Jonathan pulled out his phone, reading the notification with increasing concern. The Antarctic magnetometer array was reporting a 5% field strength decrease in just the past 6 hours, a rate of change that his models had predicted would occur only in the final months, before a full excursion event. "I need to make a call," he said, standing abruptly. "David, you should hear this too." The gravity in his voice silenced any objections. David nodded and followed him toward the office, while Elena and Maya exchanged worried glances. "Mom," Maya said after the men had left, "do you think he's right? About the polar shift?" Elena began clearing dishes, her movements deliberate and controlled. "The data shows something is happening with Earth's magnetic field. Whether it will progress as rapidly as your father believes." She shook her head. "Science doesn't usually work that way. These processes typically take thousands of years, but you're worried too." "I can tell." Elena paused, looking at her daughter with sudden intensity. "I worry because your father has dedicated his life and resources to preparing for this. If he's wrong, the consequences for him, psychologically, would be devastating." She resumed gathering plates. "And if he's right, well, then we need that habitat to be finished soon." Upstairs, Jonathan was conferring with his chief scientist via video call, David looking over his shoulder with growing concern. "The South Atlantic anomaly has expanded by 17%, reported Dr. Chen, her face grim on the screen. "We're seeing compass failures across southern Africa and partial GPS disruptions. The commercial systems are compensating with software adjustments, but the underlying field degradation is accelerating." "What about the habitat?" Jonathan demanded. "Where are we on the critical systems?" "Exoskeleton is at 92% completion. Life support at 87%. Power generation 75%, but the storage systems are lagging at 60%. The manufacturing delay on the vanadium flow battery components, unacceptable," Jonathan interrupted. "Pull the team from the secondary water reclamation and put them on power storage. We need minimum 7 days of full operational capacity without external generation." David leaned forward. "The anchoring system is still problematic, John. The hydraulics are rating lower than specifications on pressure maintenance. If we get hit with sustained Category 5 winds, fix it," Jonathan said flatly. "Whatever resources you need. I want a full team on site within 48 hours. He turned back to Dr. Chen. "Accelerate everything. I'm authorizing unlimited overtime and equipment procurement outside normal channels if necessary." After ending the call, Jonathan stood silently at the window, looking out at the darkened Sound. David watched him, recognizing the concentrated calculation happening behind his brother-in-law's impassive expression. "You really think it's starting, don't you?" David asked quietly. Jonathan turned. "The Antarctic readings match the precursor pattern from my models almost exactly. If the progression continues at this rate, we have months, not years." He ran a hand through his silver-streaked hair. "We need to prepare Elena and Maya for the possibility of relocation on short notice. John, they have lives here. Maya's applying to colleges. Elena's research, none of that will matter if what I'm seeing in these readings continues to develop." Jonathan's voice was steel. "I've spent 15 years and nearly $1 billion preparing for this, David. Not as a hobby or a paranoid fantasy, as a rational response to scientific evidence that nobody wanted to take seriously." David nodded slowly. "I know. That's why I joined the project, remember? I've seen enough to be convinced something is happening." He sighed. But convincing Maya and Elena to drop everything and move to the habitat preemptively, that's going to be a hard sell. Then we don't sell it as preemptive, Jonathan said, his mind already formulating the approach. We present it as a systems verification period. A month at the habitat to test all integrated functions with actual occupants. A month? You think they'll agree to that? Jonathan's expression hardened with determination. They'll have to. Because if I'm right about these readings, a month is all the warning we're going to get. Chapter 3. The warning signs. The Vancouver International Airport seethed with unusual congestion for a Tuesday afternoon in November. Elena Francis navigated through crowds of agitated travelers. Many gesturing angrily at gate agents or staring in dismay at the departure boards where delayed and cancelled notifications dominated the screens. We apologize for the inconvenience, announced a strained voice over the PA system. Due to ongoing navigational system issues affecting North American airspace, all departures are experiencing significant delays. We appreciate your patience as we work with air traffic control to resolve these challenges. Elena checked her phone. Still no response from Jonathan to her updates about the situation. She'd been in British Columbia for a climate science conference, scheduled to return to Seattle 3 hours ago. Now, with flights grounded indefinitely, she was considering alternative transportation. A message from Maya appeared. Mom, weird stuff happening here too. School dismissed early because of technical difficulties with power grid. Dad called, sounding intense. What's going on? Elena frowned, typing rapidly. Airport chaos. Navigation systems failing. Your father's theories looking more plausible. Stay home, I'll try to get back tonight. She hesitated before sending, aware that acknowledging Jonathan's predictions would legitimize them in Maya's eyes. For years, Elena had maintained scientific skepticism about her husband's timeline for a polar shift, even while respecting the quality of his research. As a climatologist, she understood the complexity of Earth systems and the typically gradual nature of major changes. But the past week had brought a cascade of anomalies that aligned disturbingly well with Jonathan's models. She sent the message and dialed her department chair at the university. After 4 rings, Professor Winters answered, his voice tight with stress. Elena, where are you? Still in Vancouver. Flights are grounded. What's happening there? Campus is closing. We've had 3 power surges that fried equipment in the research labs. The backup generators are running, but there are reports of similar issues across the West Coast. He paused. Elena, the magnetometer readings are off the charts. The directional fluctuations we're seeing, I've never encountered anything like it in 30 years of geophysical research. Elena closed her eyes briefly, processing the implications. Walter, remember Jonathan's papers on accelerated geomagnetic excursion events? The ones the review board rejected as excessively alarmist. I'm looking at them right now, Walter admitted. His baseline calculations for field destabilization during the initial phase. They're matching what we're recording. Elena, if he's right about the cascade progression, I know. She cut him off, unwilling to hear the conclusion spoken aloud in the middle of an airport terminal. Listen, I need to get back to Seattle. Any suggestions with air travel compromised? Roads are still open, though traffic is heavy with the navigation systems glitching. Do you have access to a vehicle? I can arrange something. Thanks, Walter. Save whatever data you're collecting. Jonathan will want to see it. After ending the call, Elena made her way to the rental car counters, where the lines already stretched across the terminal. Instead of waiting, she called a former graduate student who now taught at the University of British Columbia. Layla, it's Dr. Francis. I need a significant favor. 2 hours later, Elena was driving south in Layla's personal electric vehicle, navigating without GPS assistance. The old-fashioned paper map spread on the passenger seat beside her felt like an artifact from another century. Traffic crawled along the highway, filled with travelers seeking alternative routes home after flight cancellations. The car radio cycled through news reports that carefully avoided apocalyptic language while describing increasingly apocalyptic conditions. Widespread power fluctuations continue to affect the Pacific Northwest as utility companies struggle with unexplained electromagnetic interference in major transmission lines. Officials recommend preparing for potential extended outages. Navigation systems worldwide are experiencing unprecedented disruptions. Maritime authorities have issued warnings to all vessels to rely on celestial navigation where possible, as compass readings show significant deviation from expected values. Scientists from NASA and NOAA have scheduled a joint press conference at 6 p.m. Eastern Time to address concerns about recent atmospheric and geomagnetic phenomena. Elena switched off the radio, preferring silence to the escalating reports that confirmed Jonathan had been right all along. Her phone rang, the dashboard display showing David's name. "Elena, where are you?" Her brother's voice carried the same tension she'd heard from everyone today. "Driving south from Vancouver. About an hour from the border, traffic permitting." "What's happening at the habitat site?" "Controlled chaos. Jonathan's here, he flew in this morning before the flight restrictions. He's accelerating the final installations. The exoskeleton is complete, and we're sealing the exterior envelope now. Life support systems are coming online for testing." Elena gripped the steering wheel tighter. "How bad does he think it's going to get?" David's hesitation spoke volumes. "He's implementing the full emergency completion protocol. Triple shifts, unlimited overtime, priority installation of critical systems only." "Elena, he's talking about occupancy within 2 weeks. 2 weeks? That's impossible. The habitat wasn't scheduled for completion for another 4 months. It won't be complete," David acknowledged. "But it will be survivable, with core systems functional. Jonathan's making hard choices about what systems get prioritized." Elena processed this information, implications cascading through her mind. "And Maya? Has he spoken with her?" "He called her this morning. Asked her to pack essential personal items and prepare for rapid relocation. I don't think she's taking it seriously yet." "She will now," Elena said grimly, thinking of her daughter witnessing the school shutdown and growing communications problems. "David, be honest with me. We've both seen Jonathan's models. If this continues to accelerate at the current rate, then we're seeing the beginning of exactly what he predicted," David finished. "A cascading failure of the geomagnetic field leading to a full excursion event, with all the accompanying effects, massive electrical failures, atmospheric ionization changes, radiation exposure risks, and extreme weather patterns from shifting jet streams." He took an audible breath. "Elena, you need to get to Idaho as soon as possible. Bring Maya. Road travel may not be reliable for much longer." "I'll be there within 24 hours, she promised, already calculating the logistics. "Tell Jonathan." She trailed off, unsure what message could possibly encompass the complex emotions churning within her, vindication of his life's work coming at the cost of civilization's stability. The painful awareness that his most dire predictions were materializing, the years she'd spent balancing support for his research while tempering his apocalyptic conclusions. "Tell him I'm on my way," she finished simply. After ending the call, Elena checked her mirrors, noting the darkening sky to the west despite the afternoon hour. Weather patterns had been increasingly erratic over the past month, another warning sign from Jonathan's models. Extreme storms forming along magnetic flux lines as the field destabilized. Her scientific mind still struggled to accept the accelerated timeline. Geomagnetic events were supposed to unfold over centuries or millennia, not weeks. Yet the evidence was mounting hourly that Earth's magnetic field was unraveling at unprecedented speed. Elena pressed the accelerator, pushing the electric car faster as the traffic thinned. Getting back to Maya was now her only priority. Together, they would make their way to the habitat, Jonathan's obsession, the project that had simultaneously pulled their family apart and might now save their lives. Jonathan stood in the habitat's central control room, surrounded by screens displaying the status of every major system. The space hummed with activity as technicians rushed to complete installations and calibrations. Despite the frenetic pace, Jonathan maintained rigid focus, methodically reviewing each system's readiness assessment. Air filtration is online at 93% capacity, reported Zhang Wei, scrolling through diagnostics on her tablet. The secondary carbon dioxide scrubber still shows integration issues, but primary systems are functional. Acceptable for now, Jonathan nodded. Hydroponics? Growth chambers installed, nutrient delivery systems operational. We're loading starter plants tomorrow. Full food production capacity in approximately 3 weeks, assuming accelerated growth under optimized lighting. Water purification? Primary systems online. Atmospheric water generation at 60% of designed capacity. Rainwater collection fully operational. Water recycling at 75% efficiency. Still troubleshooting the Blackwater processing subsystem. Jonathan made notes on his own tablet, prioritizing the remaining tasks. The habitat wasn't ready for long-term occupancy, but it would keep them alive through the initial phases of the shift. Refinements could come later, assuming they survived the transition period. David entered the control room, still wearing a construction harness over his dust-covered clothes. Anchoring system hydraulics are now operational, he announced. We've completed pressure testing on all 6 units. They'll hold in winds up to 200 miles per hour, but I'm still concerned about the higher range scenarios. Keep working on reinforcement, Jonathan directed. What about the exoskeleton tension calibration? Completed an hour ago. The space frame is now properly tuned for maximum flexibility without structural compromise. David hesitated. John, I just spoke with Elena. She's driving back from Vancouver and will collect Maya. They should arrive within 24 hours. Jonathan's expression remained impassive, but those who knew him well could see the relief in his eyes. Good. We need to prepare their living quarters immediately. Zhang, divert the interior finishing team to complete the family pods on priority basis. Already underway, she confirmed. Basic amenities will be in place by evening. A young technician approached nervously, tablet extended. Dr. Francis, you asked to be notified immediately about significant geomagnetic anomalies. We're detecting a major field fluctuation forming over the Pacific. Jonathan took the tablet, studying the real-time data with growing concern. The visualization showed a massive swirl of destabilized magnetic flux, like a hurricane in the Earth's field, gathering strength approximately 500 miles offshore. How fast is it intensifying? Exponentially, sir. Field strength within the anomaly is dropping at 0.8% per hour and accelerating. Jonathan handed the tablet back. Alert the meteorological team. This will generate severe weather within 12 hours. I want hourly updates on progression and projected landfall. He turned to the room at large. We're accelerating to final preparation phase. All non-essential work stops immediately. Focus exclusively on life support, structural integrity, and power systems. As the team dispersed to implement his directives, David moved closer, speaking quietly. It's happening even faster than your models predicted. The cascading effect is more pronounced, Jonathan agreed, his voice equally low. Once the field instability reaches a certain threshold, the degradation becomes self-reinforcing. We're approaching that point now. The public announcements are still talking about temporary disruptions and technical difficulties, David noted with a grim smile. No one wants to say what's really happening. Mass panic wouldn't help anyone, Jonathan replied. And there's nothing the general population can do at this point anyway. The infrastructure for large-scale preparation simply doesn't exist. So billions of people just. Jonathan met his brother-in-law's gaze directly. We build this habitat to preserve what we can, David. Knowledge, skills, a nucleus for eventual recovery. We can't save everyone. I know, David sighed. I just keep thinking about all the people who won't have this option. People like my girlfriend, who's probably still in Los Angeles right now, with no idea what's coming. Call her, Jonathan said. Tell her to get on the road immediately, heading inland and away from population centers. If she can reach us in time. He left the sentence unfinished, both men knowing that the logistics of adding even one more person to the habitat would require difficult adjustments. Sir, called Zhang from across the room. The satellite feeds are becoming unstable. We're losing data connections. Switch to hardened systems, Jonathan ordered, moving toward the communication station. Activate the ELF backup network for essential communications only. The habitat's communication array had been designed with redundant systems specifically to function during electromagnetic disturbances. While conventional satellites and transmission systems failed, their specialized equipment would maintain basic connectivity. Outside the habitation zone, the construction site continued its round-the-clock activity, crews working under portable lights as evening approached. The geodesic frame of the habitat rose like a modernist cathedral against the darkening sky, its triangulated structure designed to distribute stress along optimal pathways during extreme conditions. Jonathan paused at the window, watching the organized chaos of the final construction push. After 15 years of planning, research, and development, the habitat would face its ultimate test far sooner than even he had anticipated. The structure represented everything he had learned through decades of engineering innovation, and everything he valued in a world that might soon be unrecognizable. His phone vibrated with an incoming message from Elena. Border crossing chaotic but proceeding. We'll collect Maya and head to private airfield. Thompson arranging flight to habitat location. ETA tomorrow morning. Jonathan replied immediately. Confirm when airborne. Weather deteriorating rapidly. Habitat preparing for your arrival. He returned his attention to the control room, where status updates continued to flow from every section of the habitat. The next 24 hours would determine whether his life's work would fulfill its purpose, protecting his family through what was coming. Dr. Francis called the communications specialist. NOAA has moved up their press conference. It's starting now. Jonathan nodded toward the main screen. Put it up. The screen displayed a panel of solemn scientific officials seated before a blue backdrop emblazoned with government agency logos. The NOAA administrator, Dr. Harriet Chen, spoke with carefully controlled precision. Good evening. We are addressing the nation to provide information about the significant geomagnetic event currently affecting Earth's magnetic field. Within the past 48 hours, we have recorded unprecedented fluctuations in field strength and orientation, leading to the navigational and electrical disruptions being experienced worldwide. She paused, glancing briefly at her colleagues before continuing. Based on current data, we are confirming that Earth is experiencing what appears to be a geomagnetic excursion event, a significant and rapid shift in the planet's magnetic field. While these events typically occur over extended geological timeframes, we are observing changes at a greatly accelerated rate. The control room had fallen silent, all eyes fixed on the screen as Dr. Chen continued. We anticipate increasing impacts on electrical infrastructure, communications systems, and atmospheric conditions in the coming days. FEMA and other emergency management agencies are implementing response protocols. We strongly recommend that all citizens prepare for potential extended power outages, communication disruptions, and severe weather events. Jonathan turned away from the screen, having heard enough. The careful scientific language couldn't disguise the fundamental message. Everything he had predicted was now acknowledged reality. "They're still understating the timeline and severity," he remarked to David, who had joined him by the window. "But at least they're admitting it's happening. Will it make any difference?" David asked. Jonathan shook his head slightly. "For most people, no. The infrastructure isn't designed to withstand what's coming. But it might get more individuals moving away from coastal areas and seeking shelter in geologically stable regions." He turned back to the busy control room. "Our priority now is making sure this habitat is ready when Elena and Maya arrive. Everything else is secondary." Outside, the wind was beginning to strengthen, bending the tops of the pine trees surrounding the construction site. The first tangible signs of atmospheric disruption driven by the magnetic anomaly forming offshore. Jonathan checked the time. Still nearly 18 hours before Elena and Maya could reach the habitat. He silently calculated the progression rate of the field destabilization, estimating whether they had enough time before conditions deteriorated beyond safe travel. It would be close. Too close for comfort. Dr. Francis called Zhang urgently from the environmental control station. The external radiation monitors are showing elevated levels of particle flux from the upper atmosphere. The magnetic shielding effect is already diminishing. Jonathan moved quickly to her station, examining the readings with grave concentration. The habitat's radiation shielding was not yet fully installed, though the primary components were in place. "Accelerate the boron carbide panel installation," he ordered. "Pull teams from every non-critical area. I want full radiation protection operational within 6 hours." As the control room erupted into renewed activity, Jonathan returned to the window, looking out at the darkening sky with analytical intensity. Somewhere out there, Elena was driving through increasingly hazardous conditions, working to reach Maya and bring them both to safety. "Hurry," he whispered, an uncharacteristic expression of the emotion he typically kept so carefully controlled. "Please hurry." Chapter 4. Race Against Time. Maya Francis sat cross-legged on her bed, surrounded by open suitcases and piles of belongings. Her room, normally an organized space reflecting her methodical mind, had devolved into chaos as she struggled with impossible decisions about what to take and what to leave behind. The power had flickered on and off throughout the afternoon, and the house's emergency generator now provided limited electricity. Outside her window, an unseasonable storm lashed the trees with violent gusts, rain striking the glass in horizontal sheets. Her phone chimed with another message from her mother, "About 2 hours away now. Be packed and ready. Essential items only. Focus on practical clothing, medications, irreplaceable mementos. 1 bag. Max." Maya typed back, "Still packing. Hard to decide. Is this really happening?" News is full of conflicting information. The response came quickly. "Yes, it's happening. Your father was right. I've seen the data. We need to reach the habitat as quickly as possible." Maya set down the phone, the reality of the situation finally penetrating her skepticism. For years, she had viewed her father's polar shift predictions as a fascinating but ultimately misguided obsession, the result of pattern recognition gone too far in a brilliant but sometimes paranoid mind. Now, as communications failed and power systems faltered across the region, his predictions were materializing with terrifying precision. She returned to her packing with new urgency, making harder choices. Practical winter clothing, her backup prescription glasses, the external hard drive containing her research and personal data, the small wooden box of family photographs. her grandmother's wedding ring, the latest generation tablet and solar charger her father had given her last birthday, designed specifically to function during electromagnetic disturbances. A few beloved books that had shaped her thinking. The stuffed orca whale she'd had since childhood, an indulgence she decided to allow herself. Everything else, the accumulated possessions of her 17 years, would remain behind. As she zipped the duffel bag, her phone rang. The caller ID showed her best friend Zoe's name. Maya, what the hell is happening? Zoe's voice was taut with anxiety. My dad says we're evacuating to my uncle's place in eastern Washington. Something about magnetic fields and storms. Is this related to your dad's research? You always said he was studying some apocalypse scenario. Maya hesitated, unsure how much to share. It's complicated, Zoe. There's a geomagnetic event happening, essentially a rapid shift in Earth's magnetic field. It's causing the electrical problems and weather changes. But we're coming back, right? After whatever this is passes? Mom's acting like we're leaving for a weekend, but Dad is packing like we're never coming home. The question struck at Maya's own unacknowledged fears. She looked around her room, the star charts on the walls, the bookshelf organized by subject and author, the desk where she'd completed homework and college applications. The life she had expected to continue. I don't know, she admitted finally. My dad's models suggest this is just the beginning. The effects could last a while. Where are you going? Can we meet up after? We're heading to my dad's research facility in Idaho. It's a specialized shelter he's been building. Maya found herself reluctant to say more, suddenly aware of the privilege her father's foresight and resources had provided her family, protection unavailable to most others, even close friends. A shelter? Like a bunker? Zoe's voice rose with a mixture of disbelief and fear. Maya, you never said anything about a bunker. It's not exactly a bunker. It's a self-sustaining habitat designed to function during extreme environmental conditions. The technical description felt safer than the emotional reality. Listen, Zoe, I have to go. My mom will be here soon, and we need to leave immediately. Will we be able to communicate? Everything's getting so unreliable. I don't know. My dad has some specialized communication equipment, but regular networks might be compromised. Maya swallowed hard, the finality of the moment suddenly overwhelming. Zoe, stay safe. Move inland, away from the coast. Find somewhere geologically stable with access to water and food sources. You sound like those prepper websites, Zoe said, attempting humor despite the fear evident in her voice. Next you'll tell me to stock up on ammunition and learn to identify edible plants. Actually, those aren't bad ideas, Maya replied seriously. Zoe, I have to go. I'll try to contact you when I can. After ending the call, Maya stood in the center of her room, taking a final mental inventory. The reality of what was happening, of what was coming, finally settled fully into her consciousness. Her father's obsession with the habitat, his insistence on redundant systems and self-sufficiency, his constant monitoring of the Earth's magnetic field, it had all been justified. The doorbell rang, startling her from her thoughts. Moving to the window, she saw her mother's figure on the porch, illuminated briefly by a flash of lightning. Maya grabbed her duffel bag and hurried downstairs, pausing only briefly at the family photo wall to take one last picture of her home with her phone. Elena Francis entered with the storm, rain dripping from her travel clothes, her face etched with exhaustion and urgency. Maya, she embraced her daughter tightly. Are you ready? We need to move quickly. The roads are deteriorating, and we have a flight to catch. A flight? I thought air travel was grounded. Your father arranged a private plane with specialized navigation equipment. It's waiting at Bainbridge Field. Elena surveyed the house quickly. Do you have your medications? Your backup glasses? Your father's emergency tablet? All packed, Maya confirmed, suddenly feeling like a much younger child under her mother's rapid-fire questions. Mom, how bad is this going to get? Elena paused, meeting her daughter's eyes directly. Worse than most people are prepared for. The magnetic field is degrading faster than even your father's models predicted. We're already seeing radiation level increases in the upper atmosphere, power grid failures across multiple continents, and weather pattern disruptions that will intensify dramatically. The clinical precision of her mother's assessment, so different from the reassurance Maya had half expected, confirmed the gravity of their situation more effectively than any emotional response could have. Will Dad's habitat really protect us? She asked quietly. If anything can, it will, Elena replied with conviction. Your father has designed it to withstand every consequence of a polar shift, extreme weather, flooding, radiation exposure, loss of external power and resources. It's the culmination of everything he knows about engineering and survival. A tremendous crack of thunder shook the house, the lights flickering before stabilizing again. We need to go, Elena said, moving toward the door. Is there anything else essential you need to bring? Maya looked around the home where she had grown up, the safe, comfortable life that had always seemed permanent despite her father's warnings about its fragility. No, she said finally. I'm ready. Together, they stepped out into the storm, Maya pulling her waterproof jacket tight against the wind as they hurried to the unfamiliar electric car parked in the driveway. Within minutes, they were navigating through neighborhoods where many houses had already gone dark. Their power failed as the grid became increasingly unstable. Across the city, emergency vehicles raced with sirens blaring, responding to the proliferating crises as infrastructure systems began to fail. Traffic signals flickered or went dark entirely, creating chaotic intersections where drivers negotiated passage with increasing desperation. The magnetic anomaly over the Pacific has intensified, Elena explained as they navigated through the confusion. It's generating electromagnetic pulse-like effects that are damaging unshielded electrical systems. Your father predicted this as one of the first large-scale impacts. What about the radiation? Maya asked, remembering her mother's earlier comment. Are we in danger right now? Not at ground level yet. Earth's atmosphere still provides significant protection even with diminished magnetic shielding. But aviation is already affected, and satellites are failing. Elena steered around an abandoned vehicle blocking part of the road. The habitat has specialized radiation shielding designed specifically for this scenario. Maya processed this information, the scientific reality helping to manage her emotional response to the situation. She had inherited both her parents' analytical thinking, finding comfort in data and logical frameworks even in crisis. The consensus was always that geomagnetic reversals happen over thousands of years, she noted, recalling her own research into her father's theories. How is it possible for the field to destabilize so quickly? Your father identified a potential cascade effect in field dynamics, Elena explained, navigating onto the highway that would take them to the small private airfield. Under certain conditions, localized weakening can accelerate exponentially once critical thresholds are crossed. The scientific community rejected his models as too extreme, pointing to historical evidence suggesting gradual transitions. But he was right, Maya said, looking out at the storm-battered landscape passing outside. Yes, Elena confirmed simply. He was right. The highway presented a troubling scene. Vehicles abandoned along the shoulders, electronic billboards dark or displaying garbled information. Gas stations overrun with people desperately trying to fill vehicles and containers. Police presence was visible at major intersections, attempting to maintain order as traffic signals failed. The government announcements still make it sound temporary, Maya observed, checking news updates on her phone while signal remained available. Just a passing disruption. They're trying to prevent mass panic, Elena said. But internal scientific channels are much more alarming. Walter showed me the NOAA models before I left Vancouver. They're projecting complete field reversal within weeks, not centuries, and the consequences? Elena's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Global electrical infrastructure failure. Severe atmospheric disturbances. Radiation exposure at harmful levels. Tectonic instability triggering seismic and volcanic activity. Essentially, a simultaneous collapse of multiple Earth systems that modern civilization depends upon. The clinical description hung between them as they drove through increasing rainfall, the windshield wipers struggling to maintain visibility. Dad really built this habitat to survive all that? Maya asked finally. He designed it to function autonomously through the worst scenarios his models projected, Elena confirmed. The structure can withstand extreme winds, float during flooding, and shield against radiation. It generates its own power, grows food, recycles water, and maintains breathable air regardless of external conditions. Maya considered this. So we'll survive while billions of others don't. The ethical weight of their privileged position, a private salvation unavailable to the vast majority of humanity, had clearly troubled Elena as well. Your father tried to warn people, Maya. His research was published, presented at conferences, shared with government agencies. He was dismissed as an alarmist. He used his personal fortune to build the habitat when institutional support was denied. I know, Maya acknowledged. I'm not blaming him. It's just overwhelming to think about. They fell silent as Elena concentrated on navigating a particularly flooded section of highway, water splashing high against the vehicle's sides. In the distance, the small airfield came into view, a single hangar illuminated by emergency lighting. Almost there, Elena said. The pilot has been waiting. He has a narrow window for safe departure before conditions deteriorate further. As they approached the airfield entrance, Maya noticed armed security personnel checking vehicles, an unusual sight at the small private facility. Your father arranged protection, Elena explained, seeing her daughter's concern. As public awareness of the situation grows, security becomes an issue. The guard examined Elena's identification and waved them through without delay, directing them toward the illuminated hangar where a sleek private jet waited, its engines already running. Dr. Francis, a man in a flight suit, greeted them as they parked. We need to depart immediately. The weather window is closing fast, and we're getting reports of navigation system failures across multiple flight corridors. This is Captain Reynolds, Elena introduced him to Maya as they quickly transferred their bags to the aircraft. He's worked with your father's company for years. The aircraft has been modified with redundant navigation systems and electromagnetic shielding, Reynolds explained as he escorted them aboard. We'll be flying well below normal commercial altitudes to minimize radiation exposure and navigation issues. The jet's interior was luxurious but functional, designed for business rather than comfort. Elena and Maya secured themselves in the premium leather seats as Reynolds returned to the cockpit, the cabin door sealing with a pressurized hiss. Ladies, this will not be a smooth flight, his voice came through the intercom. We're looking at severe turbulence throughout the journey. Please remain secured in your seats at all times. Our flight time to the private airstrip near the habitat facility should be approximately 3 hours, weather permitting. As the aircraft began taxiing, Maya looked out the window at the rain-lashed airfield, lightning illuminating the landscape in brief, brilliant flashes. The reality of their situation struck her anew. They were fleeing to a specialized shelter while civilization began to unravel around them. Dad called you earlier, she said to her mother as the jet accelerated down the runway. What did he say? Is he already at the habitat? Elena nodded, gripping the armrests as the aircraft lifted off, immediately encountering turbulence that shook the cabin. He flew out yesterday morning, before the flight restrictions. He's accelerating the final construction phase, prioritizing essential systems. Is it ready? I thought the project had months of work remaining. It's not complete, Elena admitted. But your father says the critical systems, structural integrity, life support, power generation, radiation shielding, will be operational when we arrive. The rest can be finished while we're inside. The aircraft banked sharply, heading eastward away from the coast. Through breaks in the storm clouds, Maya could see darkened sections of the city below where power had failed completely. Try to rest, Elena suggested, though her own posture remained tense. We'll need our energy when we arrive. There will be immediate tasks to complete as we settle into the habitat. Maya nodded but knew sleep would be impossible. Instead, she opened the specialized tablet her father had given her, accessing the detailed information about the ultimate habitat he had loaded onto the device. For the first time, she studied the schematics and specifications with full seriousness, recognizing that her life would soon depend on understanding this environment. The geodesic exoskeleton structure. The advanced life support systems with bioregenerative oxygen generation. The hybrid solar and wind power generation. The water recycling technologies. The emergency anchoring system designed to secure the habitat during extreme weather events. Each component represented years of research and development, millions in funding, and her father's unwavering belief that this day would come. As the aircraft continued eastward through increasingly violent turbulence, Maya found herself developing a new appreciation for Jonathan Francis, not just as her sometimes distant, obsessive father, but as the visionary engineer whose foresight might save their lives in the catastrophe now unfolding across the planet. The tablet displayed a three-dimensional rendering of the completed habitat, rotating slowly to show all aspects of its innovative design. Maya studied it intently, preparing herself for the reality of what would soon become their world, potentially for years to come. Outside, the storm intensified, lightning flashing with increasing frequency as electromagnetic disturbances in the atmosphere grew stronger. The aircraft shuddered in the turbulence, its specialized navigation systems working to maintain course through conditions that had already grounded commercial aviation worldwide. They were racing against rapidly deteriorating conditions, hoping to reach the habitat before the window for safe travel closed completely. Below them, the lights of civilization flickered and failed in expanding patterns as Earth's weakening magnetic field continued its accelerating collapse. At the habitat construction site, Jonathan Francis stood in the driving rain, overseeing the final installation of exterior shell components. Despite the late hour, the work continued under powerful floodlights, teams of workers securing the impact-resistant composite panels that would form the outermost protective layer of the structure. David approached, rain dripping from his hard hat. Weather radar shows the system intensifying. We're expecting wind gusts over 90 miles per hour within the next 2 hours. Status of the shell completion? Jonathan demanded, eyes never leaving the workers on the elevated platforms. Eastern quadrant is complete, southern approaching 95%. Western and northern sections at approximately 80%. David consulted his tablet, protected in a waterproof case. At current pace, we'll have weathertight integrity within 90 minutes. Not fast enough. Divert additional personnel from interior work. I want full exterior closure before those wind speeds hit. Understood. What about Elena and Maya? Any update on their arrival? Jonathan checked his specialized communication device. Aircraft departed Seattle area 47 minutes ago. Current ETA 3 hours 15 minutes, but deteriorating conditions may extend that window. Both men knew what remained unspoken. If conditions deteriorated too rapidly, the aircraft might be unable to complete its journey, leaving Elena and Maya stranded in transit as the planetary crisis accelerated. The landing strip lights are operational and secured for high winds, David reported. We've established a ground transportation team for immediate transit from landing site to habitat. Jonathan nodded approval, then turned as Zhang Wei approached, her rain gear glistening under the floodlights. Life support systems are now at functional minimum capacity, she reported. Oxygen generation, carbon dioxide scrubbing, temperature regulation, and humidity control all operational. Water purification at basic levels. Power generation at 65% of designed capacity but sufficient for critical systems. Radiation shielding? Jonathan asked. Primary boron carbide panels installed throughout living quarters. Secondary polyethylene lithium hydride matrix at 72% completion. Current configuration provides approximately 91% of designed protection levels. Jonathan processed this information rapidly, calculating acceptable risk thresholds. Sufficient for initial occupancy. Continue installation of secondary shielding as highest priority after exterior shell completion. His communication device beeped with an incoming message, the latest data from his global sensor network. Jonathan studied the readings with increasing concern. The Antarctic magnetic anomaly has expanded by 43% in the past hour, he announced grimly. Field strength at the epicenter down to 17% of baseline. We're approaching critical threshold for cascading failure. David and Zhang exchanged alarmed glances, understanding the implications. Once the magnetic field degradation passed certain mathematical thresholds, the collapse would accelerate exponentially, precisely the scenario Jonathan's models had predicted but that mainstream science had rejected as implausible. Full emergency protocols, Jonathan decided. All non-essential personnel evacuate to designated safe locations immediately. Core team completes critical installations and prepares for immediate habitat sealing upon arrival of remaining occupants. As David and Zhang moved to implement these directives, Jonathan remained in the rain, watching the teams work on the habitat exterior. The geodesic framework rose against the stormy sky like a monument to human ingenuity and foresight, a structure designed explicitly for the scenario now unfolding. His communication device chimed again with an urgent alert. Jonathan read the message, his expression hardening further. Dr. Francis called a technician, hurrying across the muddy ground. We're detecting a massive ionospheric disturbance moving this direction. Electromagnetic pulse characteristics consistent with your Stage 3 field collapse projections. Estimated time to impact? Jonathan demanded. 30 to 40 minutes based on current progression. Jonathan made an immediate decision. Initiate electromagnetic shielding protocols. Power down all non-essential systems and transfer critical operations to hardened networks only. Alert the inbound aircraft of imminent disturbance. The decisions came automatically, years of planning and scenario modeling crystallizing into clear directives. Jonathan had prepared for this moment in exhaustive detail, developing response protocols for each stage of the unfolding catastrophe. Now those theoretical scenarios were becoming reality, unfolding with frightening fidelity to his most pessimistic models. The geomagnetic excursion was progressing from early-stage anomalies to mid-stage field collapse, with all the accompanying electromagnetic, atmospheric, and geological consequences. And Elena and Maya were still airborne, racing to reach the habitat before conditions made travel impossible. Jonathan activated his communication link to the aircraft. Captain Reynolds, status report. The pilot's voice came through with noticeable static interference. Severe turbulence and electrical anomalies, Dr. Francis. Navigation systems fluctuating but operational. Currently maintaining heading at 11,000 feet. Passengers secure. There's a major electromagnetic disturbance approaching your flight path. Adjust course 15 degrees southward and descend to 8,000 feet if possible. Minimize electrical systems usage and prepare for potential instrumentation failure. Understood. New ETA based on these adjustments approximately 2 hours 50 minutes. Jonathan performed rapid calculations. The electromagnetic disturbance would reach the habitat in 30 to 40 minutes, potentially disrupting external construction operations. The aircraft would arrive nearly 3 hours later, by which time weather conditions were projected to include storm force winds and potentially dangerous levels of atmospheric ionization. Maintain communication protocols on secure channel only, Jonathan instructed. Report any significant changes in aircraft status or passenger condition immediately. After ending the transmission, Jonathan turned back to the habitat construction. The massive geodesic structure, illuminated by floodlights against the darkening storm, represented humanity's best engineering applied to survival. Every connection, every system, every material had been selected and designed with one purpose: to protect its occupants through what was coming. Whether it would be enough remained to be seen. The models predicted scenarios beyond historical precedent, conditions not experienced on Earth in recorded human history. The habitat was built on theoretical calculations and engineering projections rather than established benchmarks. Jonathan checked his specialized watch, the chronograph mechanisms unaffected by electromagnetic interference. 30 minutes until the disturbance reached them. Less than 3 hours until Elena and Maya arrived. The race against planetary collapse had begun in earnest. Chapter 5. Last flight out. The aircraft shuddered violently, dropping several hundred feet before the engines compensated, pushing them back to their assigned altitude. Maya gripped the armrests, her knuckles white, as Captain Reynolds's voice crackled through the intercom. Apologies for the turbulence, folks. We're encountering some unusual wind shear patterns. I've adjusted our course to avoid the worst of it, but expect continued rough conditions for the duration of our flight. Elena checked her specialized communication device, the only technology still functioning reliably as conventional systems failed. Your father reports an electromagnetic disturbance heading toward our flight path. Reynolds is taking evasive action, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. Outside the window, lightning illuminated the turbulent cloudscape in strobing flashes of blue-white brilliance. The normal peaceful darkness of night flying had transformed into a chaotic light show as atmospheric ionization increased, another predicted effect of the weakening magnetic field. Look at that, Maya whispered, pointing through a break in the clouds. Below them, vast sections of the northwestern United States had gone dark, the familiar patterns of city lights now interrupted by expanding patches of blackness where power grids had failed. Only isolated points of illumination remained, locations with emergency generators or independent power systems. The cascade effect is accelerating, Elena observed, her scientific training evident in her analytical tone despite the circumstances. Each failure places additional stress on remaining systems, creating a domino effect across interconnected infrastructure. The aircraft dropped again, more severely this time, objects flying around the cabin despite the crew's earlier efforts to secure everything. Maya's tablet slipped from her hands, clattering across the floor before lodging against the opposite seats. We're diverting, Reynolds announced, his voice taut with concentration. Primary navigation systems compromised. Switching to backup methods. New heading established. Please remain secure in your seats with belts fastened at all times. Elena activated her communication link. Jonathan, we've encountered the disturbance. Aircraft navigation affected. Captain Reynolds implementing contingency protocols. Jonathan's voice came through with significant static. Understood. The disturbance is propagating faster than anticipated. We're tracking your position using ground-based systems. Maintain current heading for 22 minutes, then adjust to 157 degrees to bypass the most intense area of ionization. Reynolds acknowledged the new instructions, the aircraft banking sharply as it changed course. Through her window, Maya saw a massive, churning storm system illuminated by near-continuous lightning, weather patterns forming along the boundaries of magnetic flux disturbances. Just as her father had predicted. How much longer? She asked, trying to maintain composure as the aircraft bucked through another patch of violent turbulence. Approximately 2 hours to landing, assuming current conditions don't deteriorate further, Elena replied, checking the time. Your father reports the habitat's external shell is nearing completion. Essential systems are operational for our arrival. The overhead lights flickered and died, plunging the cabin into darkness except for the emergency floor lighting and the glow of specialized devices. A moment later, the backup systems engaged, restoring minimal illumination. Minor electrical surge, Reynolds explained over the intercom. Non-essential systems powered down to protect critical components. We're operating on reduced electrical load for the remainder of the flight. Maya retrieved her tablet from the floor, relieved to find it undamaged and still functioning. The specialized device had been designed by her father's company specifically to withstand electromagnetic interference, one of many preparations Jonathan had made for this scenario. I've been reviewing the habitat schematics, she said, showing her mother the detailed cross-sections displayed on the screen. Dad really thought of everything, didn't he? The system's integration is remarkable. Elena nodded, studying the diagrams. He's been refining the design for 15 years, incorporating innovations from dozens of fields. Many of the technologies were developed specifically for this project when existing solutions were inadequate. The aircraft jolted again, dropping precipitously before the pilots regained control. A muffled thump sounded from somewhere in the fuselage, followed by a change in the engine note. Ladies, Reynolds's voice had become more formal, a sign of increasing concern. We've experienced some damage to the starboard engine cowling. Performance remains within acceptable parameters, but we'll be reducing airspeed as a precaution. New estimated arrival time is now 3 hours 15 minutes. Elena immediately relayed this information to Jonathan, who responded with updated landing instructions and weather projections. The exchange was brief and technical, focused on practical considerations rather than emotional reassurance. Maya watched her mother's face, noting the micro-expressions that revealed her concern despite her outwardly calm demeanor. Elena Francis had spent decades as a climate scientist, accustomed to analyzing catastrophic projections with professional detachment. Now those abstract models had become immediate reality, threatening her family directly. Mom, Maya said quietly. Will we make it? Elena turned from the window, meeting her daughter's gaze directly. Yes. The aircraft has multiple redundant systems, and your father has planned for these conditions. The landing strip near the habitat has specialized guidance equipment operating on protected frequencies. She squeezed Maya's hand. But I won't pretend there's no risk. We're flying through unprecedented atmospheric conditions during a planetary-scale event. The honesty was oddly reassuring, more comforting than false certainty would have been. Maya had grown up in a household where scientific accuracy was valued above comforting fictions. Tell me more about the habitat, she requested, needing distraction from the increasingly violent flight. Not just the technical specifications, what will it be like to live there? Elena considered the question. The interior was designed to balance functionality with psychological comfort. Your father consulted with NASA experts on confined living environments for long-duration space missions. The common areas have adjustable lighting that mimics natural daylight cycles. The hydroponics garden doubles as a relaxation space with running water and living plants. What about private spaces? Do we each get a room? Yes, though smaller than what you're accustomed to. Each bedroom pod has about 18 square meters of space, with built-in storage and a work area. The beds have special comfort systems that adjust to individual preferences. Maya tried to imagine living in such a confined space for an extended period. How long does Dad think we'll need to stay inside? Elena hesitated. The models suggest the acute phase of the magnetic reversal could last from 6 months to 2 years. Atmospheric effects, including radiation exposure risks, might extend that timeline further. She looked directly at her daughter. Maya, we need to be prepared for the possibility that the habitat will be our home for several years. The reality of this statement settled over Maya with new weight. Not a temporary shelter during a passing crisis, but a long-term living environment while the outside world transformed into something potentially uninhabitable. A particularly violent jolt interrupted their conversation, the aircraft seeming to drop out from under them before recovering with a straining of engines. Loose items crashed around the cabin despite earlier securing efforts. Severe downdraft, Reynolds explained tersely over the intercom. We're adjusting altitude to find more stable air. Please remain secured in your seats. Elena checked her communication device. Your father reports deteriorating conditions at the habitat site as well. They're accelerating final preparations for our arrival. Outside, lightning continued to illuminate the chaotic cloudscape in stroboscopic flashes. Through breaks in the cloud layer, Maya could see the landscape below had been transformed into a patchwork of darkness as power failures spread across entire regions. I keep thinking about everyone else, Maya said quietly. All the people who don't have somewhere like Dad's habitat to go to. Elena nodded solemnly. I know. It's something your father has struggled with throughout the project. The reality is that even with unlimited resources, he couldn't build habitats for millions of people in secret. Governments and institutions had the data to prepare infrastructure on a larger scale, but they rejected the timeline as too alarmist. So we survive while others don't, Maya said, the ethical weight of their privileged position uncomfortable despite the circumstances. We survive to rebuild, Elena corrected gently. Your father designed the habitat not just as a shelter but as a seed bank for knowledge, skills, and technologies that will be needed afterward. Remember that part of the design includes extensive digital libraries, educational systems, and manufacturing capabilities. The aircraft lurched again, banking sharply to avoid a particularly intense storm cell visible through the windows as a massive, lightning-filled thunderhead. The fuselage creaked under the stress of the maneuver, metal protesting against forces it had never been designed to withstand. 90 minutes to destination, Reynolds announced, his voice tight with concentration. We're navigating between storm cells using backup systems. Primary weather radar intermittent but functional. Elena relayed their status to Jonathan, receiving updated landing instructions that she passed to the flight crew. The specialized communication devices continued to function when conventional systems faltered, another product of Jonathan's foresight and technological innovation. Maya returned to studying the habitat schematics on her tablet, finding comfort in the elegant engineering solutions her father had developed. The geodesic exoskeleton providing maximum structural integrity with minimal materials. The integrated life support systems with redundant oxygen generation methods. The water recycling technology capable of maintaining purity through countless cycles. Each system represented years of research and development, millions in funding, and her father's absolute conviction that this day would come. The habitat wasn't a product of paranoia but of rigorous scientific analysis and engineering brilliance. "We're beginning our descent," Reynolds announced after another 30 minutes of turbulent flying. "Conditions at the landing site are deteriorating but remain within operational parameters. Please ensure all items are secured for landing." Elena tightened her seatbelt and checked Maya's. "Almost there. Your father will have transportation waiting to move us quickly from the airstrip to the habitat." The descent was unlike any flight experience Maya had ever known. The aircraft seemed to battle for every foot of altitude loss, buffeted by cross currents and downdrafts that tossed it like a leaf in a stream. Through breaks in the clouds, she caught glimpses of the mountainous terrain below, illuminated by lightning and the aircraft's powerful landing lights. "Visual contact with landing site," Reynolds reported. "Runway lights identified. Beginning final approach. Be advised this will be a steeper than normal approach to minimize exposure to surface wind conditions." The aircraft banked sharply, aligning with the small private airstrip nestled among the mountains. Maya could now see the runway lights, a double line of illumination cutting through the surrounding darkness, seemingly the only artificial light visible for miles. As they descended through the final layer of clouds, the full fury of the storm became apparent. Rain lashed horizontally across the windshield, momentarily obscuring visibility before the wipers cleared it. The aircraft rocked in the crosswinds, engines straining as the pilots fought to maintain the correct approach path. 500 feet, came the co-pilot's voice over the intercom. "Wind shear alert. Compensating." The aircraft dropped suddenly before power was applied, pushing them back toward the correct glide path. Maya gripped the armrests, knuckles white, as the ground rushed up to meet them. 200 feet. Runway in sight. Landing gear confirmed down and locked. Elena reached over to squeeze Maya's hand as the aircraft made its final approach, the runway lights growing larger through the rain-streaked windows. 100 feet. Crosswind components holding steady. Continuing approach. The landing was harder than normal, the aircraft touching down firmly before bouncing slightly and settling onto the runway. Reverse thrust engaged immediately, the deceleration pressing them forward against their seatbelts as the pilots worked to slow the aircraft on the rain-slicked surface. "Welcome to Idaho," Reynolds announced as they taxied toward a small, illuminated hangar at the end of the runway. Outside temperature 42 degrees Fahrenheit, winds gusting to 55 miles per hour, heavy precipitation. A ground crew will assist with immediate transfer to your final destination. Elena was already gathering their essential items, her movements efficient and practiced. "Stay close to me when we deplane," she instructed Maya. "The transfer vehicle will be waiting, but we'll be exposed to the elements briefly." As the aircraft came to a stop and the engines began to spool down, Maya could hear the full force of the storm battering the fuselage, rain hammering against metal and wind howling around the wings. Through the windows, she saw figures in weather gear emerging from a nearby building, heading toward the aircraft with a covered transport vehicle. Dr. Francis, Reynolds appeared from the cockpit, his face showing the strain of the difficult flight. "We've received communication from the habitat. They're tracking severe weather moving into the area within the hour. The ground team is ready for immediate transport." "Thank you, Captain," Elena said, extending her hand. "That was exceptional flying under impossible conditions." Reynolds accepted the handshake with a grim smile. "All part of the service. Though I'll admit, in 20 years of flying, I've never experienced atmospheric conditions like that." He glanced toward the cockpit. "We'll shelter here until conditions improve enough for departure. The habitat has a secured hangar with specialized shielding," Elena told him. "Jonathan has arranged for your aircraft to be moved there after we depart. You and your crew will have protection from the electromagnetic disturbances." Relief showed briefly on the pilot's face. "Appreciated, Doctor. Now let's get you and your daughter on your way." The cabin door opened, and immediately the sound of the storm intensified, a howling maelstrom of wind and rain that seemed to claw at the aircraft. Cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of ozone and wet earth. Maya followed her mother toward the exit, clutching her bag tightly. At the doorway, she hesitated briefly, looking out at the chaotic scene, the rain slashing horizontally across the tarmac, the trees at the perimeter of the airfield bending under gale-force winds. The transport vehicle waiting with its engine running and lights blazing. This was the threshold between her old life and whatever awaited them in the habitat. Once they left the aircraft, there would be no turning back. Maya, Elena called over the storm's roar. We need to move quickly. Taking a deep breath, Maya descended the aircraft stairs into the full fury of the tempest. The wind hit like a physical blow, nearly knocking her sideways as she reached the tarmac. Rain lashed her face, instantly soaking through her jacket despite its waterproofing. The ground crew member beside her gripped her arm, steadying her as they hurried toward the waiting transport, a specialized all-terrain vehicle with massive tires and reinforced construction. Elena was already at the vehicle, holding the rear door open against the wind. Quickly, she shouted, barely audible above the storm. Maya half ran, half staggered the final distance, practically diving into the vehicle's interior. Elena followed immediately, pulling the heavy door closed behind them with considerable effort. Inside, the sudden reduction in noise was almost shocking. Maya gasped for breath, pushing wet hair from her face as the vehicle immediately began moving, powerful headlights cutting through the darkness and driving rain. Dr. Francis, Miss Francis, the driver greeted them, his voice calm and professional despite the circumstances. I'm Sergeant Miller, Habitat Security Team. Dr. Jonathan Francis is monitoring our progress and awaiting your arrival. ETA to Habitat approximately 17 minutes, conditions permitting. The vehicle powered through the storm with impressive stability, its heavy construction and specialized tires maintaining traction despite increasingly flooded sections of the access road. Through the windows, Maya could see very little beyond the immediate range of the headlights, just sheets of rain and occasionally the silhouette of trees thrashing in the wind. Elena was communicating with Jonathan again, providing updates on their progress and receiving information about conditions at the habitat. Her expression grew more concerned as the exchange continued. The electromagnetic disturbance is intensifying, she reported to Maya after ending the transmission. Your father is accelerating final preparations for sealing the habitat. A severe weather system is forming along the magnetic flux lines, expected to reach our location within 2 hours. What kind of severe weather? Maya asked, although she suspected she already knew the answer. Tornadic activity, Elena confirmed grimly. The atmospheric instability created by the magnetic flux disturbances is generating perfect conditions for supercell formation. Your father's models predicted this as one of the first major weather impacts of field destabilization. The vehicle slowed as they navigated a particularly challenging section of road where runoff had created a temporary stream across their path. Miller engaged specialized traction systems, and the vehicle pushed through the flowing water with determined progress. 5 minutes to habitat perimeter, he announced. Be advised, final approach may be affected by construction vehicles and personnel completing emergency preparations. As they crested a small rise in the terrain, Maya gasped audibly. Through the rain-streaked windshield, illuminated by powerful floodlights and occasional lightning flashes, rose the massive geodesic structure of the ultimate habitat. Despite having studied the schematics and seen digital renderings, the reality of the structure was breathtaking. The triangulated framework formed a perfect truncated icosahedron, its geometry optimized for structural integrity under extreme conditions. Even in the midst of the storm, construction crews continued working on the outer shell, securing the final panels of the impact-resistant composite. Surrounding the habitat, smaller support structures housed power generation systems, water processing facilities, and storage for construction equipment. The entire complex occupied a clearing in the dense forest, positioned to maximize natural camouflage while providing sufficient space for all necessary components. "It's incredible," Maya whispered, momentarily forgetting the dangers that had necessitated its creation. "I knew the specifications, but seeing it actually built." "Your father has dedicated his life to this project," Elena said quietly. "Every detail reflects his understanding of the challenges we're facing." The vehicle approached a heavily secured entry point where armed personnel monitored access despite the worsening weather. After a brief identity verification, they were waved through, proceeding along a service road that led directly to a large airlock-style entry bay attached to the main habitat structure. As they pulled into the sheltered area, the massive doors closed behind them, shutting out the storm with surprising finality. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the noise had been earlier. "Welcome to the ultimate habitat," Miller said, powering down the vehicle. "Dr. Francis is waiting for you inside. Please follow me." They gathered their essential belongings and exited the vehicle into the entry bay, a spacious area designed for decontamination and transition between the external environment and the habitat. Interior. The walls were lined with specialized equipment for removing potential contaminants, and multiple sealed doorways led to different sections of the facility. One of these doors opened, and Jonathan Francis emerged, his expression a complex mixture of relief, concentration, and barely contained urgency. "Elena, Maya." His greeting was simple but charged with emotion as he crossed to embrace them both briefly. "You made it. Just in time." Chapter 6. Welcome home. The inner door of the entry bay slid open with a pneumatic hiss, revealing the interior of the ultimate habitat. Maya stepped through behind her parents, immediately struck by the contrast between the utilitarian entry bay and the thoughtfully designed living space beyond. "Primary transition complete," announced a calm female voice from hidden speakers. "Inner airlock sealed. Environmental parameters stable." "That's Arya," Jonathan explained, noticing Maya's startled expression. "Advanced Residential Intelligence Assistant. She manages the habitat's integrated systems and provides interface for occupants." The entryway opened into a surprisingly spacious common area with curved walls following the geodesic structure's interior contours. Despite the ongoing construction evident in some unfinished sections, the space conveyed a sense of intelligent design and careful attention to human comfort. "The common area serves as the central hub," Jonathan explained, leading them further inside. "All other sections branch from here. We've prioritized completing the essential living quarters, life support systems, and structural integrity components." The space featured modular furniture arranged to maximize the available area while creating distinct functional zones. The ceiling rose to impressive height at the center, creating an unexpected sense of openness despite being inside a sealed structure. Strategic lighting minimized any feeling of confinement. "Environmental systems at optimal parameters," Arya reported. "External barometric pressure decreasing rapidly. Storm intensity increasing. Recommend expedited habitat sealing procedure." Jonathan nodded as if the AI had addressed him personally. "Acknowledged. Initiate final sealing protocol. Alert all external teams to complete priority tasks and prepare for immediate entry." Final sealing protocol initiated. External teams notified. Countdown timer activated. T-20 minutes to complete habitat closure. Elena surveyed the space with a scientist's analytical eye. "Remarkable progress since my last visit. The air quality is excellent. Carbon dioxide levels? Currently 420 parts per million and stable," Jonathan replied. The bioregenerative system is partially online, supplemented by the chemical scrubbers. Full oxygen generation capacity will develop as the plant systems mature. Maya moved to one of the large interior windows that provided views into other sections of the habitat. Through the transparent panel, she could see an extensive vertical farming installation occupying an entire wall of the adjacent space, plants of various types growing in precisely arranged hydroponic systems illuminated by specialized LED arrays. "The garden is beautiful," she commented, genuinely impressed by the integration of functionality and aesthetics. The carefully arranged plants created a living tapestry of greens interspersed with the occasional bright color of developing fruits or vegetables. "It's not just beautiful, it's essential," Jonathan explained, joining her at the window. The plant selection is precisely calibrated to provide optimal oxygen generation, air purification, and nutritional variety. The snake plants and spider plants are particularly efficient oxygen producers, while the leafy greens provide critical nutrients with minimal growing space. A slight tremor ran through the structure as a particularly strong gust of wind struck the exterior. Though barely perceptible, it reminded them of the intensifying storm outside. "We should complete your orientation quickly," Jonathan said, checking his specialized watch. "You'll need to know essential systems and emergency protocols before the storm reaches full intensity." He led them through the common area toward a corridor that branched into several directions. Living quarters are arranged along this hallway. Each personal pod contains sleeping area, storage, and workspace. Bathrooms are shared, located at intervals along the corridor. He opened the door to one of the pods, revealing a compact but thoughtfully designed space approximately 18 square meters in size. Despite its small dimensions, clever design maximized functionality without creating a sense of confinement. "This will be your room, Maya," he indicated. The bed incorporates a comfort system that adjusts to your body's pressure points. Storage is built into the walls with specialized compartments for different categories of belongings. The desk can reconfigure for various activities. Maya entered the space, noting the neutral color palette with accent walls that could be personalized, the high-efficiency lighting designed to mimic natural spectrum, and the small window that looked out toward the garden section. Though smaller than her bedroom at home, the space felt welcoming rather than claustrophobic. "What about privacy?" she asked, noticing the absence of conventional locks on the door. "Each pod has privacy settings controlled from this panel." Jonathan demonstrated a small touchscreen beside the door. "You can indicate do not disturb status, though emergency overrides exist for safety. Acoustic insulation exceeds commercial standards, STC 55 rating." Another more pronounced vibration ran through the structure, followed by the sound of distant thunder. "We should continue quickly," Elena suggested. "The storm is intensifying." Jonathan nodded in agreement. "Your quarters are next door, Elena." Essentially identical configuration with minor variations in layout. They moved efficiently through the habitat, Jonathan pointing out essential features while focusing on critical information over details that could wait for later. "This is the technical room," he indicated a sealed doorway with restricted access markings. "Primary life support, electrical, and water processing systems are housed here. Only David and I have full access for safety reasons, though emergency protocols allow override if necessary." They continued to a section containing kitchen facilities, compact but equipped with energy-efficient appliances and storage systems. "Food preparation is designed for maximum efficiency with minimal resource usage," Jonathan explained. "The induction cooking surface uses 60% less energy than conventional electric. Water usage is automatically optimized. Food preservation systems include vacuum sealing and modified atmosphere storage to extend shelf life." Maya examined the kitchen with interest. It's less primitive than I expected. I thought we'd be eating rehydrated survival rations or something. Jonathan almost smiled, a brief relaxation of his intense focus. The habitat is designed for long-term occupancy with attention to psychological well-being. Proper food preparation and shared meals are important components of maintaining normalcy despite external circumstances. The distant rumble of thunder was growing more frequent, punctuating their tour with audible reminders of the approaching storm. David is coordinating the final exterior preparations, Jonathan noted, checking his communication device. The last construction teams are completing critical installations before seeking shelter. What about the people who helped build this? Maya asked. Where are they going? The core construction team has accommodations in the secondary structures, Jonathan explained. Hardened bunkers with basic life support and provisions for approximately 30 days. After the acute phase passes, they'll evacuate to designated safe locations. The ethical implications of this arrangement: their small family protected in the state-of-the-art habitat while even those who helped build it had substantially lesser shelter, clearly troubled Maya. Jonathan noted her expression. The habitat was designed for 4 occupants, Maya. Its systems are calibrated precisely for that number. We couldn't safely accommodate more without compromising essential functions. His tone was factual rather than defensive. The secondary shelters provide adequate protection for the initial phase, allowing the construction team time to reach more sustainable locations afterward. Before Maya could respond, ARIA's voice interrupted. Alert, external meteorological conditions deteriorating rapidly. Wind speed exceeding 70 miles per hour with gusting to 85. Barometric pressure continuing to drop. Tornadic activity detected within 50-mile radius and approaching. Jonathan immediately activated a large wall display that had been dormant. It illuminated to show multiple data feeds, weather radar, structural integrity monitoring, external camera views, and status indicators for all major habitat systems. The radar display showed an ominous pattern: massive storm cells organized along visible lines that corresponded with the magnetic flux disturbances. Within these cells, rotation patterns indicated multiple developing tornadic systems. The magnetic field disruption is creating ideal conditions for extreme weather formation, Elena observed, her climatologist's expertise evident. The upper atmosphere heating patterns are unlike anything in historical records. Exactly as the models predicted, Jonathan confirmed. The destabilization of jet streams and atmospheric boundaries directly correlates with magnetic flux lines. The external camera feeds showed the worsening conditions outside, trees bending almost horizontally in the wind, rain so heavy it appeared as solid sheets rather than individual drops. The sky darkened to premature night despite being mid-afternoon. Final exterior teams reporting task completion, ARIA announced. All personnel proceeding to designated shelter locations. Exterior habitat access points securing. Jonathan activated his communication link. David, status report. David's voice came through with notable static interference. Last teams clearing the exterior now. Anchoring system hydraulics at full pressure. Final shell sections secured. I'm heading to the main entrance now with Zhang and 2 technical specialists. Acknowledged. We'll meet you at the entry bay. They moved quickly back through the habitat toward the main entrance where they had initially arrived. As they walked, Jonathan provided essential information about emergency protocols. If structural integrity is threatened, ARIA will direct us to the designated safe room in the habitat core. It has reinforced construction and independent life support capacity for 72 hours. In case of atmospheric contamination, breathing apparatus is located at intervals throughout all corridors, marked with yellow indicators. The entry bay was a scene of controlled urgency as they arrived. The final exterior team was moving through decontamination procedures while technicians secured the massive outer door that would complete the habitat's ceiling. David spotted them and approached, his expression showing strain but professional composure. Exterior shell completion verified. All critical systems secured for storm conditions. Anchoring system at standby status, ready for immediate deployment if wind speeds exceed threshold parameters. Excellent work, Jonathan acknowledged. Zhang? The environmental systems specialist looked up from her tablet. Life support fully operational on internal cycle. External air intake sealed and secured. Water collection systems in storm capture configuration to maximize harvesting from precipitation. Final exterior door sealing in progress, announced a technician from the entry control station. Pressure differential stabilizing. Habitat achieving fully enclosed status in 3, 2, 1, sealed. Confirmation positive. The habitat is now in self-contained operational mode. A subtle change in the background sounds accompanied this announcement, the distant howling of the wind now muffled by the completed exterior shell. The environmental systems taking on a more prominent presence in the acoustic landscape as external sounds diminished. "Aria, full systems report," Jonathan requested. The AI's calm voice responded immediately, "All primary systems operational. Power generation at 68% capacity with wind turbines in storm-responsive mode. Solar collection minimal due to atmospheric conditions. Battery storage at 94% capacity. Life support functioning within optimal parameters. Structural integrity at 100%. Water systems fully operational with collection in active mode. Security systems engaged." Jonathan nodded with satisfaction. "Initiate Storm Protocol Alpha. Continuous monitoring of all structural stress points. Automatic deployment of anchoring system if wind speeds exceed 150 miles per hour sustained or 180 miles per hour gusting. Storm Protocol Alpha initiated," Aria confirmed. Anchoring system on standby alert. Monitoring active on all structural stress points. Elena approached one of the monitoring stations, studying the weather data with professional interest. "The barometric pressure is still dropping. We're seeing readings comparable to a Category 5 hurricane, but the wind pattern organization is more typical of a severe supercell thunderstorm system." "Hybrid characteristics," Jonathan agreed. "The magnetic disruption is creating weather patterns without historical precedent, combining elements of different storm types into novel formations." Maya watched the external camera feeds with growing concern. The winds had increased noticeably even in the few minutes since they had entered the habitat, trees now bending to nearly 45-degree angles. The rain had taken on a peculiar horizontal motion that seemed almost independent of the wind direction in some areas. "Is that normal?" she asked, pointing to one of the displays where a strange luminous quality had appeared in the atmosphere. Jonathan and Elena both turned to observe the phenomenon. "St. Elmo's fire," Elena identified. "Electrical discharge in the atmosphere due to extreme ionization. Another effect of the magnetic field disruption. The ionosphere is becoming increasingly unstable," Jonathan added. "As the magnetic field weakens, charged particles that would normally be deflected are entering the upper atmosphere, creating electrical potentials far beyond typical conditions." A particularly violent gust struck the habitat, creating a brief harmonic vibration throughout the structure. David immediately checked the structural monitoring displays. "Exoskeleton responding as designed," he reported. "Load distribution functioning optimally. Stress indicators all within normal parameters." "This is just the beginning," Jonathan observed, studying the approaching weather patterns on the radar display. "The core of the system is still approximately 30 minutes from our location. Wind speeds will increase significantly as it approaches. A small group of the remaining technical staff had gathered around the monitoring stations, their expressions a mixture of professional focus and underlying concern. These were the specialists who had helped design and build the habitat, now witnessing firsthand the conditions it had been created to withstand. Dr. Francis, one of them, addressed Jonathan. The anchoring system hydraulic pressures are showing minor fluctuations in units 3 and 6. Within operational parameters, but worth monitoring. Jonathan examined the readouts. Compensate with increased pressure to units 2 and 5 to maintain balanced distribution. Continue monitoring for any progressive degradation. Maya moved to stand beside her father, watching as he worked with practiced efficiency, addressing emerging issues with calm authority. Despite years of viewing his work on the habitat as excessive preparation for an unlikely scenario, she now found herself profoundly grateful for his foresight and engineering precision. "I never really believed it would happen," she said quietly, not expecting a response. "All those years you were working on this, I thought." Jonathan glanced at her, his expression softening slightly. "I know. Most people couldn't accept the timeline. Even those who acknowledged the possibility of a magnetic reversal assumed it would unfold over centuries or millennia, not weeks." He returned his attention to the monitoring displays. The evidence was always there in the data, for those willing to look without preconceptions. Another violent gust struck the habitat, stronger than before, creating a more pronounced vibration and a faint creaking sound from the exoskeleton as it flexed to distribute the forces. Wind speeds now exceeding 90 miles per hour sustained, gusting to 105, ARIA reported. Barometric pressure continues to decrease. Tornadic rotation intensifying with an approaching storm system. "We should move to the central common area," Jonathan decided. "Better structural protection and access to all emergency systems if needed." As they made their way back through the corridors of the habitat, Maya noticed that her father had positioned himself between her and the exterior walls, a subtle, protective gesture that touched her unexpectedly. Despite his focus on technical systems and engineering solutions, the underlying motivation for the entire project was fundamentally personal. Protecting his family from a threat he had identified long before others would acknowledge it. The common area had transformed in their absence, with monitoring displays now active on several walls showing the same data feeds they had observed in the entry bay. The weather radar displayed the approaching storm system with its complex organization of cells and rotation patterns. "Aria, project the storm's movement with current trajectory," Jonathan requested. The main display updated to show the storm system's predicted path over the next hour. The most intense portion, a massive supercell with pronounced rotation, was heading directly toward their location. Tornado formation likely within next 15 minutes based on current atmospheric conditions, ARIA assessed. Probability 87% for EF3 or stronger tornado development. Direct impact on habitat location possible. Maya felt a cold weight settle in her stomach at this clinical analysis. She had experienced severe thunderstorms before, even tornado warnings, but always from the perspective of conventional shelter, basements or interior rooms in standard buildings. The idea of facing a tornado in an experimental structure, regardless of its advanced engineering, was terrifying. Elena moved to stand beside her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The habitat was specifically designed to withstand tornadic conditions, Maya. Your father's models included wind speeds far beyond typical tornado classifications. The exoskeleton's triangulated spaceframe distributes forces along optimal pathways, David added, noticing Maya's concern. Unlike conventional buildings with vulnerable roof structures and load-bearing walls, the geodesic design has no weak points. Forces are distributed evenly throughout the entire structure. And if the winds get too extreme, we have the anchoring system, Jonathan concluded. 6 hydraulic drills that deploy into the bedrock, securing the habitat against even the most violent winds. These explanations, focusing on the engineering rather than the danger, helped calm Maya's rising anxiety. This was her father's element, calculating forces, designing solutions, preparing for contingencies. If anyone could create a structure to survive what was coming, it was Jonathan Francis. A low, continuous rumble became audible even through the habitat's substantial insulation, the sound of the approaching storm intensifying to levels rarely experienced in nature. "Here it comes," Elena said quietly, her scientific interest momentarily overcoming concern. The leading edge of the main cell, the external camera feeds showed an apocalyptic scene. The daylight had diminished to an eerie twilight despite being mid-afternoon. The rain now moved in patterns that defied normal physics, swirling and shifting direction rapidly. The trees at the perimeter of the clearing bent almost to the ground under the force of the wind. And on the horizon, visible despite the rain and diminished light, a darker shape was forming. A massive wall cloud with visible rotation, the classic precursor to tornado formation. Wall cloud developing approximately 3 miles southwest of our position, Aria reported. Rotation intensifying. Doppler radar indicating wind speeds exceeding 120 miles per hour within the mesocyclone. Jonathan moved to the main control console, his expression focused but not alarmed. Aria, deploy anchoring system to stage 1 configuration. Partial extension, standby status. Anchoring system deploying to stage 1, the AI confirmed. Hydraulic pressure building. Extension sequence initiated. A deep mechanical sound emanated from beneath them as the massive drill systems began their initial deployment. Maya could feel a subtle vibration through the floor as the powerful hydraulic motors engaged. Stage 1 deployment complete, Aria reported after a moment. All 6 anchor points at partial extension, secured for immediate full deployment if required. What's the difference between stage 1 and full deployment? Maya asked, trying to focus on technical details to manage her growing anxiety. Stage 1 extends the anchoring mechanisms approximately 2 meters into the ground, creating initial stability, David explained. Full deployment sends them up to 50 meters into the bedrock, essentially transforming the habitat into an extension of the underlying geology. On the external displays, the wall cloud had developed further, now showing a distinctive lowering at its center, the beginning of funnel formation. The wind had intensified still further, the few objects visible outside now moving horizontally through the air, branches, debris, and even what appeared to be sections of metal roofing from distant structures. Tornado forming, Aria announced with the same calm tone used for all communications. Current track indicates 74% probability of direct impact on habitat location. Estimated time to impact, 7 minutes 30 seconds. Jonathan's expression remained focused rather than concerned. Aria, initiate full protection protocols. Alert occupants to prepare for potential extreme conditions. Full protection protocols initiated, confirmed the AI. All occupants, please move away from exterior walls and windows. Locate nearest safety harness station and prepare for potential deployment recommendation. Structural integrity monitoring shifted to maximum sensitivity. Along the walls of the common area, panels opened to reveal safety harnesses designed to secure occupants during extreme conditions. Jonathan directed everyone toward these stations. Precautionary measure, he explained. The habitat is designed to maintain structural integrity even under EF5 tornado conditions, but personal security harnesses provide additional safety if sudden decompression or extreme motion occurs. Maya allowed her father to help her into one of the harnesses. which resembled a sophisticated climbing harness connected to a flexible but extremely strong tether system integrated into the habitat's primary structure. The harness allows movement within a defined radius but prevents dangerous displacement if the habitat experiences sudden pressure changes or extreme motion, Jonathan continued. Checking the connections. Similar to aircraft safety systems but designed for much more extreme conditions. Outside, the funnel cloud had fully formed and was now reaching toward the ground, a massive, rotating column of cloud and debris descending from the wall cloud with frightening speed. The external light had diminished further, creating an unnatural darkness punctuated by near-continuous lightning. Tornado touchdown confirmed, ARIA reported. EF3 intensity based on measured wind speeds. Current track maintaining toward habitat location. Impact imminent. David checked the structural monitoring displays with intense focus. Exoskeleton stress indicators still within designed parameters. Primary shell integrity at 100%. The sound had changed outside, the howling wind transforming into something more continuous and ominous, a deep roaring that penetrated even the habitat's substantial insulation. The noise was unlike anything Maya had experienced before, primordial and terrifying. ARIA, deploy anchoring system to full extension, Jonathan ordered. Maximum hydraulic pressure. Full anchoring system deployment initiated, the AI responded. Extending to maximum depth. Hydraulic systems at 100% capacity. The mechanical sounds from below intensified as the massive drills began their full extension, boring deep into the bedrock beneath the habitat. Maya could feel the vibration through the floor, surprisingly powerful despite the dampening systems designed to isolate the living spaces from mechanical operations. On the external cameras, the tornado was now clearly visible, a massive, churning vortex of cloud, rain, and debris approaching their location with implacable force. The trees at the edge of the clearing were not merely bending now but being torn from the ground, their root systems exposed briefly before they were swept away into the maelstrom. Full anchor deployment complete, ARIA announced. All 6 anchor points secured at maximum depth. Tension calibration in progress to optimize resistance. The habitat seemed to settle slightly as the anchors reached their full extension, connecting the structure firmly to the underlying bedrock. Maya felt a momentary sense of increased stability, quickly overtaken by renewed anxiety as the tornado approached the outer structures of the complex. The first support building, a storage facility for construction materials, disintegrated on camera. Its roof tearing away in seconds before the walls collapsed and the entire structure was pulled into the vortex. The scene had a surreal quality, like watching a special effect rather than actual destruction. External support structures not designed for tornadic conditions, Jonathan noted clinically. Expected losses. All essential materials and equipment already transferred to secure storage. The tornado's outer circulation reached the habitat moments later. The effect was immediate and dramatic, a sudden increase in the sounds of wind against the exterior shell. The entire structure humming with transmitted energy as the powerful forces interacted with its geometric design. Initial impact of outer circulation, David reported, watching the structural monitors. Stress indicators responding within expected parameters. Load distribution functioning correctly. Maya gripped the safety rail beside her harness station, her knuckles white. Despite the technical reassurances, the experience of being inside a structure directly impacted by a tornado was profoundly unsettling. The habitat vibrated continuously now, accompanied by creaking sounds as the exoskeleton flexed to distribute the wind forces. Anchoring system maintaining integrity, ARIA reported. All connection points secure, hydraulic pressure stable. The main display showed the tornado's core approaching their position with frightening speed, the vortex now fully mature and exhibiting the characteristics of a strong EF3 or possibly EF4 tornado. The external cameras struggled to maintain clear images through the combination of rain, flying debris, and diminished light. "Prepare for core impact," Jonathan instructed, his voice remaining remarkably steady. "Aria, engage additional structural reinforcement protocols." Structural reinforcement protocols engaged, the AI confirmed. Secondary bracing elements activated. Power systems switched to protected mode. The noise outside increased to almost unbearable levels as the tornado's core approached, a continuous roaring punctuated by crashes and impacts as debris struck the habitat's exterior shell. The vibration intensified, the entire structure now moving perceptibly as it responded to the extreme forces being applied. Then the core hit. The experience defied description, a combination of sound, motion, and pressure changes that seemed to affect Maya's entire body rather than just her senses. The habitat flexed more dramatically, the exoskeleton audibly creaking as it distributed the massive forces being applied to its exterior. The air pressure inside the common area fluctuated noticeably despite the environmental control system's efforts to maintain stability. "Core impact confirmed," Aria announced, the AI's calm voice a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Wind speeds measuring in excess of 185 miles per hour. Structural integrity holding at 97% of optimal. Minor stress concentrations detected at nodes 47 and 83. David immediately checked the identified nodes on the structural display. Within acceptable parameters. The space frame is distributing the load correctly. A particularly violent gust struck the habitat from an oblique angle, creating a brief swaying motion that caused Maya to grip her safety rail tighter. The sensation was similar to being on a ship in heavy seas, a rhythmic movement that was unsettling but not panicked. Lateral force application, Jonathan identified clinically. The anchoring system is compensating correctly. Notice the counter pressure being applied by units 2 and 5. On the engineering displays, Maya could see indicators showing how the computerized control systems were adjusting hydraulic pressures at different anchor points, actively countering the forces being applied to the habitat to maintain its position and structural integrity. The tornado's core enveloped them completely now, the external cameras showing nothing but a gray-brown churning mass occasionally illuminated by lightning flashes. The sound had transformed into a continuous roaring punctuated by impacts as debris struck the exterior shell. "Listen to that," David said with professional appreciation despite the circumstances. "The shell is performing exactly as designed. Impact absorption with minimal energy transfer to the primary structure." Maya found herself developing a strange calm despite the terrifying conditions. The habitat was responding exactly as her father had designed it to, the years of engineering calculations and material science now being validated in the most extreme real-world test imaginable. "How long will the tornado last?" she asked, her voice steadier than she would have expected. "Typical strong tornadoes maintain core intensity for 5 to 10 minutes at any given location," Elena explained, her climatologist's knowledge providing context. However, given the unusual formation conditions created by the magnetic anomalies, this system may exhibit atypical behavior. "Aria, project tornado path and duration based on current data," Jonathan requested. The main display updated to show the projected movement of the tornado relative to their position. Current analysis indicates tornado maintaining EF3-EF4 intensity for approximately 12 to 15 minutes at current location before progressing northeastward, the AI reported. Overall supercell system expected to maintain tornadic potential for approximately 3 hours as it moves through the region. Another violent impact struck the habitat, this one notably stronger than previous debris strikes. The structure responded with a more pronounced flexing motion, followed by a warning indicator on one of the monitoring displays. Impact damage detected on exterior shell panel 37, ARIA reported. Outer layer compromised. Self-healing protocol engaged. Middle layer impact absorption functioning correctly. No penetration to inner layer. The self-healing polymer contains microencapsulated healing agents, Jonathan explained to Maya, noting her concerned expression. When damaged, the capsules rupture and release compounds that polymerize to repair the breach. The middle aluminum foam layer absorbs the impact energy, protecting the inner structural components. True to his explanation, the warning indicator changed from red to yellow within moments, indicating that the self-healing process had successfully addressed the damage. Self-healing completed at 87% efficacy, ARIA confirmed. Panel integrity sufficient under current conditions. Secondary inspection scheduled when external conditions permit. The storm continued to batter the habitat with unrelenting force, but as minutes passed with the structure maintaining its integrity, Maya found her anxiety gradually being replaced by a sense of amazement at what her father had created. The ultimate habitat was withstanding forces that would have destroyed conventional buildings many times over. Tornado core beginning to shift position, ARIA announced after what seemed like an eternity but had been approximately 11 minutes according to the chronometer display. Northeastern movement detected. Wind speeds beginning to decrease at habitat location. The external camera feeds began to show subtle changes, the uniform gray-brown mass occasionally broken by moments of slightly improved visibility as the core of the vortex began to move away from their position. Structural integrity maintained throughout core impact, David reported with evident satisfaction. Maximum stress recorded at 82% of designed tolerances. The exoskeleton performed exactly as calculated. Anchoring system successful at all connection points, added another engineer monitoring that system. Maximum hydraulic pressure required was 87% of capacity. No evidence of anchor point slippage or degradation. Jonathan nodded with quiet satisfaction, though his focus remained on the monitoring systems rather than celebration. ARIA, maintain full anchoring deployment until wind speeds decrease below 100 miles per hour sustained. Continue structural integrity monitoring at maximum sensitivity. Acknowledged, the AI responded. Current wind speeds measuring 140 miles per hour and decreasing as tornado core moves northeastward. Estimated 17 minutes until wind speeds fall below 100 miles per hour threshold. Maya released her white-knuckled grip on the safety rail, flexing her fingers to restore circulation. That was. She searched for words adequate to describe the experience. A successful validation of the structural design under near worst-case conditions, Jonathan completed matter-of-factly, though a hint of pride was evident in his tone. The habitat performed within expected parameters despite tornado intensity exceeding initial projections. Elena moved to join them, removing her safety harness now that the most extreme conditions had passed. The atmospheric dynamics developing as a result of the magnetic field disruption are unprecedented, she observed. This tornado formed and intensified far more rapidly than conventional meteorological models would predict. The models I developed anticipated these accelerated formation patterns, Jonathan noted. The interaction between magnetic flux disturbances and atmospheric heating creates ideal conditions for extreme weather development along flux lines. On the external displays, visibility was gradually improving as the tornado moved further from their position, though conditions remained severe by any normal standard. The wind still howled around the habitat at speeds exceeding hurricane force, and rain continued to lash the exterior in horizontal sheets. Secondary supercell forming approximately 30 miles southwest of our position, ARIA reported. Similar rotation characteristics observed. Probability of additional tornadic activity, 62%. The habitat will withstand it, Jonathan stated with absolute confidence. Now that we've confirmed performance under direct impact conditions, we can optimize response protocols for subsequent events. Maya looked at her father with new appreciation. His obsession with the Habitat project, which had often taken him away from family life and had seemed excessive to her for years, had just saved their lives. The structure he had designed and built when others dismissed his concerns had protected them through conditions that would have been fatal in conventional shelter. "Thank you," she said simply. "For building this. For knowing what was coming when nobody would listen." Jonathan met his daughter's gaze, a rare moment of open emotion crossing his features. "Family has always been the core purpose, Maya. Everything else, the engineering, the science, the preparation, was in service to that central motivation." For perhaps the first time, Maya truly understood her father, not just as the brilliant, sometimes distant engineer, but as a man driven by love and protective instinct to build something extraordinary when faced with extraordinary threat. Outside, the storm continued its violent progress across the landscape, transforming the world they had known. Inside the ultimate habitat, they had found not just physical safety but a new understanding of each other as family. Chapter 7. The first test. The aftermath of the tornado revealed a transformed landscape. As dawn broke the following day, the external cameras showed widespread devastation surrounding the habitat. Trees sheared off at varying heights, support structures reduced to scattered debris. The land itself reshaped by the powerful winds and heavy rainfall. Maya stood at one of the observation windows in the common area, surveying the scene with a mixture of awe and distress. The familiar forest that had surrounded the habitat site when they arrived was now an alien landscape of broken trees and accumulated debris. The tornado was officially classified as an EF4, David reported, joining her at the window. Based on damage assessment and the wind speed measurements from our external sensors, sustained winds exceeded 185 miles per hour at peak intensity, and more are forming? Maya asked, recalling ARIA's report about secondary supercells developing in the region. David nodded grimly. The magnetic disruption is creating ideal conditions for severe weather along flux lines. We've tracked 5 additional tornadic systems within a 100-mile radius since yesterday, with more developing further south. It's unprecedented, like Tornado Alley conditions on steroids, without the normal geographical limitations. Jonathan appeared from the technical room where he had been conducting a comprehensive assessment of all habitat systems following the tornado's impact. Structural integrity confirmed at 98.7% of baseline, he announced. Minor damage to the exterior shell has been addressed by the self-healing components, with repairs continuing automatically. Environmental systems maintained functionality throughout the event without interruption. The anchoring system performed beautifully, David added. Exactly as designed, despite forces exceeding our initial stress test parameters. Jonathan acknowledged this with a brief nod. We've received communications from several of the off-site team members. Most reached their designated shelter locations before the worst conditions developed. 2 vehicles were disabled by wind damage during evacuation, but personnel continued on foot and have reported reaching safe locations. Maya felt a surge of relief at this news, having worried about the construction teams who had worked so hard to complete the habitat before the disaster struck. What about Captain Reynolds and his crew? Did they make it to the aircraft hangar? Confirmed, Jonathan replied. The hangar sustained damage but remained structurally sound. The aircraft is secure and undamaged. They're maintaining position there until conditions permit safe departure. Elena entered from the monitoring station where she'd been analyzing atmospheric data collected during the tornado event. The barometric pressure readings were extraordinary, comparable to the most intense Atlantic hurricanes but concentrated in a much smaller area. The rapid pressure fluctuations created force vectors we don't typically see in conventional tornado systems. Another consequence of the magnetic field disruption, Jonathan noted. The models predicted these hybrid storm characteristics, combining elements of tropical cyclones and mesocyclone systems into novel formations. Maya turned from the window. So this is just the beginning? We'll face more tornadoes and other severe weather patterns, Jonathan confirmed. The models project rotating storm systems continuing to form along magnetic flux lines as the field degradation progresses. Additionally, as the ionosphere becomes increasingly unstable, we'll see intensification of electrical storm activity, lightning of unprecedented frequency and power. As if to emphasize his point, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the landscape outside, followed almost immediately by a crash of thunder that vibrated through the habitat despite its substantial insulation. The strike density is already exceeding anything in recorded meteorological history, Elena observed. We're measuring over 100 cloud-to-ground strikes per square kilometer per hour in active cells. Normal severe thunderstorms might produce 10 to 15 strikes in the same area and timeframe. ARIA, report on power generation status, Jonathan requested. Power generation currently at 43% of capacity, the AI responded. Wind turbines operating in protected mode due to excessive wind speeds. Solar collection at 12% of optimal due to atmospheric opacity. Battery storage at 91% capacity, sufficient for 4 days of operation at current consumption levels. The wind turbines are designed to continue functioning in high winds? Maya asked, having noticed the vertical axis structures continuing to rotate despite the storm conditions. Yes, though at reduced capacity, Jonathan explained. Conventional horizontal axis turbines require shutdown in high winds to prevent damage. Our vertical axis helical Deroux design with variable pitch blades can continue operating in wind speeds up to 55 meters per second, about 124 miles per hour, by adjusting blade orientation to manage rotational speed. David gestured toward the technical displays. We're actually generating substantial power from the current wind conditions, just not at optimal efficiency. The design prioritizes survival over maximum generation during extreme events. The habitat's common area had become the central monitoring station since the tornado's impact, with displays showing continuous updates on both internal systems and external conditions. The technical staff moved efficiently between stations, maintaining the habitat's functions while analyzing the performance data from the tornado encounter. I'd like to conduct an exterior inspection when conditions permit, David said to Jonathan. Visual confirmation of shell integrity and anchoring system performance. Jonathan checked the exterior monitoring feeds. Current wind speeds still exceed safety thresholds for external activity. ARIA, project a window of opportunity based on current weather patterns. The main display updated to show a weather projection timeline. Weather modeling indicates a potential reduction in wind intensity between 15:30 and 16:45 today, the AI reported. Wind speeds projected to decrease to 35 to 40 miles per hour during this period before intensifying again as the next frontal boundary approaches. Schedule the inspection for that window, Jonathan decided. Minimum personnel, maximum safety protocols, emergency recall capability if conditions deteriorate unexpectedly. What about radiation levels? Elena asked, addressing a concern that had remained in the background during the immediate tornado crisis. Jonathan brought up the relevant monitoring display. External radiation measurements showing steady increase as expected. Currently at 2 3 times normal background levels, not immediately dangerous but confirming the degradation of the magnetosphere's shielding effect. He indicated another set of readings. Internal measurements remain at normal background levels, confirming the effectiveness of our radiation shielding. The habitat's boron carbide composite panels and polyethylene lithium hydride matrix are specifically designed to block both gamma radiation and neutron flux, David elaborated for Maya's benefit. As the Earth's magnetic field continues to weaken, more cosmic radiation and solar particles will reach the surface. Our shielding will become increasingly important. Maya absorbed this information, the reality of their situation becoming clearer. The tornado had been a dramatic but ultimately localized threat. The radiation exposure represented a more persistent, invisible danger that would only increase as the magnetic field continued to deteriorate. "When will it be dangerous to go outside?" she asked. "We're continuously monitoring radiation levels," Jonathan replied. "Based on current progression rates, exposure during brief exterior activities should remain within acceptable limits for approximately 7 to 10 days. After that, extended exterior presence will require specialized protection. Eventually, as the field approaches minimum strength, exterior exposure will be limited to emergency situations only, with full protective equipment." The habitat suddenly vibrated as another powerful lightning strike occurred nearby, the thunder following instantly. "Strike detected approximately 120 meters from habitat," Arya reported. "Electrical systems experiencing surge protection activation. All functions nominal. The lightning protection system is multi-layered," Jonathan explained, noting Maya's startled expression. "External conductive paths channel strikes safely to ground while Faraday cage principles protect internal electronics. Additionally, all critical systems incorporate multiple levels of surge protection and electromagnetic shielding." Maya nodded, still adjusting to the reality of living in an environment where such protections were necessary rather than theoretical. The habitat's comprehensive engineering was impressive, but it also reinforced the severity of the conditions they were facing. "I'd like to help," she said suddenly. "I've been studying the habitat systems on my tablet, but I want to contribute actively. There must be tasks I can assist with." Jonathan considered this. "The hydroponics system requires careful monitoring during the establishment phase. Your background in biology from your advanced placement courses would be relevant to that work. Additionally, the environmental monitoring network generates substantial data that requires analysis, pattern recognition work that would benefit from your mathematical aptitude." "I'll start with the hydroponics," Maya decided. "When can I begin?" "Now, if you wish. Zhang can provide orientation to the system protocols." Jonathan seemed pleased by his daughter's initiative, though his expression remained characteristically reserved. "Contributing to habitat functions will be an important psychological factor for all of us. The structure is designed for active participation rather than passive shelter." As Maya departed with Zhang to begin learning the hydroponics systems, Elena moved closer to Jonathan, speaking quietly. "The magnitude of the weather disturbances is exceeding even your models, isn't it?" Jonathan nodded slightly. "The field degradation is progressing 17% faster than the most aggressive projection. Consequently, the atmospheric effects are intensifying more rapidly as well." He indicated one of the displays showing global weather patterns, where massive storm systems were visible organizing along visible magnetic flux lines across multiple continents. "What we're experiencing here is occurring worldwide, though with regional variations based on existing climate patterns, and the habitat." Elena asked, "Will it withstand what's coming if your most aggressive models are already being exceeded?" "The structural design incorporates significant safety margins beyond even worst-case projections," Jonathan assured her. The exoskeleton demonstrated only 82% stress utilization during direct tornado impact, indicating substantial reserve capacity. Life support, power, and water systems are similarly over-engineered. David joined them, having overheard the exchange. The real challenge isn't structural integrity or basic life support, he noted. It's the duration of the event. How long will we need to remain in the habitat before external conditions become survivable again? Jonathan's expression grew more grave. The models project minimum field strength occurring approximately 6 to 8 months from now, assuming current degradation rates. Recovery to levels permitting regular exterior activity without specialized protection could require an additional 4 to 12 months, depending on stabilization patterns. Up to 20 months in the habitat, Elena translated, the timeframe settling heavily between them. With limited exterior access after the acute phase passes, Jonathan qualified. But yes, we should prepare mentally for extended occupation measured in years rather than months. The implications of this assessment affected them all differently. For Jonathan, it represented validation of his preparations. The habitat had been designed specifically for this extended timeline. For Elena and David, both of whom had accepted the scientific evidence but perhaps not fully internalized the practical reality, it prompted a deeper reckoning with their new circumstances. We should establish formal scheduling for habitat operations, Elena suggested after a moment. Rotating responsibilities, clear delineation of technical roles, structured time for both work and leisure activities. The psychological aspects of extended confinement will become increasingly significant as time passes. Agreed, Jonathan said. ARIA has programming for suggested scheduling based on space mission protocols and Antarctic winter over research. We can adapt those frameworks to our specific personnel and facility. Another brilliant flash and immediate thunderboom interrupted their conversation, the habitat's structures vibrating with the proximity of the strike. Strike detected at perimeter fence, 85 meters from habitat, ARIA reported. Electrical surge suppression functioning normally. No system impacts detected. The storm is intensifying again, David observed, checking the weather radar. This pattern shows rotational characteristics. Another potential tornadic development approximately 15 miles southwest. Track its progression, Jonathan directed. Maintain anchoring system at ready status in case wind speeds exceed threshold parameters. He turned back to Elena. Regarding scheduling, I suggest you take primary responsibility for organizational structure. Your background in research team management is most relevant to our needs. Elena nodded, already mentally outlining how to structure life in the habitat for optimal functionality and psychological health. I'll draft a preliminary framework by tomorrow. We should incorporate Maya's input as well. She'll have valuable perspective as the youngest occupant with different needs and interests. Her interest in contributing to hydroponics is promising, Jonathan noted. Meaningful work with visible results will be important for everyone's psychological well-being. The conversation shifted to technical matters as David reported on the adjustments made to the habitat's systems based on data gathered during the tornado encounter. Small optimizations in power allocation, environmental control responses, and structural monitoring had already been implemented, with additional refinements planned as more analysis was completed. This continuous improvement process reflected the engineering philosophy embedded in the habitat's design, not a static structure but an evolving system capable of adaptation and optimization based on real-world performance data. In the hydroponics section, Maya was receiving a comprehensive orientation from Zhang Wei, the environmental systems specialist who had worked with Jonathan throughout the habitat's development. The system operates on nutrient film technique primarily, Zhang explained, indicating the shallow channels where plant roots grew in a thin film of nutrient-rich water. This maximizes efficiency in both water and nutrient usage while ensuring optimal oxygenation of the root systems. Maya examined the setup with genuine interest. The vertical growing surfaces utilized space efficiently, creating a productive garden in a relatively compact area. LED lighting arrays provided precisely tuned spectrum illumination, adjustable for different plant species and growth phases. Each plant has been selected for multiple functions, Zhang continued. For example, these snake plants and spider plants are particularly efficient oxygen producers, while also providing psychological benefits through their appearance. The leafy greens serve both air purification and nutritional roles, with harvest cycles staggered to ensure continuous production. How much of our food needs can the system provide? Maya asked, noting the careful arrangement of various edible plants throughout the growing area. At full production capacity, approximately 60 to 65% of caloric requirements for 4 adults, Zhang replied. Primarily in the form of fresh vegetables, fruits, and herbs. Supplemental nutrition comes from stored supplies and the protein production systems. She indicated a separate section where specialized enclosures house the habitat's alternative protein sources. The insect cultivation units produce mealworms and crickets with extremely high feed conversion efficiency. The mycoprotein chamber grows fungal proteins with meat-like textures. Together with the plant proteins from legumes and other high-protein crops, they provide complete nutritional profiles. Maya examined the protein production units with a mixture of scientific interest and mild squeamishness. I've never eaten insects before. Zhang smiled slightly. They're typically processed into forms similar to conventional protein sources, ground and shaped for familiar textures. In blind taste tests, most people cannot distinguish properly prepared insect protein from conventional meat products. She indicated a processing unit nearby. The system includes equipment for converting these protein sources into palatable forms. The tour continued through the various subsystems that maintained the growing environment: water purification, nutrient mixing, atmospheric control, and pest management through biological controls rather than chemicals. Your primary responsibilities will include monitoring plant health indicators, harvesting mature crops according to the specified schedule, and assisting with propagation of new plants. Zhang explained. The system is substantially automated, but human observation remains superior for identifying subtle signs of health issues or optimization opportunities. Maya found herself genuinely engaged by the complexity and elegance of the system. The engineering precision reminded her of her father, but with a biological focus that aligned well with her own scientific interests. When can I start? She asked. Now, Zhang replied. Today's tasks include harvesting mature lettuce from Section 3, checking nutrient levels in the strawberry channels, and transplanting tomato seedlings to their final growing positions. As Maya began learning these practical tasks, she felt an unexpected sense of purpose emerging. The work was tangible and meaningful, contributing directly to their survival while connecting her to natural processes despite their hermetically sealed environment. Through the large windows separating the hydroponics area from the main habitat, she could see her father and David reviewing technical data on the main displays, their expressions focused and serious. Elena was working at another station, organizing what appeared to be scheduling information. They had all found their roles in this new reality with remarkable speed, applying their specific skills to the challenges of life in the habitat. Maya realized that her initial fears of boredom or confinement were being replaced by a growing appreciation for the complexity of their self-contained world and the meaningful contributions each person could make to its function. Outside, the storm continued to rage, lightning illuminating the devastated landscape in brief, brilliant flashes. Inside, protected by her father's engineering vision, Maya carefully transplanted a tomato seedling that would eventually provide food for their small community, a simple act of creation and continuity amidst a world in chaos. The projected window for exterior inspection arrived, and Jonathan led a small team consisting of himself, David, and one structural technician through the careful process of exiting the sealed habitat. Maya and Elena watched from the control room, monitoring both their progress and the weather conditions that could change rapidly. Exterior team, be advised. Wind conditions measuring 38 miles per hour with gusts to 45, Arya reported as they completed final preparations in the airlock. Barometric pressure continuing to fluctuate. Lightning activity within 5-mile radius. Recommended maximum exterior duration, 22 minutes. Jonathan acknowledged this information as they donned specialized protective gear, not full environmental suits, but advanced weather protection incorporating reinforced materials to resist flying debris and embedded communication systems to maintain contact with the habitat. Remember, this is verification only, he reminded the team. No repairs or adjustments unless critical to immediate integrity. Document everything for detailed analysis upon return. The exterior door opened with a pneumatic hiss, admitting a blast of wind and rain that momentarily disoriented them despite their preparation. The storm's intensity, experienced directly rather than through the habitat's substantial insulation, was shocking, a physical force that pushed against their bodies and created an omnipresent roaring that made communication difficult despite their headset systems. Move in clockwise pattern, Jonathan directed once they had all exited. Standard inspection points as briefed. Maintain visual contact at all times. From the monitoring station, Maya watched their progress through both the exterior cameras and the body cameras incorporated into their protective gear. The devastation surrounding the habitat was even more apparent from these direct perspectives, trees shattered like matchsticks. The ground littered with debris ranging from small branches to large sections of the support structures that had been destroyed by the tornado. The contrast is incredible, Elena commented beside her. Complete devastation around us, yet the habitat itself shows minimal exterior damage. On the monitors, Jonathan was examining one of the shell sections that had been struck by debris during the tornado, his camera showing the self-healing polymer's remarkable recovery. What had been a significant impact breach was now a slightly discolored area where the microencapsulated healing agents had released and polymerized to repair the damage. Self-healing efficacy approximately 92%, he reported, his voice partially obscured by wind noise despite the communication system. Impact site structurally sound. Middle layer compression visible but within designed parameters. David was examining one of the anchor points where the massive drill mechanism had extended from the habitat's base into the bedrock below. His camera showed the substantial hydraulic system and the reinforced connection point where it integrated with the habitat's primary structure. Anchor point 3 showing no signs of stress or displacement, he reported. Hydraulic seals intact, no fluid leakage observed. Connection to primary structure maintained full integrity throughout event. The inspection continued methodically despite the challenging conditions. The team documenting each critical component of the exterior system, the exoskeleton nodes where multiple triangulated beams connected, the shell sections most exposed to wind forces, the wind turbines that had continued functioning throughout the storm in protected mode. Remarkable, the structural technician commented, examining one of the turbine assemblies. Vertical axis design proved highly resistant to directional wind shifts. Automatic pitch adjustment maintained controlled rotation speed despite gusting conditions. Remaining exterior inspection time, 7 minutes, Arya announced through their communication systems. Weather conditions showing signs of deterioration. Wind speeds increasing to 42 miles per hour sustained. Complete priority checks and return to entry point, Jonathan directed. We've verified all critical components. As they worked their way back toward the airlock, David paused to examine an unexpected finding. A small monitoring device attached to the habitat's exterior that wasn't part of the original design. Jonathan, he called, focusing his camera on the device. Unidentified installation at junction 47A. Appears to be some form of sensor package, possibly communications enabled. Jonathan moved to his position, examining the device with focused attention. Not part of our systems, he confirmed. Recently installed based on mounting condition. No habitat penetration, attached to exterior surface only. A surveillance device? Elena asked over the communication link, having observed the discovery from the monitoring station. Possibly, Jonathan replied, his tone neutral despite the implications. No immediate threat to habitat integrity. We'll document but leave in place for now. Further analysis after return. The discovery cast a subtle shadow over the otherwise successful inspection. The presence of an unauthorized monitoring device raised questions about external awareness of the habitat and potential security concerns that hadn't been immediate priorities during the disaster. Response. Exterior team, return to entry point immediately, Arya interrupted with increased urgency. Weather conditions deteriorating rapidly. Wind speeds now 47 miles per hour and increasing. Lightning activity intensifying within 2-mile radius. The team completed their return to the airlock with increased haste, the worsening conditions evident in the strengthening wind and more frequent lightning. Once safely inside with the exterior door sealed, the decontamination process began, removing potential radioactive particles and other contaminants before re-entering the main habitat. Decontamination complete. No significant contamination detected. Radiation exposure during exterior activity within acceptable parameters, Arya reported as the interior door prepared to open. When they rejoined the others in the control room, removing their protective gear, the mood was mixed. Satisfaction with the habitat's performance confirmed by direct inspection. But concern about the discovered monitoring device. What do you think it is? Maya asked as Jonathan displayed close-up images of the device captured during the inspection. Advanced Environmental Monitoring Package, he assessed after careful examination of the images. Multiple sensors, compact power source, likely with data transmission capability. Not military grade, but sophisticated commercial technology. Installed by whom? Elena asked the obvious question. Jonathan's expression remained carefully neutral. Possibly one of the construction team members, acting independently. Several had appropriate access and opportunity during final exterior work. For what purpose? Maya pressed. Surveillance? But why? Information has value, David suggested. Especially now. Knowledge of a functional shelter with advanced capabilities would be extremely valuable in the current global situation. The device appears to be monitoring only, Jonathan noted. No interference with habitat systems, no structural penetration. Primarily gathering environmental data and possibly confirming habitat functionality. Should we remove it? Elena asked. Jonathan considered this carefully. Not immediately. Removing it would confirm our awareness and potentially prompt alternative approaches from whoever installed it. Better to understand its capabilities fully before deciding on a response. So someone knows we're here, surviving, Maya summarized, the implications settling uncomfortably. While the rest of the world. She didn't complete the thought, but they all understood the unspoken concern. Their privileged position, protected in the habitat while global systems collapsed, created potential security vulnerabilities as conditions outside deteriorated further. Arya, enhance external monitoring protocols, Jonathan directed. Continuous scanning for unauthorized approach or activity within sensor range. Establish regular sweeps for additional devices or intrusion attempts. Enhanced monitoring protocols established, the AI confirmed. Perimeter security systems active. Surveillance coverage optimized. Jonathan turned to address them all directly. The habitat includes comprehensive security features that haven't been fully activated yet, as they weren't immediate priorities during weather threat response. We'll implement appropriate measures based on this discovery, but without overreacting. Our primary focus remains habitat functionality and adaptation to changing external conditions. The practical, measured response was characteristic of Jonathan's approach, neither dismissing the potential threat nor allowing it to overshadow the more immediate challenges they faced. The habitat had been designed with multiple contingencies in mind, including security considerations during prolonged occupancy. Now, he continued, the inspection confirmed excellent structural performance during the tornado event. All critical systems maintained integrity despite forces exceeding design parameters in several categories. The self-healing exterior performed as intended, and the anchoring system proved fully effective. As they reviewed the detailed findings from the inspection, the immediate concern about the surveillance device gradually shifted to background awareness rather than acute focus. The habitat's impressive performance against the tornado, now confirmed through direct examination, provided reassurance about their safety through the continuing magnetic reversal process. Outside, the weather was deteriorating again as Aria had predicted, wind speeds increasing and lightning activity intensifying. Inside, protected by the habitat's comprehensive engineering, they began organizing for the longer-term challenges of extended occupancy, establishing routines, defining responsibilities, and adapting to their new reality as the world outside transformed in ways unprecedented in human experience. Chapter 8. Living in the New Normal. 3 weeks after the tornado, life in the ultimate habitat had developed its own rhythms and routines. The initial crisis response had evolved into a more sustainable pattern of daily operations, with each occupant finding their role within the small community. Maya stood in the hydroponics section, carefully harvesting mature lettuce leaves while leaving the plants intact to continue growing. Under her care, the garden had flourished, now producing a steady supply of fresh vegetables that formed an increasingly important component of their meals. The nutrient balance adjustments are working well, she noted to herself, examining the vibrant green leaves. Growth rate has increased 12% since implementation. Her father's engineering precision had clearly influenced her approach to the hydroponics system. Where initially she had followed Zhang's instructions exactly, she had gradually begun making her own observations and implementing small optimizations based on the plant's responses. Aria, update hydroponics log for section 3, she requested. Note increased growth rate following modified calcium-magnesium ratio. Flag for potential implementation in other growing sections pending continued positive results. Log updated, the AI confirmed. Observation noted and flagged for evaluation. Would you like to schedule a comparative analysis between sections 3 and 4? Yes, beginning tomorrow. Standard growth metrics at 24-hour intervals. This interaction exemplified how Maya had adapted to life in the habitat, embracing the scientific and technical aspects while finding unexpected satisfaction in the tangible results of her work. The hydroponics system had become her domain, a responsibility that gave structure to her days and a sense of contribution to their small community. Completing the harvest, she carefully placed the gathered produce in a collection container and updated the inventory system. Resource management was meticulous within the habitat, every input and output tracked to maintain optimal system function. In the kitchen area, Elena was preparing the evening meal, incorporating the fresh produce from previous harvests with carefully rationed stored supplies. Meal preparation had developed into an important ritual, a creative process that transformed their resource-conscious diet into something that maintained not just physical health but psychological well-being. Fresh harvest, Maya announced, entering with the container of greens. The red leaf lettuce is especially good this cycle. Elena examined the produce with appreciation. Beautiful. This will pair perfectly with the protein preparation from yesterday. She indicated a bowl containing what appeared to be ground meat but was actually processed mycoprotein from the fungal cultivation chamber. David has managed to improve the texture significantly with his latest processing adjustments. The careful euphemisms they used for the alternative protein sources had become something of an inside joke. Though they all understood the practical necessity and nutritional benefits of the insect and fungal proteins, maintaining certain familiar conventions about food helped normalize their circumstances. "Where's Dad?" Maya asked, washing the harvested greens in the water-efficient sink system. "Technical room with David. They're implementing upgrades to the power distribution system based on usage patterns from the past weeks." Elena checked a precisely measured amount of spice into the protein preparation. "The habitat is still evolving. Your father continues to refine systems based on actual occupancy data rather than theoretical projections." This ongoing optimization process had been a constant feature of habitat life. Jonathan approached the structure not as a finished creation but as a continuously improving system, adjustable based on real-world performance and changing conditions. External conditions update, Arya announced through the habitat's communication system. Radiation levels continuing to increase at projected rates. Current external measurement 7.8 times normal background levels. Wind conditions moderated to 25 miles per hour sustained. Barometric pressure relatively stable for past 12 hours. No immediate severe weather threats identified within sensor range. These regular updates had become part of the background rhythm of their lives, constant reminders of the hostile conditions outside that necessitated their sanctuary. The increasing radiation levels were particularly concerning, confirming the continued deterioration of Earth's magnetic field and its diminishing protection against cosmic and solar radiation. 7 weeks since we arrived, Elena noted, continuing her meal preparation. Your father's models projected the acute phase of the magnetic reversal lasting 6 to 8 months. We're still in the early stages. The time reference startled Maya slightly. In the regulated environment of the habitat, with its carefully maintained lighting cycles and consistent temperatures, the passage of time sometimes became abstract. Days blended together, marked more by scheduled activities than natural rhythms. "Does it seem longer or shorter to you?" she asked her mother. Elena considered the question thoughtfully. "Both, depending on the moment. The crisis period with the tornado and initial adaptation felt endless while we were experiencing it. Now that we've established routines, time passes more predictably, though without the natural seasonal cues we're accustomed to." The conversation was interrupted by Jonathan and David's return from the technical room. Both men discussing power allocation adjustments with the focused attention to detail that characterized their engineering work. "The usage patterns show clear optimization opportunities," Jonathan was saying. "By adjusting distribution timing to align with generation peaks, we can reduce battery cycling by approximately 17%, which extends overall system lifespan," David agreed. "Especially important given the projected occupancy duration." They paused upon entering the kitchen area, the technical discussion giving way to awareness of the meal preparation in progress. This transition between technical work and domestic life had become smoother over the weeks, but still sometimes created momentary conversational gaps. "Dinner in 20 minutes, Elena informed them. Maya's brought in a fresh harvest from hydroponics. Excellent, Jonathan acknowledged, examining the produce with genuine appreciation. The growth rates appear to be exceeding initial projections. Your care of the system is showing impressive results, Maya. Though delivered in his characteristically analytical tone, the compliment represented meaningful recognition from a father whose approval had always been valuable to Maya. Even when she had outwardly dismissed his habitat project as excessive. I implemented some nutrient ratio adjustments, she explained, unable to keep a note of pride from her voice. Calcium-magnesium balance specifically. The plants are responding well, especially the leafy greens. Innovative application, Jonathan noted with approval. The system was designed with adjustment capabilities precisely for this type of optimization. The family had settled into new interaction patterns in the habitat environment, finding common ground in the technical challenges and practical operations that maintained their self-contained world. Maya had discovered that her father was more accessible when discussions centered on systems and optimization, his natural element, than he had been during their previous life when work often took him away physically and mentally. David began setting the small dining table that occupied one corner of the common area. The ritual of shared meals had become an important social anchor in their habitat routine, a time when technical discussions were set aside in favor of more personal interaction. Aria, standard evening illumination progression, please, Elena requested as they prepared to eat. The habitat's lighting adjusted subtly, transitioning to a warmer spectrum that simulated late afternoon sunlight. These programmed lighting changes helped maintain circadian rhythms and created psychological differentiation between day and evening despite the artificially controlled environment. As they gathered around the table, the meal represented both practical necessity and social ritual, a chance to share experiences, discuss habitat operations, and maintain familial connections that became increasingly important in their confined circumstances. The atmospheric water generation exceeded projections today, David reported as they began eating. We collected nearly 30 liters, considerably above the expected 25-liter maximum. The external humidity levels must be higher than regional norms for this time of year. Another effect of the altered weather patterns, Elena confirmed. The disrupted jet streams are changing moisture distribution across the continent. Some regions are experiencing unprecedented drought while others see excessive rainfall. The habitat's water independence is one of its most critical features, Jonathan noted. Between atmospheric collection, rainwater harvesting, and recycling systems, we maintain substantial reserves despite usage. These conversations, blending technical assessment with practical implications, had become typical of their shared meals. The habitat itself was always a central character in their discussions, its performance, adaptations, and capabilities forming a common focus that united their otherwise diverse interests. After dinner, they moved to the common area where the evening routine typically included both individual activities and some form of shared experience. Jonathan often reviewed system performance data. Elena worked on her ongoing project to document the magnetic reversal effects. David engaged in structural optimization planning. And Maya divided her time between studying the extensive digital library and developing her own projects related to the hydroponics system. I've been thinking about expanding the herb section, Maya mentioned as they settled into their evening positions. The current varieties are growing well, but adding more diversity would improve meal options and potentially provide medicinal benefits as well. The eastern growing section has capacity for expansion, Jonathan noted. Aria can provide appropriate spectrum adjustments for different herb varieties. I've already selected candidates based on growth characteristics and utility, Maya explained, displaying a list on her tablet. Medicinal herbs like echinacea and valerian, additional culinary varieties like tarragon and chervil, and some flowering plants that serve both pollinator support and psychological benefit functions. Jonathan reviewed her selections with genuine interest. Well-considered choices. The integration of aesthetic and functional purposes aligns with the habitat's design philosophy. This exchange represented a significant evolution in their relationship. Before the disaster, Maya had often perceived her father's focus on the Habitat project as obsessive and disconnected from normal family life. Now, sharing his created environment and contributing meaningfully to its operation, she had developed new appreciation for his vision and engineering precision. The evening continued with its established rhythm, periods of individual focus interspersed with conversation. All against the background sounds of the habitat's environmental systems and the occasional reminder of external conditions when particularly strong winds or lightning strikes made themselves felt. Despite the substantial insulation, I've been analyzing the global data feeds that remain accessible, Elena reported, looking up from her work. The patterns of infrastructure failure follow magnetic flux lines precisely, confirming your model's predictions, Jonathan. Power grid collapses began at higher latitudes and have progressed toward the equator as the field deterioration continues. Communications have become increasingly unreliable, David added. The specialized systems incorporated into the habitat maintain function, but conventional satellites are failing as radiation exposure exceeds their shielding capacity. What about other people? Maya asked, the question that frequently arose in her thoughts. Are there reports about how the general population is managing? A brief silence followed, all of them aware of the uncomfortable reality their protected position represented. Information is fragmented, Elena finally responded. Areas with robust infrastructure and lower initial impact are maintaining basic functions. Regions with less resilient systems have experienced cascading failures: power, water, transportation, communication. Government emergency responses appear overwhelmed by the scale and multiple simultaneous nature of the crises. The habitat's communication systems continue to monitor available frequencies, Jonathan added. We're receiving periodic emergency broadcasts and some civilian communications from areas with functioning equipment. The pattern suggests progressive adaptation where possible, catastrophic failure where necessary resources were unavailable. The unspoken recognition hung between them that their experience in the habitat represented an extraordinarily privileged position compared to the vast majority of humanity facing these conditions. Without specialized shelter or preparations. Could we help somehow? Maya asked. Share information about the habitat design or offer shelter to people nearby. Jonathan's expression remained carefully neutral, though his eyes reflected complex emotions. The habitat's life support systems are calibrated precisely for 4 occupants, Maya. Exceeding that number would compromise critical functions and potentially endanger everyone. As for sharing design information, the specialized materials and integration complexity make rapid reproduction impossible under current conditions. We can contribute most effectively by ensuring the habitat functions as designed, Elena added gently. Preserving knowledge and capabilities that will be essential during the recovery phase. Maya nodded, though the ethical weight of their situation remained uncomfortable. The logical understanding that they couldn't help everyone didn't fully alleviate the emotional awareness of their exceptional circumstances. Arya, evening entertainment options, please, David suggested, sensing the need for a shift in focus. The main display transitioned to show a menu of entertainment content maintained in the habitat's extensive digital library, films, music, educational programs, and interactive experiences designed to provide psychological relief from the confined environment. I vote for something completely unrelated to our current circumstances, Elena proposed. Perhaps a historical documentary or classic film? They settled on a nature documentary about ocean ecosystems, imagery of vast underwater environments providing a psychological counterbalance to their contained situation. The shared viewing experience created a temporary sense of normalcy, a familiar family activity transported into their extraordinary circumstances. Later that evening, as the habitat's lighting gradually dimmed to simulate sunset, Maya prepared for sleep in her personal pod. The small room had become genuinely her space over the weeks of occupancy, personal items carefully arranged, the walls customized with digital displays showing selected imagery. The bed adjusted to her preferences. "Aria, personal pod status," she requested, following the nightly routine that had developed. "Personal pod environmental parameters optimal," the AI reported. "Temperature 25 degrees Celsius as per your preference setting. Humidity 45%. Air quality excellent. Scheduled morning illumination progression will begin at 0700 hours. Thank you. Good night, Aria." "Good night, Maya. Sleep well." These interactions with the AI had initially felt strange but had gradually become comfortable, almost like speaking with another presence in the habitat. Though Maya understood that Aria was a sophisticated program rather than a conscious entity. The consistent voice and responsive nature of the system provided a sense of expanded social interaction in their limited community. As she settled into bed, Maya could hear the faint background sounds of the habitat's environmental systems, the subtle circulation of air, the occasional soft clicks and hums of equipment adjusting to maintain optimal conditions. These sounds had become as familiar and comforting as the natural ambient noises of their former home, a new normal that defined their existence. Outside, unseen but ever present in their awareness, the transformed world continued its chaotic evolution as Earth's magnetic field deteriorated further. Inside the ultimate habitat, protected by her father's engineering vision, Maya drifted toward sleep with the complex mixture of feelings that had become her constant companions: gratitude for their safety, concern for those without such protection, and growing appreciation for the remarkable self-contained world that had become their home. The habitat's systems continued their ceaseless operations, maintaining the delicate balance of conditions necessary for human survival in an increasingly hostile external environment. Jonathan's years of preparation, once viewed as excessive by many including his own daughter, had created this island of stability in a world transformed by the very disaster he had predicted when others wouldn't listen. Life in the ultimate habitat had established its new normal, a carefully calibrated existence where engineering precision, scientific understanding, and human adaptation combined to create sustainability amidst planetary chaos. For the Francis family and David, this engineered environment had become more than shelter. It was home, laboratory, and testament to human ingenuity in the face of unprecedented challenge. Chapter 9. Hurricane warning. 6 weeks into their occupation of the ultimate habitat, the morning routine had achieved a comfortable familiarity. Maya sat at the kitchen counter, reviewing hydroponics data on her tablet while enjoying a breakfast that included fresh strawberries from her carefully tended garden. "Production efficiency has increased by another 7%, she reported as Jonathan entered from the technical room where he had been conducting morning system checks. "The modified lighting cycle is showing measurable benefits for fruiting plants." Jonathan nodded with restrained approval. "Excellent adaptation. The system was designed with flexibility for exactly this type of optimization." This exchange, technical assessment replacing conventional morning pleasantries, had become their normal mode of interaction. Maya had discovered that engaging with her father through system performance and data analysis created a connection that seemed more authentic than their previous attempts at casual conversation. Environmental update, ARIA announced on the regular morning schedule. External temperature 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind speed 22 miles per hour from the southwest. Barometric pressure 29.87 inches and falling steadily. Radiation levels 11. 4 times normal background, consistent with projected magnetic field degradation. The steady increase in radiation measurements had become one of their most reliable indicators of the continuing magnetic reversal. Each day, the numbers climbed slightly higher, confirming the weakening of Earth's protective shield against cosmic and solar radiation. Elena joined them from the monitoring station, her expression unusually concerned. There's something significant developing in the weather patterns. Arya flagged it during the night, but it's becoming more pronounced. Show us, Jonathan requested. The main display activated, showing meteorological data from the habitat's monitoring network and the limited remaining satellite feeds. A massive weather system was forming over the Pacific Ocean, its structure unlike traditional storm patterns. It appears to be a hybrid system, Elena explained, her climatologist's expertise evident in her analysis. It has tropical cyclone characteristics, defined eye structure, rotational organization, but it's forming well outside normal hurricane development zones and showing energy levels that exceed standard classifications. Jonathan studied the display with focused attention. Another manifestation of the magnetic field disruption. The models predicted novel storm systems developing along flux lines as field deterioration progressed. What makes this particularly concerning, Elena continued, is its projected trajectory and intensification rate. She adjusted the display to show the forecast modeling. It's moving directly inland rather than following typical coastal patterns, and it's maintaining organization over land rather than weakening. The projected path showed the massive storm system moving across the western United States, directly toward their location. Unlike conventional hurricanes that rapidly lost strength after landfall, this system appeared capable of maintaining its intensity across hundreds of miles of terrain. Estimated time to arrival? Jonathan asked. Approximately 72 hours based on current movement patterns, Elena replied. Though there's significant uncertainty given the unprecedented nature of the system. David entered the common area, immediately noticing their focused attention on the weather displays. The anomalous Pacific system? I was just reviewing the barometric trends. The pressure gradients are extraordinary, far beyond typical hurricane parameters. We're directly in its projected path, Elena confirmed. And if the modeling is accurate, it will maintain Category 4 or 5 equivalent intensity even this far inland. Jonathan's expression remained analytical rather than concerned. The habitat was designed for precisely these conditions. The exoskeleton can withstand sustained winds well beyond hurricane force, and the anchoring system proved its effectiveness during the tornado event. This will be a different challenge entirely, David noted. Unlike a tornado's brief but intense forces, a hurricane-type system applies sustained pressure over many hours or potentially days. The cumulative stress factors are significantly different. Additionally, Elena added, the precipitation volumes associated with this system are unprecedented. We're seeing prediction models suggesting rainfall measuring in feet rather than inches. This information caused Jonathan to reconsider the situation with increased focus. Arya, full diagnostic review of water management systems. Verify waterproofing integrity at all habitat penetration points. Confirm buoyancy system readiness status. Diagnostic review initiated, the AI responded. Water management systems currently at optimal function. Waterproofing integrity verification in progress. Buoyancy system in standby status, last full test completed during construction phase. Buoyancy system? Maya questioned, unfamiliar with this aspect of the habitat's capabilities. The habitat incorporates a specialized buoyancy system designed to function during extreme flooding events, Jonathan explained. Segmented sealed compartments providing approximately 120 metric tons of buoyancy, allowing the structure to float while maintaining habitability if surrounding water levels exceed ground elevation. We can float? Maya's surprise was evident. You never mentioned that before. It's a contingency feature for worst-case scenarios, David explained. The habitat was designed to maintain functionality regardless of external conditions, including potential flooding due to polar ice melt, dam failures, or extreme precipitation events. Jonathan was already moving toward more detailed system review. We should accelerate preparation protocols. If this system maintains projected intensity, we'll need all protective features at full readiness. The next several hours transformed the habitat's routine into focused preparation activity. Jonathan and David conducted comprehensive inspections of all systems relevant to extreme weather protection, while Elena refined weather projections based on incoming data from the habitat's monitoring network. Maya found herself assigned to securing all loose items in the hydroponics section, a task that highlighted the seriousness of the situation. The gentle environment where she had tended plants for weeks would potentially face significant motion challenges if the habitat encountered extreme conditions. Secure the nutrient reservoir containers with additional bracing, Zhang instructed as they worked. If the habitat experiences substantial movement, liquid sloshing could damage plant systems or create imbalances in nutrient distribution. Will the plants survive if we start moving or floating? Maya asked, concerned for the living systems she had carefully nurtured. The hydroponics design includes motion compensation features, Zhang assured her. Flexible connection points, damp suspension for growth trays, and emergency water supply redundancy. Some stress to the plants is inevitable during extreme events, but the system is engineered to maintain basic functionality. Throughout the habitat, similar preparation activities were underway, securing equipment, verifying emergency systems, and ensuring all potential projectiles were properly stowed. The experience during the tornado had provided valuable insights about which items required additional securing during severe motion events. By late afternoon, Jonathan called everyone to the common area for a comprehensive briefing on their preparation status and expectations for the approaching storm. Current projections confirm the system will reach us in approximately 60 hours, he began, displaying the latest weather data. It continues to defy conventional classification but shows sustained wind speeds equivalent to a Category 5 hurricane. With an unusually large diameter of hurricane-force winds extending approximately 200 miles from the center. The satellite imagery is becoming increasingly unreliable as more systems fail, Elena added, but ground station data confirms continued intensification as the system moves inland. The habitat is designed to withstand these conditions, Jonathan continued, but this will represent the most sustained test of our systems to date. The tornado event was intense but brief. This storm system may affect us for 24 to 36 hours at high intensity. He shifted the display to show the habitat's protection systems and their operational status. The exterior shell has fully recovered from the tornado impact damage through the self-healing processes. All primary structure connection points have been inspected and verified at 100% integrity. The anchoring system has been tested and confirmed fully operational. What about power generation during the storm? Maya asked, aware of how crucial this system was to their survival. The wind turbines will be placed in protected mode once wind speeds exceed 90 miles per hour, David explained. They'll be secured in stationary positions to prevent damage. Solar collection will be minimal during the storm due to atmospheric opacity. We'll rely primarily on stored energy in the battery systems, which currently stand at 94% capacity, sufficient for approximately 6-8 days of operation at current consumption levels. Water systems are our most significant consideration for this event, Jonathan continued. The projected precipitation volumes far exceed normal parameters. The habitat's water collection system will operate in controlled intake mode to prevent overwhelming our storage capacity. Excess will be diverted. However, if surrounding water levels rise significantly, we may need to activate the buoyancy system. He displayed schematics of this system, specialized sealed compartments integrated into the habitat's lower structure. Designed to provide controlled flotation capabilities while maintaining structural integrity. The transition from ground-based to floating configuration would be managed automatically by ARIA if water levels reach critical thresholds. The process involves sequential compartment preparation, ballast management, and connection point releases from the foundation system. Would we feel the transition? Maya asked, trying to imagine the massive structure actually floating. Yes, though it's designed to be gradual rather than sudden, David replied. The system controls buoyancy chamber activation to maintain stability throughout the process. You would experience a sensation similar to being on a large ship, a gentle, slow-motion response to water movement rather than abrupt changes. What's our worst-case scenario? Elena asked, always preferring direct assessment of risks. Jonathan considered the question with his characteristic analytical approach. Concurrent failures across multiple systems would create the most significant challenges. For example, anchor system failure combined with exterior shell breach during maximum wind conditions. However, the habitat's design incorporates triple redundant critical systems and distributed functionality specifically to prevent cascading failure scenarios. In practical terms, David added, the most likely challenges would involve temporary system limitations rather than catastrophic failures. Reduced power availability, water management complications, or motion-related impacts to sensitive equipment. Are there any preparations we haven't completed? Maya asked, wanting to ensure they hadn't overlooked anything important. We should verify personal emergency equipment in each sleeping pod, Jonathan replied. The integrated safety kits include breathing apparatus, emergency lighting, and communication devices in case of habitat section isolation. Everyone should confirm familiarity with emergency protocols for various scenarios. The meeting continued with detailed assignments for final preparation activities. The mood was serious but not panicked, a focused readiness that reflected the habitat's purpose as a structure designed specifically for these extreme conditions. As they dispersed to complete their assigned tasks, Maya found herself in a conversation with her mother near the hydroponics section. It's strange, she admitted quietly. I feel concerned but not terrified. A few months ago, the idea of facing a super hurricane would have seemed like a nightmare scenario. Now it feels almost expected. Elena nodded, understanding. The habitat provides both physical and psychological protection. Your father's engineering has created an environment where even extraordinary threats become manageable challenges. I underestimated him, Maya acknowledged. All those years he was working on this project, I thought he was being excessive, preparing for something that would never happen. Now, he would never say, I told you so, Elena noted with a small smile. But the validation of his predictions and preparations is undeniable. It's not just that his predictions were correct, Maya clarified, organizing supplies as they talked. It's the comprehensiveness of his solutions. He didn't just build a bunker, he created a complete living system that anticipates problems I wouldn't have even considered, like needing to float during massive flooding. That's always been Jonathan's greatest strength as an engineer, Elena reflected. He doesn't solve isolated problems, he creates integrated systems that address cascading consequences. The habitat isn't a collection of individual solutions, it's a holistic environment designed to maintain functionality regardless of external circumstances. This insight helped Maya better understand both her father and the remarkable structure that had become their home. The habitat represented Jonathan Francis's mind made physical, a space where complex problems were anticipated and addressed through elegant engineering rather than reactive responses. I need to check something with Dad, she decided suddenly. I'll be right back. She found Jonathan in the technical room, reviewing system schematics with David as they completed pre-storm verifications. Dad, I was thinking about the hydroponics section, she began without preamble. If we experience significant motion during the storm, the current securing methods for the nutrient delivery systems may be insufficient. I'd like to implement additional stabilization using materials from the storage area. Jonathan looked up from his work, momentarily surprised by the interruption before focusing on her suggestion. What specifically are you proposing? Maya displayed a quick sketch she had made on her tablet. A secondary containment system for the nutrient reservoirs, with flexible baffles to minimize sloshing during motion events. It would require some components from the maintenance supplies, but I've calculated the resource requirements and they're well within our available inventory. Jonathan studied her proposal with genuine interest, his expression shifting from initial skepticism to thoughtful consideration. The design has merit. The flexible baffle configuration would indeed reduce turbulence while maintaining accessibility for maintenance, so I can implement it? Maya asked. Yes. Coordinate with Zhang for materials access. Document the modification for the habitat systems log. He paused, then added something unusual for him. It's an innovative solution. Well done. The brief exchange represented a significant evolution in their relationship, Maya approaching her father as a fellow problem solver rather than a skeptical observer. And Jonathan recognizing his daughter's technical contributions as valuable rather than merely academic. As Maya departed to implement her proposed modifications, David observed to Jonathan, "She's approaching challenges with your methodical precision. The engineering perspective seems to be genetic." Perhaps, Jonathan acknowledged, returning to their system review. More importantly, she's developing practical problem-solving skills applicable to our current circumstances. Theoretical knowledge has limited value without implementation capabilities. This understated assessment masked the genuine pride Jonathan felt in his daughter's adaptation. Though he rarely expressed emotion directly. Seeing Maya engage with the habitat's systems as an active contributor rather than a passive occupant represented a personal satisfaction beyond the technical validation of his design. The next 2 days passed in methodical preparation as the unprecedented storm system continued its approach. External conditions deteriorated gradually, with wind speeds increasing and barometric pressure steadily falling as the massive weather system drew closer. Hurricane force outer bands reaching our region, ARIA announced early on the third morning. Current wind speed 75 miles per hour, gusting to 90. Barometric pressure 28.92 inches and falling rapidly. Precipitation beginning with current rate 0.8 inches per hour and increasing. From the common area windows, they could observe the worsening conditions outside, trees bending under increasing wind pressure. Rain transitioning from distinct droplets to solid sheets driven horizontally across the landscape. The natural light had diminished to an eerie twilight despite being mid-morning, the massive cloud system blocking most sunlight. The system has maintained organization and intensity far beyond conventional hurricane parameters, Elena reported from the monitoring station. Wind field expansion continuing, with hurricane force winds now extending approximately 230 miles from center. The eye is approximately 180 miles southwest of our position and advancing at 27 miles per hour. Aria, engage Storm Protocol Bravo, Jonathan directed. Secure wind turbines in protected configuration. Transition solar arrays to storm survival mode. Activate anchoring system at 50% deployment. Storm Protocol Bravo engaged, the AI confirmed. Wind turbines securing in protected configuration. Solar arrays transitioning to minimum profile orientation with maximum bracing. Anchoring system activating at 50% deployment. Through the habitat's structure, they could feel the mechanical vibrations as the massive anchoring system began extending into the bedrock below, the same system that had secured them during the tornado event. Now deploying preemptively before the hurricane's full force arrived. Water collection systems transitioning to controlled intake mode, Aria continued. Excess precipitation diversion activated. External monitoring sensors secured in protected housings. On the display screens, they watched as the habitat's external systems reconfigured for maximum storm resistance, solar panels folding into protected orientations. Wind turbines locking into stationary positions with blades feathered to minimize wind resistance, external monitoring equipment retracting into armored housings. The predicted rainfall volumes remain concerning, Elena noted, reviewing the latest data. Current models suggest accumulated precipitation exceeding 30 inches within a 24-hour period. The surrounding landscape cannot absorb that volume. The habitat site was specifically selected for its elevation and drainage characteristics, Jonathan replied. However, the projected volumes exceed even our conservative planning scenarios. We should prepare for potential activation of the buoyancy system if surrounding water levels rise significantly. How exactly does that work? Maya asked, still trying to comprehend how the massive structure could transition to floating. The habitat's foundation includes an integrated flotation system, David explained, displaying the relevant schematics. Multiple sealed compartments with controlled buoyancy capabilities. If water levels threaten the habitat's ground-based stability, Aria would initiate a sequential process, first securing all external connections, then activating buoyancy chambers in a carefully controlled sequence to maintain stability during the transition. The design allows the habitat to function in either configuration, Jonathan added. All critical systems are designed for operation regardless of whether we're land-based or floating. The transition process itself would be gradual rather than sudden, similar to a ship being gradually lifted by rising water. Maya found this dual-mode capability of the habitat remarkable, another example of her father's comprehensive approach to engineering problems. The structure wasn't just designed to withstand various threats but to actively adapt to changing external conditions. Current rainfall rate increasing to 2.1 inch per hour, Aria reported. Wind speed 85 miles per hour sustained, gusting to 105. Barometric pressure 28.65 inches and continuing to fall. The habitat had begun to respond more noticeably to the wind forces, with subtle vibrations and occasional creaking sounds as the exoskeleton distributed the loads through its triangulated structure. Though far from concerning given the design parameters, these sensory cues provided tangible evidence of the intensifying conditions outside. All interior items secured according to storm protocols, Elena reported, completing a habitat-wide verification. Personal emergency equipment confirmed operational in all sleeping pods. Medical supplies positioned at designated access points. They had established a continuous monitoring rotation, with each person taking scheduled shifts observing critical systems while others maintained necessary habitat functions or rested. The approaching hurricane would require sustained vigilance unlike the brief but intense tornado event they had previously experienced. You should all review the emergency procedures for water-related scenarios, Jonathan advised. While the habitat is fully capable of floating operation, the transition process could present unique challenges if it becomes necessary. They gathered around the main display as Jonathan activated the relevant procedures, detailed protocols for scenarios ranging from minor flooding to complete flotation transition. The thoroughness of these preparations was impressive, with specific actions outlined for various contingencies and system responses. Each personal pod contains emergency flotation devices in the storage compartments, Jonathan indicated. These are redundant safety measures in the extremely unlikely event of habitat section isolation during flooding. Additionally, emergency breathing apparatus is positioned at intervals throughout all corridors. The likelihood of requiring these emergency measures is very low, David emphasized, noting Maya's concerned expression. They represent worst-case contingency planning rather than expected scenarios. I prefer having plans for scenarios we never encounter rather than encountering scenarios we never planned for, Jonathan stated matter-of-factly. As the day progressed, the storm's intensity increased steadily. By evening, the wind howled continuously around the habitat, occasionally gusting with such force that the entire structure would shudder momentarily before the distribution systems absorbed and channeled the energy. Outer eye wall approaching our position, Elena reported during the evening monitoring shift. Current wind speed 120 miles per hour sustained, gusting to 145. Barometric pressure 27.85 inches and still falling. Rainfall rates exceeding 3 inches per hour. ARIA, deploy anchoring system to 100% extension with maximum hydraulic pressure, Jonathan directed. Activate structural reinforcement protocol Alpha. Anchoring system deploying to 100% extension, the AI confirmed. Hydraulic pressure increasing to maximum operational levels. Structural reinforcement protocol Alpha activated. The mechanical sounds from below intensified as the powerful drills completed their extension into the bedrock, now fully deployed to secure the habitat against the hurricane's maximum forces. Throughout the structure, secondary bracing elements engaged automatically, providing additional support at key stress points. Exterior cameras showing significant water accumulation in surrounding terrain, David observed from the monitoring station. Local topography channeling flow away from habitat foundation as designed, but accumulation rate is concerning given projected duration of precipitation. The external camera feeds revealed an increasingly apocalyptic scene, trees bent almost horizontally under the wind's relentless pressure. Visibility reduced to mere meters by the solid sheets of rain, and the previously dry landscape around the habitat transforming into flowing watercourses as the extraordinary rainfall accumulated. Water level monitoring systems active, ARIA reported. Current accumulation rate exceeding ground absorption and natural drainage capacity. Projection models calculating potential flotation requirements based on continued precipitation at current rates. This automated assessment confirmed their growing concern. The unprecedented rainfall might eventually overwhelm even the carefully selected topography and drainage systems of the habitat site. We should establish a continuous watch rotation through the night, Jonathan decided. 2-hour shifts, minimum 2 people awake at all times. ARIA will maintain automated monitoring, but human assessment remains valuable for complex situational developments. They organized the schedule, with David and Jonathan taking the first shift while Elena and Maya attempted to rest despite the continuous noise of the storm. In her personal pod, Maya found sleep elusive, the combination of wind sounds, occasional habitat movements, and anxious anticipation making genuine rest difficult. Instead, she reviewed habitat schematics on her tablet, focusing particularly on the buoyancy systems and flotation capabilities. Understanding the engineering behind these features helped manage her concern, transforming abstract worry into concrete technical knowledge. The habitat had been designed for precisely these conditions, a reality that still amazed her when fully considered. Years before the magnetic reversal began, her father had anticipated not only the general threat but the specific cascading consequences: extreme weather patterns, flooding possibilities, radiation concerns, infrastructure collapse. The ultimate habitat represented not just physical protection but the power of scientific understanding translated into practical solutions. As the hurricane's full fury gathered around them, Maya found unexpected comfort in this realization that human ingenuity, properly applied, could create sanctuary even amidst planetary-scale disasters. Outside, the wind reached new levels of intensity, howling around the habitat's geometrically optimized structure like a living entity attempting to find weakness. Inside, protected by comprehensive engineering and multiple redundant systems, the small group of occupants maintained their vigilance, monitoring, adjusting, and preparing for whatever challenges the unprecedented storm might bring. Chapter 10. Weathering the storm. The hurricane's full force arrived shortly after midnight. Maya had taken over monitoring duties alongside Elena, both of them watching as the external sensors recorded conditions that defied conventional classification. Wind speeds now sustained at 155 miles per hour, gusting to 190, Arya reported, its calm voice contrasting sharply with the chaos visible on the external camera feeds. Barometric pressure 27.14 inches, below previous North American records. Rainfall rates exceeding 4.7 inches per hour. The habitat responded continuously to these extraordinary forces, the exoskeleton flexing and distributing loads as designed but now with movements perceptible to the occupants. The sensation wasn't alarming, more like being aboard a large ship in heavy seas, a rhythmic motion that remained within predictable parameters. Structural integrity at 94% of optimal, Arya continued. All stress indicators within design tolerances. Anchoring system maintaining full engagement with minimal displacement detection. The data coming from the external monitoring network is extraordinary, Elena noted, studying the atmospheric readings. The air density variations, pressure gradients, and vertical wind profiles don't match any established hurricane models. This is effectively a new category of storm system. Maya monitored the habitat's response systems, watching as the automated protocols adjusted in real time to the changing external forces. Small counterweights shifted position to maintain optimal balance, hydraulic systems adjusted pressure distributions across the anchoring mechanisms, and the exterior shell's self-healing components addressed minor damage almost as quickly as it occurred. It's like watching a living organism, she observed. The way every system responds and adapts. That was a fundamental design principle, Jonathan explained, entering from his brief rest period, unable to sleep through the storm's peak intensity. Biological systems maintain functionality through continuous adaptation rather than rigid resistance. The habitat incorporates similar principles: flexibility within defined parameters, distributed response capabilities, self-healing mechanisms. David joined them shortly after, completing their group at the monitoring station as the hurricane reached maximum intensity. The habitat now moved more noticeably, the anchoring system allowing controlled flexibility to prevent structural damage from rigid resistance to the wind forces. Water level monitoring showing significant accumulation in surrounding terrain, Arya reported. Local drainage systems operating beyond capacity. Current water depth at habitat perimeter averaging 28 inches and increasing. This measurement triggered a new level of concern. While the habitat itself remained well above current water levels, the rapid accumulation rate suggested potential for more significant flooding if the extraordinary rainfall continued. Arya, begin preparatory protocols for potential buoyancy system activation, Jonathan directed. Stage 1 only, System verification and readiness confirmation. Buoyancy system preparatory protocols initiated, the AI confirmed. Conducting compartment integrity verification, seal testing, and control system diagnostics. Current status: all systems nominal. A particularly violent gust struck the habitat from an oblique angle, creating a more pronounced motion that caused loose items to shift despite their securing efforts. The lights flickered momentarily before stabilizing, indicating a brief power distribution adjustment. Power system reconfiguration detected, ARIA reported. Minor fluctuation in main distribution network. Backup systems engaged momentarily. Primary power restored with all systems functioning normally. That was a significant lateral force application, David observed, checking the structural monitoring displays. The exoskeleton distributed it effectively, but we're seeing higher stress concentrations at nodes 23 and 47. Still well within design parameters, Jonathan confirmed, reviewing the data. The space frame is responding exactly as calculated. The momentary power fluctuation was likely caused by a connector self-adjustment rather than actual system interruption. The external camera feeds showed increasingly limited visibility as the storm reached peak intensity. Occasional lightning flashes illuminated scenes of extraordinary devastation, trees not merely bending but being torn apart, debris flying horizontally through the air, and water flowing in sheets across the transformed landscape. I've lost contact with most of the remote monitoring stations, Elena reported, checking the communication systems. Only the hardened local network remains fully operational. The ELF backup communications are receiving fragmented transmissions suggesting widespread infrastructure collapse throughout the region. This information reinforced their isolation, a self-contained world surrounded by escalating chaos. The habitat's specialized communications equipment maintained minimal external connectivity, but conventional networks had largely failed as power systems collapsed and transmission infrastructure suffered damage. Water levels continuing to rise at accelerating rate, ARIA updated. Current depth at habitat perimeter now 42 inches. Local topography channeling increased flow toward southwestern quadrant. Projection models indicate potential for significant accumulation if precipitation continues at current rates. Jonathan studied these measurements with careful attention. The site selection accounted for normal flood patterns, but these precipitation volumes are unprecedented. If the accumulation continues at current rates, we may need to activate the buoyancy system within the next 8 to 12 hours. Is there any indication of when the rainfall might diminish? Maya asked, hoping for some sign of the storm's eventual passage. Elena reviewed the meteorological data. The system's organization remains remarkably intact despite being well inland. Traditional hurricane models would predict significant weakening by this point, but the magnetic flux disturbances appear to be maintaining the energy transfer mechanisms. Based on current movement and intensity trends, we might expect another 18 to 24 hours of severe conditions. This assessment suggested potential for water accumulation well beyond what even their elevated habitat site could accommodate without floating activation. We should complete full preparation for buoyancy transition, Jonathan decided. The probability of requiring flotation capabilities within the next 12 hours is increasing significantly. ARIA, advance buoyancy preparation to stage 2, he directed. Maintain continuous monitoring of water levels and accumulation rates. Alert immediately if threshold parameters approach transition requirements. Buoyancy preparation advancing to stage 2, the AI confirmed. Ballast systems preparing for controlled activation sequence. Tether mechanisms in standby configuration. Water level monitoring at maximum sensitivity. David began reviewing the detailed protocols for the flotation transition with Maya and Elena, ensuring everyone understood the process and their responsibilities if the system activated. The transition would be managed primarily by automated systems, he explained, displaying the relevant schematics. ARIA would coordinate a precise sequence of buoyancy chamber activations to maintain stability throughout the process. Our role would be monitoring and verification rather than manual control. How would it affect our internal systems? Maya asked, concerned particularly about the hydroponics section she managed. All critical systems are designed for dual-mode operation, David assured her. The hydroponics would experience some motion effects, but the stabilization systems you implemented should minimize impact. Power, water processing, and life support functions would continue without interruption. As they reviewed these procedures, the storm continued its relentless assault on the habitat. The wind maintained extraordinary force, now accompanied by occasional impacts as larger debris struck the exterior shell, each impact registered on the monitoring systems, automatically triggering assessment and self-healing responses when necessary. Exterior impact detected on northeast quadrant, ARIA reported after a particularly loud collision. Outer shell layer penetration confirmed. Self-healing protocol engaged. Structural integrity compromised. The monitoring display showed the impact location, where what appeared to be a substantial tree branch had struck the habitat with enough force to breach the outer layer of the triple-layered shell. The self-healing polymer was already responding, releasing encapsulated compounds that would polymerize to seal the damage. The middle aluminum foam layer prevented penetration to the inner structural shell, Jonathan noted, reviewing the damage assessment. Impact energy dissipated exactly as designed. The self-healing process is progressing normally. These continuous challenges and responses created a strange rhythm to their experience. The storm's assaults met repeatedly by the habitat's defensive capabilities. A technological chess match between natural forces and engineered resilience. As dawn approached, though barely distinguishable from night given the storm's opacity, ARIA provided another significant update: water levels rising at accelerated rate. Current depth at habitat perimeter now 64 inches. Foundation contact points experiencing hydrostatic pressure beyond designated thresholds. Buoyancy system activation recommended within next 3 hours if accumulation continues at current rate. This report confirmed what they had been anticipating. The extraordinary rainfall was creating flood conditions that would eventually require transition to floating configuration. Jonathan reviewed the latest projections with focused attention. We'll need to make a decision soon, he concluded. Current accumulation rates suggest we'll reach critical flotation thresholds within 2 to 3 hours. Preemptive activation would provide controlled transition rather than emergency response. What's the risk assessment for either approach? Elena asked, always focused on comparative analysis of options. Waiting until emergency thresholds are reached would maximize ground-based stability duration but could necessitate more rapid transition with increased dynamic challenges, Jonathan explained. Preemptive activation allows for more gradual, controlled buoyancy management but transitions us to floating configuration potentially before absolute necessity. I recommend preemptive activation, David suggested after reviewing the data. The controlled transition profile provides significant advantages, particularly for systems requiring recalibration during configuration changes. Jonathan nodded agreement. ARIA, prepare for manual activation of buoyancy system. Establish graduated transition profile with maximum stability prioritization. Continue monitoring external water levels and adjust buoyancy response accordingly. Buoyancy system preparing for manual activation, the AI confirmed. Graduated transition profile established. All subsystems reporting ready status. Awaiting final activation command. Jonathan turned to address the group directly. We should secure all loose items immediately and prepare for motion effects. While the transition is designed to be gradual, we will experience noticeable movement as the habitat releases from its foundation connections and achieves flotation. They moved quickly to implement final securing measures, checking all areas of the habitat to ensure nothing would become a hazard during the transition. Maya verified the hydroponics section, confirming that her additional stabilization systems were properly engaged. When all preparations were complete, they gathered again in the command center. Jonathan performed a final systems verification before giving the command they had been anticipating since the storm began. ARIA, initiate buoyancy system activation. Standard transition profile, continuous stability monitoring. Buoyancy system activation confirmed, the AI responded. Beginning transition sequence. Phase 1. Foundation connection disengagement in progress. A series of mechanical sounds emanated from beneath them as the habitat began disconnecting from its fixed foundation points. The process was deliberate and sequential, maintaining stability while gradually releasing the structures anchoring to the ground. Foundation connections disengaged, ARIA reported after several minutes. Phase 2. Initiating primary buoyancy chamber activation. The sensation was subtle at first, a slight lightening feeling as the massive structure began responding to the buoyancy forces being generated beneath it. The habitat seemed to shift minutely, tiny adjustments perceptible through the floor as the computerized systems balanced the transition process. This is remarkable engineering, Elena observed quietly. The precision required to maintain stability during this transition. The calculations involved thousands of variables, Jonathan acknowledged, watching the process indicators with focused attention. Asymmetric buoyancy distribution, dynamic water level changes, wind force interactions, all managed through continuous feedback loops. Gradually, the sensation of movement became more pronounced. The habitat began exhibiting subtle floating characteristics, a gentle responsiveness to external forces different from its previously anchored stability. Through the windows, they could see the water level rising relative to their position, though the habitat itself was actually rising with the buoyancy rather than the water climbing its walls. Primary buoyancy chambers at 60% activation, ARIA reported. Habitat achieving partial flotation status. Stability parameters within optimal range. Proceeding with controlled transition. The process continued with methodical precision, each stage carefully managed to maintain orientation and prevent sudden movements. The habitat's massive weight transferred gradually from ground support to water buoyancy. A transformation that represented one of the most complex engineering challenges Jonathan had addressed in the design. Secondary buoyancy chambers activating, ARIA continued. Ballast distribution adjusting to maintain optimal trim. Structural stress indicators all within normal parameters. Outside, through brief clearings in the torrential rain, they could see the surrounding landscape had transformed into a lake-like environment. Water extended in all directions, punctuated by the tops of trees and the highest points of the external support structures that had survived the hurricane's winds. Complete flotation achieved, ARIA announced approximately 40 minutes after the process began. Habitat now in full buoyancy configuration. All systems functioning within parameters. Stability control active and responding to external conditions. The habitat now moved with a gentle, ship-like motion, rising and falling slightly with the water movements created by the continuing wind and rain. The sensation was noticeable but not disruptive, the structure's mass and specialized stabilization systems preventing rapid or extreme movements. Remarkable, David said with professional appreciation. The transition executed perfectly despite external conditions far exceeding test parameters. We're floating, Maya stated, still processing the reality of their situation. The entire habitat is actually floating. With approximately 120 metric tons of buoyancy distributed across the optimized hull configuration, Jonathan confirmed, his focus on technical performance rather than the conceptual achievement. The design provides substantial reserve capacity beyond minimum requirements. Elena was already analyzing the implications from a scientific perspective. The water accumulation rate suggests rainfall volumes far beyond any recorded meteorological event. Combined with the sustained wind speeds and pressure readings, this storm represents a completely new category of atmospheric phenomenon, directly resulting from the magnetic field disruption. The habitat continued to adapt to its new floating status, automated systems making continuous minor adjustments to maintain optimal stability despite the hurricane's ongoing assault. The wind remained at extraordinary intensity, but the flotation configuration actually reduced certain stresses on the structure by allowing it to yield slightly to the forces rather than rigidly resisting them. All primary systems maintaining normal function in flotation mode, ARIA reported. Environmental controls stable. Power distribution unaffected. Water processing systems successfully transitioned to floating operational parameters. This confirmation highlighted another aspect of the habitat's comprehensive design, not merely the ability to float, but to maintain full functionality in either configuration. The transition had been managed without interruption to life support, power, or water systems. We should verify all sections personally, Jonathan directed. Confirm that systems are functioning properly in the new configuration and identify any adjustments needed. They divided the habitat into sections, each person taking responsibility for inspecting specific areas and systems. Maya found the hydroponics section functioning remarkably well despite the transition, her additional stabilization measures proving effective at minimizing motion effects on the plant systems. Nutrient delivery continuing without interruption, she noted in her report. Minimal sloshing in primary reservoirs. Plant support structures maintaining position despite motion. Overall system performance at approximately 96% of pre-flotation efficiency. Similar reports came from other sections. Minor adaptations required in some areas, but no significant functionality issues resulting from the configuration change. The habitat was demonstrating its design versatility, maintaining life support and operational capabilities while floating on the floodwaters created by the unprecedented storm. Throughout the day, the hurricane maintained its remarkable intensity. The wind continued to howl around the floating habitat, creating water movements that translated into gentle rocking motions within the structure. Rainfall persisted at extraordinary rates, the accumulated water rising steadily around them. Current water depth approximately 12 feet at original habitat location, ARIA reported that evening. Habitat maintaining stable flotation with approximately 40% buoyancy reserve capacity. Tether systems engaged to prevent excessive lateral movement. The tether systems were another specialized feature, flexible but extremely strong cables that connected to the anchoring points previously used to secure the habitat during high winds. In flotation mode, these tethers prevented the structure from drifting while allowing vertical movement with changing water levels. The storm's organization is finally showing signs of deterioration, Elena reported after reviewing the latest meteorological data. The pressure gradient is weakening, and wind speed measurements indicate gradual reduction from peak intensity. However, we should anticipate at least another 12 to 18 hours of severe conditions before significant moderation. This assessment suggested they would remain in flotation configuration for an extended period, as the accumulated water would take considerable time to dissipate even after rainfall diminished. The habitat had successfully transitioned to its alternate operational mode and would now maintain this configuration until external conditions permitted return to ground-based operation. As night fell again, their second night within the hurricane's influence, they established another watch rotation, monitoring both internal systems and external conditions. The habitat's motion had become almost familiar, a gentle rocking that most of them had adjusted to surprisingly quickly. During her watch shift, Maya spent time observing the external camera feeds, fascinated by the transformed environment surrounding them. What had been a forested landscape with constructed support facilities was now an expansive water body punctuated by the tops of trees and occasional structural elements that had survived the combined assault of wind and flood. "It's like we're on another planet," she commented to David, who shared the monitoring duty. "Everything recognizable is gone." "Not gone, just transformed," he corrected gently. "The landscape will re-emerge as the waters recede." "Changed, certainly, but with fundamental elements intact. Natural systems have remarkable resilience when given opportunity to recover." "And human systems?" Maya asked, thinking about the broader world beyond their protected environment. David considered this thoughtfully. "More variable. Infrastructure designed without resilience factors will likely suffer permanent damage. Communities with redundant systems, distributed resources, and adaptive capabilities will fare better." "Like the habitat," Maya observed. "Dad didn't just design it to withstand specific threats, he created systems that could adapt to changing conditions." "Exactly. The floating capability is an excellent example, not just protection against one scenario, but a complete functional adaptation to new circumstances." This conversation reminded Maya of how her perspective had evolved since arriving at the habitat. What she had once viewed as her father's excessive preparation now represented visionary engineering, anticipating not just isolated challenges but their interconnected consequences and creating systems capable of maintaining functionality through transformation rather than mere resistance. The hurricane continued through the night, gradually diminishing in intensity but still generating conditions far beyond normal severe weather parameters. The habitat remained in its floating configuration, riding out the storm with remarkable stability despite the challenging environment. By morning, changes were becoming more apparent. The wind had diminished to approximately 80 miles per hour, still hurricane force but significantly reduced from the peak intensity. Rainfall continued but at lesser rates, and pressure readings indicated the storm's organization was deteriorating as expected. "The system is finally behaving more like a conventional hurricane in its dissipation phase," Elena reported during breakfast. "The extraordinary maintenance of intensity over land appears to have been directly connected to magnetic flux disturbances that are now shifting eastward with the overall field deterioration." "Water levels?" Jonathan inquired, focused on practical conditions rather than meteorological theory. "Stabilized at approximately 14 feet above original ground level at habitat location," Elena replied. "Satellite imagery, from the few functioning systems, suggests widespread flooding across the entire region." The topographic characteristics that made this location suitable for the habitat have effectively created an island environment in the current conditions. This information confirmed they would remain in floating configuration for an extended period. Even after the storm fully passed, the accumulated water would require significant time to disperse through natural drainage systems. "Aria, transition from emergency storm protocols to standard floating operational mode," Jonathan directed. "Maintain buoyancy management at current parameters. Resume power generation as external conditions permit." Transitioning to standard floating operational mode, the AI confirmed. "Storm protocols deactivating sequentially as conditions moderate." Wind turbines will remain in protected configuration until wind speeds decrease below 50 miles per hour. Solar collection system diagnostic in progress to assess storm impact before redeployment. Throughout the day, conditions continued to improve gradually. By evening, the wind had diminished to approximately 50 miles per hour, still strong but no longer presenting significant threats to the habitat's structural integrity. Rainfall had reduced to moderate levels, and the pressure readings indicated the storm system was continuing to dissipate as it moved eastward. We've successfully weathered the most severe hurricane in recorded North American history, Elena stated during their evening meal, the scientific assessment delivered with uncharacteristic emotion. The barometric pressure readings were below any previously documented, and the sustained winds exceeded theoretical maximums for tropical cyclone systems. The habitat performed admirably, Jonathan acknowledged, his typically reserved manner softened slightly by evident satisfaction in his creation's success. All systems maintained functionality despite conditions exceeding design parameters in several categories. And we're still floating, Maya added, the extraordinary nature of their situation still occasionally striking her anew despite having adjusted to the sensation. Living in a completely self-contained world on top of a flood, the flotation capability was one of the most challenging aspects of the design, David noted. Transitioning a structure of this mass between ground-based and floating configurations while maintaining full functionality required innovations in multiple engineering disciplines. How long will we remain floating? Maya asked. Difficult to project precisely, Jonathan replied. The accumulated water volume is extraordinary, and natural drainage systems have likely been altered by the storm's effects. Based on topographical data and typical absorption rates, I would estimate minimum 2 to 3 weeks before water levels decrease sufficiently for ground-based reconfiguration. This timeframe surprised Maya, though perhaps it shouldn't have given the unprecedented nature of the rainfall they had experienced. So we're basically living on a boat for the next month? A highly specialized vessel with complete life support capabilities, Jonathan corrected. But yes, we'll maintain floating configuration until external conditions permit return to ground-based operation. This new reality would require further adaptations to their habitat routines. While all critical systems functioned in either configuration, certain activities and operations needed adjustment to accommodate the subtle but persistent motion effects of the floating status. The hurricane had represented the most sustained challenge to the habitat's capabilities thus far, nearly 48 hours of extraordinary wind forces combined with unprecedented rainfall in the complex. Transition to floating configuration. Yet the structure had maintained its essential functions throughout, protecting its occupants not merely through resistance but through sophisticated adaptation to changing conditions. Outside, the transformed world continued its gradual transition toward post-storm recovery. Inside the floating habitat, its small community prepared for the next phase of their journey through the magnetic reversal event, now with renewed confidence in their engineered sanctuary's capabilities. Having successfully weathered one of the most extreme weather events in Earth's recorded history. Chapter 11. Rising waters. 2 weeks after the hurricane, the habitat remained in its floating configuration. The immediate storm had passed, but its consequences had transformed the surrounding landscape into an unfamiliar waterscape that showed little sign of returning to its previous state. Maya stood at the observation window in the common area, watching the sunrise illuminate their new environment. Where once forest had surrounded the habitat site, now an expansive lake stretched to the horizon. Punctuated by the tops of partially submerged trees and the highest points of what had been their external support structures. The water level has decreased approximately 8 inches in the past week, David reported, joining her at the window. However, the reduction rate is slowing rather than accelerating as we would expect in a normal post-flood scenario. Why isn't it draining faster? Maya asked, noting how the landscape remained predominantly submerged despite 2 weeks of generally clear weather since the hurricane. Multiple factors, David explained. The unprecedented rainfall volume overwhelmed natural drainage systems. Additionally, we're detecting evidence of topographical changes consistent with the tectonic instability predicted in your father's models. This reference to another aspect of the magnetic reversal consequences, geological effects including seismic activity and crustal displacement, reminded Maya of the comprehensive nature of their situation. The hurricane and resulting flood weren't isolated events but components of a planetary scale transformation triggered by the magnetic field collapse. Are we seeing actual geological changes? She asked, the implications both fascinating and disturbing. The satellite imagery still available shows evidence of significant terrain alterations across the region, David confirmed. What appears to be a new ridgeline has formed approximately 30 miles east of our position, likely disrupting traditional watershed patterns. Additionally, there are indications of land subsidence in multiple locations, effectively creating new basin formations that retain water. Elena joined them, adding her climatologist's perspective. It's not just local conditions. The global weather patterns have fundamentally reorganized along the new magnetic flux lines. Areas traditionally prone to drought are experiencing unprecedented rainfall, while former rainforest regions show significant precipitation reduction. Jonathan entered from the technical room, where he had been reviewing the habitat's performance data from the hurricane event. The magnetic field deterioration continues to accelerate beyond the most aggressive projection models. Current measurements indicate field strength reduced to approximately 28% of baseline, with continuing degradation. This sobering assessment hung between them as they contemplated their sun-dappled waterworld, a deceptively peaceful scene that masked the planetary chaos unfolding on larger scales. "Aria, external conditions report," Jonathan requested. External temperature 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind speed 12 miles per hour from the northwest. Barometric pressure 29.72 inches and stable. Water temperature 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Current water depth 13 feet 4 inches at original habitat foundation location, representing a reduction of 8.7 inches since peak level. Radiation levels 14.8 times normal background, continuing steady increase consistent with magnetic field degradation. The radiation measurement drew their particular attention, a number that had been climbing steadily as Earth's natural shielding weakened, allowing increased cosmic radiation and solar particles to penetrate the atmosphere. At current progression rates, exterior radiation exposure will reach concerning levels for unprotected human activity within approximately 15 days, Jonathan noted. The habitat's shielding continues to maintain interior radiation at normal background levels, but extended exterior activities will soon require specialized protection. So even if the water recedes enough for us to return to ground-based configuration, we'd be increasingly limited in outside exposure, Maya summarized. Understanding the compounding nature of their challenges. Correct. The magnetic field deterioration represents a more persistent threat than the hurricane or flooding, one that will continue to intensify until the reversal process completes and field strength begins. Recovery. This assessment shifted their perspective on their floating status, from a temporary inconvenience to perhaps a beneficial adaptation given the other developing threats. The water surrounding them provided additional radiation shielding, and their current configuration eliminated any immediate need for exterior activities. We should focus on optimizing floating operational protocols, Jonathan decided. The probability of maintaining this configuration for an extended period has increased significantly given both water level trends and radiation considerations. This direction led to a new phase of habitat adaptation over the subsequent days. They refined procedures for managing the subtle but persistent motion effects on sensitive systems, developed improved stabilization methods for the hydroponics section, and established regular maintenance routines specific to floating operation. Maya had taken primary responsibility for the hydroponics adjustments, applying her growing knowledge of both plant biology and engineering principles to create solutions for the challenges of cultivation in a moving environment. The strawberry production has actually increased since implementing the modified support structures, she reported during their weekly systems review. The gentle motion appears to stimulate more efficient pollination in certain plant varieties. We've increased yield by approximately 12% despite the floating condition challenges. Innovative adaptation, Jonathan acknowledged with restrained approval. Transforming potential constraints into performance advantages aligns with core habitat design principles. This philosophy had become increasingly evident to Maya as they continued adapting to their changed circumstances. The habitat wasn't designed merely to resist external threats but to respond flexibly to changing conditions, sometimes discovering unexpected benefits in what initially appeared as challenges. The water world surrounding them had developed its own ecosystem dynamics in the weeks following the hurricane. Fish populations from nearby watersheds had spread throughout the newly formed lake, opportunistically expanding into fresh territory. Waterbirds had arrived in surprising numbers, finding abundant feeding in the transformed environment. Nature adapts remarkably quickly to new conditions, Elena observed as they watched a heron hunting among partially submerged trees. These species are effectively treating the flood as a simple habitat expansion rather than a disaster. Biological systems typically demonstrate greater adaptability than rigid infrastructure, Jonathan noted. Their distributed functionality and inherent redundancy provide resilience advantages that engineered systems must deliberately incorporate. This comparison highlighted again how the habitat's design philosophy mimicked biological principles, distributed systems, functional redundancy, and adaptive capability rather than mere strength. These characteristics had allowed it to maintain operation through conditions that had devastated conventional structures and infrastructure throughout the region. 3 weeks after the hurricane, they detected the first significant seismic event in their vicinity, a tremor measuring approximately 5.3 on the Richter scale according to the habitat's monitoring systems. The floating configuration provided natural insulation from ground movement, the water absorbing and dispersing the energy that would have transferred directly to a land-based structure. The geological effects are accelerating as predicted, Jonathan observed after analyzing the seismic data. The magnetic field deterioration appears to be affecting mantle convection patterns, creating increased crustal instability even in regions not traditionally associated with significant tectonic activity. More evidence supporting your comprehensive models, Elena acknowledged. The electromagnetic geological coupling mechanisms you identified are clearly manifesting. For Maya, each confirmed prediction represented a complex emotional response, pride in her father's scientific accuracy combined with concern for the broader implications. Jonathan had correctly anticipated events that established scientific institutions had dismissed as implausible, but verification came at the cost of planetary-scale disruption. The seismic activity continued intermittently over subsequent days. None severe enough to present direct threats to the habitat but collectively suggesting significant geological reorganization occurring throughout the region. These events appeared to be affecting the water levels as well, with subtle but measurable changes following each significant tremor. "We're detecting evidence of new springs forming in the vicinity," David reported after analyzing water sample data collected by the habitat's external sensors. The mineral content and temperature profiles suggest deep aquifer disruption, likely due to the seismic activity. These new water sources may be contributing to the sustained flooding despite limited recent precipitation. This information reinforced their assessment that floating configuration might continue for an extended period, perhaps becoming their primary operational mode until the acute phase of the magnetic reversal completed. They focused increasingly on long-term adaptations rather than temporary accommodations, refining systems to function optimally in the floating environment. 1 month after the hurricane, they conducted their first exterior inspection since transitioning to floating configuration. The radiation levels had continued to increase but remained within acceptable limits for brief external activity with appropriate protection. Jonathan and David prepared carefully for this mission, wearing specialized suits that provided both radiation shielding and water safety features. Exterior inspection team, be advised, current radiation levels require limiting exposure to maximum 45 minutes, ARIA informed them as they prepared in the airlock. Water temperature 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Current movement negligible with wind at 5 miles per hour. Acknowledged, Jonathan confirmed. Standard inspection protocol with emphasis on hull integrity verification and tether system assessment. Maya and Elena monitored their progress from the control room as the two men exited through the specialized water level access port, a feature designed specifically for exterior access during floating configuration. The external camera feeds showed them moving carefully along the habitat's exterior using integrated handholds and safety tethers. The exterior shell has maintained excellent integrity despite extended water exposure, David reported, examining the waterline areas. The self-healing polymer continues to address minor issues without intervention. No evidence of water penetration at any inspection point. Tether systems functioning as designed, Jonathan added, checking the cables that prevented excessive habitat movement while allowing vertical adjustment with changing water levels. Showing expected wear patterns but well within operational parameters. No immediate maintenance requirements identified. Their methodical inspection continued around the habitat's perimeter, documenting the structure's condition and cataloging the transformed environment surrounding them. The water level had stabilized rather than continuing to recede, suggesting a new hydrological equilibrium had formed in the region. Remarkable, David commented, surveying the expansive water landscape. The topographical changes appear to have created a permanent lake where our valley existed previously. The new ridgeline visible to the east has effectively dammed the natural drainage patterns, consistent with the crustal deformation models, Jonathan noted. The magnetic field disruption is creating more significant geological effects than even our aggressive projections anticipated. As they completed their inspection circuit, they discovered an unexpected development, a small monitoring device attached to the habitat's hull just above the waterline. Similar to the one they had discovered during the pre-hurricane exterior inspection. Secondary unauthorized monitoring device identified, Jonathan reported, examining the device without disturbing it. Appears to be recently installed based on attachment condition and lack of biological accumulation. Suggests continued external awareness of our location and operational status. This discovery reinforced their earlier security concerns. Someone was maintaining surveillance of the habitat despite the catastrophic conditions affecting the region, a persistent interest that suggested potential future complications. Should we remove it? David asked, prepared to detach the device if directed. Negative, Jonathan decided after brief consideration. Same approach as previously, leave in place to avoid alerting the monitoring party to our awareness. We'll maintain enhanced security protocols and prepare contingency responses. They completed their inspection and returned through the water access port, carefully following decontamination procedures to address both biological contaminants and potential radiation particles before re-entering the main habitat. The external environment has effectively stabilized in a new configuration, Jonathan reported during their debriefing session in the common area. The water level appears to have reached equilibrium rather than continuing to recede. Geological changes have altered the regional topography significantly, creating what appears to be a permanent lake formation, so we'll remain floating indefinitely? Maya asked, trying to process the implications of this assessment. For the foreseeable future, Jonathan confirmed. The habitat is functioning well in this configuration, and radiation concerns would limit exterior activities even if we return to ground-based operation. We'll continue optimizing for extended floating functionality. What about the monitoring device? Elena asked, addressing the security concern directly. No immediate threat detected, Jonathan replied. It appears to be passive monitoring rather than active interference. We'll maintain enhanced security protocols and prepare appropriate responses if the situation evolves. The water environment actually provides additional security advantages by limiting physical approach options. The discovery of a second monitoring device had reinforced an uncomfortable reality. Their survival in the habitat represented an increasingly rare capability in a world experiencing cascading system failures. As conditions deteriorated further, their self-contained environment with functioning power, water, food production, and radiation shielding would become proportionally more valuable. Over the next week, they adjusted further to what was now clearly their long-term operational configuration. The habitat maintained stable flotation with minimal management requirements, the tether systems preventing excessive movement while allowing natural adjustment with changing conditions. Maya continued refinements to the hydroponics system, now deliberately incorporating the gentle motion effects into her cultivation strategies rather than simply compensating for them. Certain plants showed improved growth patterns in the floating environment, responding to the subtle movements with more robust development. The tomato yields have increased 15% since implementing the motion-optimized support systems, she reported during their regular status meeting. The pepper plants show similar improvement. It appears the movement stimulates stronger stem development and more efficient nutrient distribution. Another example of adaptation revealing unexpected benefits, Elena noted with approval. You've effectively transformed what could have been a constraint into an advantage. This pattern of innovative adaptation had become characteristic of their approach to habitat life, finding opportunities within necessary adjustments rather than merely compensating for limitations. The floating configuration had initially seemed a temporary accommodation but was increasingly becoming their standard operational mode with its own unique advantages. 6 weeks after the hurricane, they detected another significant development in their environment. The habitat's external sensors registered a subtle but persistent current developing in the surrounding water, a directional flow where previously there had been relatively static conditions. Current measured at approximately 0.8 knots moving southwest, ARIA reported. Tether systems compensating for increased lateral force. No immediate concerns for stability or positioning. This new current suggested further hydrological changes in the region, potentially connected to ongoing seismic activity and geological restructuring. Jonathan initiated enhanced monitoring to track this development and assess its implications for their floating configuration. The current velocity remains within manageable parameters, he noted after reviewing the data. The tether systems are designed to accommodate substantially stronger flows. However, the directional consistency suggests development of a new waterway rather than temporary movement patterns, Could we potentially move with the current if desired? Maya asked, considering the possibilities this development presented. If the tethers were released? Theoretically, yes, David acknowledged. The habitat's flotation design includes navigational capabilities, not high-speed movement but controlled directional management if necessary. The original design considered potential scenarios where relocation might be required during extended floating operation. This capability hadn't been discussed previously, representing another layer of the habitat's comprehensive design that became relevant only as specific circumstances developed. Jonathan had anticipated not just the need for flotation but the potential requirement for controlled movement while floating, a level of foresight that continued to impress even those familiar with his methodical approach. Navigation would be limited by several factors, Jonathan clarified. The habitat's mass creates substantial inertia, making rapid direction changes impossible. The power requirements for active propulsion against significant currents would be considerable. And our topographical knowledge is severely limited given the transformed landscape. But it would be possible if necessary, Maya confirmed, the potential adding another dimension to her understanding of their situation. Yes, the habitat includes retractable propulsion systems for precisely such contingencies. Not designed for regular travel, but capable of controlled relocation if external conditions required adjustment of our position. This revelation prompted Maya to review additional habitat schematics, discovering systems and capabilities that had remained dormant because specific triggering conditions hadn't yet occurred. The structure contained layers of contingency features, each designed for particular scenarios that Jonathan had methodically anticipated years before they became reality. The current in the surrounding water continued to develop over subsequent days, gradually increasing in strength while maintaining consistent direction. This suggested formation of a significant new waterway through the transformed landscape, likely connected to the geological changes they had observed during their exterior inspection. Current velocity now measuring 1.3 knots, ARIA reported 5 days after initial detection. Tether systems maintaining position with 42% of designed capacity. Water level shows slight decrease of approximately 3 inches, potentially related to new drainage patterns forming. They monitored these developments with scientific interest, observing the landscape's continued evolution in response to the complex interplay of hydrological, geological, and meteorological factors. The magnetic reversal was creating cascading environmental changes that would reshape regional geographies worldwide, not merely temporary disruptions to existing patterns. 7 weeks after the hurricane, they experienced the most significant seismic event since transitioning to floating configuration, a tremor measuring 6.1 magnitude according to the habitat's monitoring systems. The floating status provided excellent insulation from direct ground motion, but secondary effects quickly became apparent. Significant water disturbance detected, ARIA reported as the tremor subsided. Wave activity measuring 2 to 3 feet. Tether systems experiencing increased tension on southwest anchoring points. Current velocity increased to 1.8 knots following seismic event. The habitat responded to these conditions with noticeable but controlled motion, rising and falling with the wave activity while the stabilization systems maintained overall balance. The experience resembled a vessel in moderately rough seas, manageable but requiring adjustment to the movement patterns. The seismic activity appears to have altered underwater topography, David assessed, reviewing the sonar data from external sensors. We're detecting evidence of a significant channel formation approximately 400 meters southwest of our position, likely creating the increased current flow. This development suggested continued evolution of their environment toward an active waterway rather than a static lake formation. The geological changes were effectively creating a new river system through what had previously been a mountain valley, with their habitat now positioned within this emerging hydrological feature. Tether stress on southwestern anchoring points exceeding 60% of designed capacity, ARIA updated several hours after the seismic event. Current velocity continuing to increase, now measuring 2 knots. Recommend tether system adjustment to redistribute load. Jonathan implemented the recommended adjustments, redistributing tension across the anchoring system to maintain stable positioning despite the increasing current. However, the continuing development of the waterway raised questions about their long-term stationary position. If current velocities continue to increase, we may need to consider relocating to a more protected position, he noted during their evening assessment meeting. The tether systems have substantial capacity, but extended high-tension operation in strong currents would accelerate wear patterns and potentially create vulnerability during future extreme weather events. What are our relocation options? Elena asked, approaching the question from a practical perspective. Limited without recent topographical surveys, Jonathan acknowledged. Satellite imagery remains sporadic given continuing infrastructure failures. Our external sensor range provides detailed mapping only within approximately 1 kilometer radius. We could conduct a controlled exploration mission, David suggested, utilizing the small auxiliary craft stored in the external equipment bay. It survived the hurricane according to our inspection findings and would provide capability for near-range survey operations. This proposal introduced another habitat resource that had remained unused until specific circumstances made it relevant, a specialized scout vessel designed for local exploration during floating configuration. Like many of the habitat's contingency systems, it represented Jonathan's methodical preparation for scenarios that had seemed unlikely until they became reality. The radiation levels remain concerning for extended exterior exposure, Jonathan noted. However, a limited duration mission with appropriate shielding would present acceptable risk levels. The auxiliary craft includes integrated radiation protection features, though not comparable to the habitat's primary shielding. They developed a plan for a survey mission to map the evolving waterway and identify potential protected locations if relocation became necessary. David and Jonathan would conduct the initial exploration using the auxiliary craft, while Elena and Maya maintained habitat operations and monitored their progress. The following morning, they prepared for the mission with characteristic thoroughness. The auxiliary craft, a streamlined vessel approximately 6 meters in length with enclosed cabin and specialized survey equipment, was deployed through a dedicated launch bay that had remained sealed until needed. Survey team, be advised, current radiation levels limit recommended exposure to 90 minutes maximum even with craft shielding, ARIA informed them as they completed pre-launch preparations. Current velocity near habitat measuring 2.4 knots. Wave activity minimal under current conditions. Acknowledged, Jonathan confirmed. Standard survey protocol with emphasis on topographical mapping and current flow patterns. Communications check at 15-minute intervals. Maya and Elena monitored from the control room as the auxiliary craft separated from the habitat and began its survey pattern, methodically mapping the surrounding waterscape while measuring depths, currents, and remaining landscape features. The craft moved with surprising agility despite its utilitarian design, easily navigating the transformed environment. Remarkable changes to the valley topography, David reported during their first scheduled communication. We're detecting what appears to be a significant channel formation approximately 800 meters downstream from the habitat position. Depth measurements suggest riverine characteristics rather than lake formation, consistent flow patterns with developing channel structure. Current velocity increases substantially through the narrower sections, Jonathan added, measuring up to 4.5 knots in the channel constriction, with evidence of continuing erosion expanding the waterway. Their methodical survey continued, extending approximately 3 kilometers downstream and 1 kilometer upstream from the habitat's position. The emerging picture confirmed their assessment. A new river system was forming through the transformed landscape, with their habitat positioned within the developing main channel. We've identified a potential protected location, David reported as they completed the downstream survey section. A small cove formation approximately 2 kilometers southwest of current position. Natural rock formations provide current break while maintaining access to the main channel. Depth measurements suitable for habitat draft requirements. This discovery provided a valuable option if relocation became necessary due to increasing current strength at their current position. The protected cove would offer reduced current exposure while maintaining access to the water flow, potentially beneficial for both security and resource considerations. The survey craft returned approximately 75 minutes after departure, well within the radiation exposure limitations. As it docked with the habitat, the data collected transferred automatically to the main systems for detailed analysis and integration with existing topographical information. The regional transformation is proceeding more rapidly than anticipated, Jonathan concluded after reviewing the complete survey results. What was previously a mountain valley has effectively become a significant river system, likely connecting previously separate watersheds through the new channel formations. Should we relocate to the protected cove? Maya asked, examining the detailed mapping of this potential alternative position. Not immediately, Jonathan decided after careful consideration. Our current location remains stable with the tether system adjustments implemented. The protected cove provides a valuable contingency option if conditions deteriorate further. But relocation would require significant resource allocation and temporarily increase vulnerability during transition. This measured response typified Jonathan's approach, acknowledging contingency options without premature implementation. Maintaining primary systems while preparing alternatives if conditions required adaptation. The balance between stability and flexibility remained central to the habitat's operational philosophy. Over the next week, they monitored the continuing evolution of their waterscape. The current maintained its general increase trend, though with fluctuations related to ongoing seismic activity and weather patterns. The tether systems continued functioning effectively despite the increased loads, maintaining the habitat's position with acceptable stability. Current velocity now averaging 2.7 knots at habitat position, ARIA reported during the morning status update 8 weeks after the hurricane. Tether system operating at 68% of designed capacity. Water level decreased additional 5 inches in past 72 hours, consistent with channel formation processes. The decreasing water level presented an interesting development, suggesting the forming river system was gradually establishing a more defined channel, potentially leading to eventual return of some previously flooded terrain. However, the overall transformation remained profound, with their former valley location now firmly established as a significant waterway. Even if water levels continue to decrease, returning to ground-based configuration at our original location appears increasingly improbable, Jonathan assessed during their weekly planning session. The topographical changes have fundamentally altered the landscape. We should continue optimizing for extended floating operation while maintaining contingency plans for potential relocation if necessary. This direction confirmed what had been increasingly apparent: their floating status represented not a temporary adjustment but their new operational reality for the foreseeable future. The habitat had successfully adapted to this configuration, maintaining all critical functions while discovering new optimizations specific to the floating environment. Maya had embraced this reality with surprising enthusiasm, finding the floating condition created interesting challenges and opportunities for the hydroponics systems she managed. The gentle motion effects had proven beneficial for certain plant varieties, and she had developed innovative cultivation strategies specifically optimized for the dynamic environment. The floating garden is actually outperforming our original ground-based production models, she reported with evident satisfaction. The combination of water-reflected light, motion-stimulated growth patterns, and optimized nutrient cycling has increased yields approximately 18% above projected baselines. Her terminology, referring to the floating garden rather than simply the hydroponics section, reflected their collective adaptation to their new reality. The habitat had become not merely a shelter-maintaining function despite changed circumstances, but a dynamic environment evolving with those changes. Sometimes discovering unexpected advantages in what initially appeared as challenges. The river continued its formation, cutting an increasingly defined channel through the transformed landscape. Their floating home maintained its position within this new waterway, tethered against the current's force but responding with subtle movements to the flowing water surrounding it, an island of engineered stability amidst a world in chaotic transformation. Chapter 12. Adrift 3 months after the hurricane, their environment had stabilized into a new normal. What had once been a mountain valley containing their habitat installation was now a substantial river flowing through dramatically altered landscape. The ultimate habitat remained in its floating configuration, tethered against the current while maintaining all life support and operational functions. The morning began like many others in their adapted routine. Maya was harvesting fresh produce from the hydroponics section, which continued to flourish despite, or perhaps because of, their floating status. The plants had adapted to the subtle motion patterns, developing stronger structures and more efficient growth habits in response to the dynamic environment. Final tomato yield measurements confirmed 22% increase over static cultivation projections, she noted in her growing log. The motion-optimized support systems continue to demonstrate significant advantages for fruiting plants particularly. The habitat's common area had transformed subtly over the months of floating operation. Furnishings were now secured more permanently, items arranged to accommodate the occasional stronger movements during weather events. And their collective focus had shifted toward activities compatible with the gentle but persistent motion of their environment. ARIA, External Conditions Report. Jonathan requested as he entered from the technical room where he had been reviewing propulsion system readiness, a precautionary measure given the continuing evolution of their waterway. External temperature 54 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind speed 14 miles per hour from the northwest. Barometric pressure 29.85 inches and stable. Water temperature 52 degrees. Current velocity 3.2 knots measured at habitat position. Radiation levels 26. 3 times normal background, continuing steady increase consistent with magnetic field degradation. The radiation measurement drew particular attention, now at levels that made exterior activity increasingly problematic despite protective equipment. The habitat's shielding maintained interior radiation at normal background levels, but their isolation from the external environment had intensified as exposure risks increased. The field strength continues decreasing at projected rates, Jonathan noted, reviewing the trend data. Current measurements indicate approximately 21% of baseline remaining, with continuing degradation. The models suggest minimum field strength occurring approximately 3 to 4 months from now, followed by stabilization and eventual recovery phase. This timeline provided their most reliable indicator for when external conditions might begin improving, though improvement was relative given the transformed landscape and continuing atmospheric effects. Even after magnetic field stabilization, recovery to conditions permitting regular exterior activity would require substantial additional time. Elena joined them from the monitoring station where she had been tracking the continuing geological changes in their region. We've detected another significant seismic event approximately 80 kilometers northeast of our position. Magnitude estimated at 6.4 based on our sensor network data. Any immediate effects on our waterway? Jonathan asked, always focused on practical implications rather than abstract information. Nothing detected yet, but previous patterns suggest potential for increased flow volumes reaching us within 24 to 48 hours. The seismic activity appears to be affecting watershed configurations throughout the region. This assessment prompted Jonathan to initiate precautionary measures. ARIA, increase monitoring sensitivity for flow volume and debris movement in upstream sections. Alert if current velocity at habitat position exceeds 3.5 knots sustained. Monitoring sensitivity increased, the AI confirmed. Alert parameters established for current velocity thresholds. Continuous tracking of upstream conditions initiated. Their existence had acquired a rhythm connected to the waterway's patterns, responding to changes in flow conditions, adjusting systems for optimal function in the dynamic environment, and maintaining continuous awareness of their surroundings despite limited direct observation capabilities due to radiation concerns. David entered with a tablet displaying data from the tether monitoring system. We're seeing increasing stress patterns on the upstream anchoring points, he reported. Still within operational parameters, but the sustained high-tension operation is accelerating wear beyond projected timelines. Estimated functional duration remaining? Jonathan inquired, approaching the data with his characteristic analytical focus. At current stress levels, approximately 4 to 6 weeks before reaching recommended replacement thresholds. However, if current velocity continues increasing or significant debris impact occurs, that timeline could decrease substantially. This assessment presented a growing concern. The tether system was critical for maintaining their position against the river's flow, and while the habitat included replacement components, installation would require exterior activity under increasingly hazardous radiation conditions. We should consider the relocation option more seriously, David suggested. Moving to the protected cove we identified would reduce current exposure significantly, decreasing stress on the tether system and extending its operational life. Jonathan considered this recommendation with focused attention. Agreed. The wear patterns are exceeding sustainable levels. ARIA, prepare comprehensive relocation simulation using survey data. Calculate optimal transit path and power requirements for controlled movement to the identified protected location. Relocation simulation initiated, the AI confirmed. Calculating parameters for controlled transit to protected cove location 2 kilometers downstream. Factoring current flow patterns, habitat mass dynamics, and propulsion capabilities. This potential relocation represented their first significant position change since establishing the habitat, a complex operation given the structure's massive size and the challenging river conditions. Though designed with movement capabilities, the floating habitat was primarily optimized for stationary operation with occasional repositioning rather than regular navigation. As they reviewed the preliminary relocation simulations, a new alert interrupted their planning. Warning: significant flow volume increase detected at upstream monitoring station, ARIA announced. Current velocity at habitat position increasing rapidly, now measuring 3.6 knots and rising. Tether system experiencing stress increase, now at 78% of designed capacity on primary upstream anchoring points. This sudden change suggested consequences from the recent seismic activity had reached their waterway sooner than anticipated, potentially triggering releases from newly formed water impoundments upstream. Visual confirmation from external cameras, Elena reported, studying the feeds. Water level rising approximately 3 inches above previous baseline. Increased turbidity suggesting sediment disturbance. Debris movement visible in the main channel. Jonathan made an immediate assessment of their options. The timing dictates our decision. A controlled relocation would take approximately 3 to 4 hours of preparation followed by transit time. If conditions are deteriorating rapidly, remaining in our current exposed position presents increasing risk to the tether system. Current velocity now measuring 3.8 knots, ARIA updated. Tether stress at 82% of designed capacity. Water level increased 5 inches above previous baseline. We need to initiate relocation immediately, David urged. Even with incomplete preparation, controlled movement to the protected location represents lower overall risk than potential tether failure in the main channel. Jonathan concurred after brief consideration. ARIA, initiate emergency relocation protocol. Prepare for controlled release from current position and downstream transit to the protected cove coordinates. All personnel prepare for movement operations. Emergency relocation protocol initiated, the AI confirmed. Propulsion systems activating from standby status. Tether release sequence calculating for optimal transition timing. Ballast systems preparing for navigation configuration. This decision transformed their environment instantly from static habitation to active operation. Throughout the habitat, systems began transitioning to movement configuration, stabilization mechanisms engaging, loose items securing automatically, and navigation interfaces activating on the main display. Everyone take movement stations, Jonathan directed. We'll experience more pronounced motion during transit than in stationary configuration. Secure all sensitive equipment and experimental setups. Maya hurried to the hydroponics section, quickly implementing the movement protocols they had developed but never actually employed. Special bracing extended to support plant structures, nutrient reservoirs secured with additional restraints, and sensitive monitoring equipment shifted to portable configurations. Hydroponics secured for movement, she reported upon returning to the common area, where Elena was similarly confirming preparation of the scientific monitoring equipment. Current velocity continuing to increase, now measuring 4.2 knots, ARIA updated. Tether stress at 87% of designed capacity. Upstream monitoring detecting additional flow volume approaching our position. Estimated arrival in approximately 35 minutes. We need to complete the transition before that increased flow reaches us, Jonathan determined. ARIA, finalize propulsion system preparation. Program initial movement vector 15 degrees offset from current flow to facilitate controlled tether release. Propulsion systems ready, the AI confirmed. Movement vector programmed. Awaiting release command. Jonathan surveyed the readiness indicators once more before making the final decision. Initiate tether release sequence and engage propulsion for controlled downstream transit. Tether release sequence initiated, ARIA confirmed. Sequential disconnection beginning with secondary anchoring points. Primary anchors will release when propulsion achieves minimum control threshold. Throughout the habitat, they felt the subtle changes as their tethered stability transitioned toward controlled motion. The structure began responding more noticeably to the current, the restraining force gradually diminishing as anchoring points released in carefully calculated sequence. Initial movement confirmed, David reported from the navigation station. Propulsion system providing approximately 40% of calculated control requirement. Remaining tethers allowing controlled pivot toward programmed vector. The sensation was unlike anything they had experienced previously in the habitat, a deliberate, managed movement rather than the gentle stationary rocking they had grown accustomed to. The massive structure responded with surprising grace to the propulsion system's guidance, gradually aligning with the programmed departure vector. Final tether release in 3, 2, 1. Released, ARIA announced. Habitat now in free navigation mode. Propulsion at 85% of calculated requirement for controlled movement against current forces. The moment of final release created a noticeable transition, the habitat now fully subject to the river's flow while the propulsion system worked to maintain directional control. The movement became more pronounced, a flowing sensation as they began their controlled transit downstream. Navigation systems functioning within parameters, David reported. Current adjusted heading 172 degrees. Projected transit time to protected location approximately 42 minutes at current movement rate. Through the observation windows, they could see the landscape actually moving past them for the first time since establishing the habitat, the transformed riverbanks sliding by as they progressed downstream with the currents. Assistance while maintaining controlled direction through the propulsion system. This is remarkable, Maya commented, watching their movement through the unfamiliar waterscape. I never really imagined we'd be navigating like this. The habitat incorporates contingency capabilities for numerous scenarios, Jonathan noted, monitoring the navigation systems with focused attention. Controlled relocation represents an anticipated adaptation to changing environmental conditions. Their transit continued with methodical progress, the habitat maintaining its programmed course despite the challenging current conditions. The propulsion system worked continuously to provide directional control while allowing the river's flow to assist their downstream movement. Approaching course adjustment point, ARIA announced approximately 20 minutes into their journey. Preparing for 35-degree starboard turn to align with entrance to protected cove location. This upcoming maneuver would present their most significant navigation challenge, transitioning from the main channel into the smaller protected area while managing the habitat's substantial inertia and the current's continuing influence. Increasing propulsion to 95% capacity for turn execution, David reported. Current velocity in this section measuring 4.5 knots, near maximum for controlled navigation with our available power. The habitat began its gradual turn, the massive structure responding with deliberate slowness to the directional change. The sensation within was similar to a large ship making a course adjustment, a perceptible shift in motion patterns as they transitioned from one heading to another. Turn executing within calculated parameters, ARIA confirmed. Current compensation functioning effectively. Projected alignment with protected cove entrance in approximately 4 minutes. Through the forward observation windows, they could now see their destination, a natural cove formed by rock formations extending into the waterway, creating a protected area with significantly reduced current compared to the main channel. The entrance appeared narrower than expected from their original survey, requiring precise navigation to ensure proper alignment. Entrance passage width confirmed at 38 meters, David reported after checking the detailed measurements. Habitat beam at waterline is 34 meters. Clearance will be limited but sufficient with precise control. Approaching entrance at reduced speed, ARIA announced. Propulsion adjusted for maximum directional control. Current velocity decreasing as we enter the protected zone. The habitat slowed perceptibly as they approached the entrance to the cove, the propulsion system now working primarily for positioning rather than current resistance. The passage between the rock formations required careful alignment, but the habitat's navigation systems maintained precise control throughout the maneuver. Entering protected zone, ARIA confirmed as they passed through the narrowest section. Current velocity decreased to 1.2 knots. Water depth confirmed sufficient for habitat draft requirements. Proceeding to designated anchoring position. The transition into the protected cove brought an immediate change in motion characteristics. The previously persistent current forces diminished substantially, and the habitat moved with greater stability as it proceeded toward its new stationary location. Approaching anchoring position, David reported. Preparing deployment sequence for new tether configuration optimized for protected zone conditions. The habitat gradually slowed to minimal movement, positioning itself precisely at the designated coordinates within the sheltered area. The natural rock formations surrounding three sides of the cove provided excellent protection from the main channel's current while maintaining water access for habitat systems. Position achieved, ARIA announced. Deploying tether system in protected configuration. Propulsion maintaining station keeping until anchoring complete. New tethers extended from the habitat's lower structure, establishing connection points with the underwater terrain of their protected location. These would provide positional stability while requiring significantly less tension than their previous main channel anchoring due to the reduced current in the sheltered cove. Tether deployment complete, ARIA confirmed after several minutes. All anchoring points secured and tensioned appropriately. Habitat now stable in new position. Propulsion systems returning to standby status. Their relocation had been completed successfully, a complex navigation operation executed with precision despite the challenging conditions. The habitat now rested in its new protected location, the substantial rock formations surrounding them providing natural barriers against the main channel's increasingly powerful flow. All systems transitioning back to stationary configuration, Jonathan reported, reviewing the comprehensive status display. No operational interruptions during transit. All critical functions maintained throughout relocation. Maya moved to the observation windows, surveying their new environment. The protected cove provided a dramatically different perspective than their previous main channel position, more enclosed, with rock formations creating natural walls on three sides while the fourth opened to the main waterway at a perpendicular angle that minimized current effects. It feels more secure, she observed. Less exposed. The topographical configuration provides significant advantages, Jonathan agreed. Reduced current stress on habitat systems, natural protection from debris, and superior defensibility characteristics if security concerns become relevant. This last consideration highlighted an aspect of their situation that remained present though rarely directly addressed, the potential for external interest in their self-contained environment as global conditions continued to deteriorate. The unauthorized monitoring devices they had discovered previously confirmed awareness of their existence. And their successful adaptation to catastrophic conditions represented increasingly valuable capabilities in a world experiencing cascading system failures. ARIA, establish comprehensive monitoring perimeter in new location, Jonathan directed. Optimize sensor distribution for approach detection from all potential vectors. Security monitoring established for new location, the AI confirmed. Sensor coverage optimized for perimeter observation. Approach detection parameters configured for early warning capability. Their new position offered natural security advantages, the rock formations channeling potential approaches to predictable vectors that could be monitored more effectively than their previous exposed location. Combined with the radiation conditions that increasingly limited exterior activity, these features provided substantial protection from potential external interest. Over the subsequent days, they adjusted to their new location. refining systems for optimal function in the protected environment while monitoring the main channel conditions that had prompted their relocation. The current in the main channel has continued intensifying, David reported during their weekly assessment meeting. Now measuring sustained 5.2 knots at our former position, with periodic surges exceeding 6 knots during weather events. The tether system would have experienced catastrophic stress under those conditions. The relocation decision was well-timed, Jonathan acknowledged. Our new position provides substantially improved sustainability for extended floating operation while maintaining all required resource access. The protected cove had indeed proven an excellent adaptation, offering reduced exposure to the increasingly powerful river while preserving the benefits of their floating configuration. Water access remained uncompromised for the habitat's collection and processing systems, while the natural rock formations provided additional radiation shielding on 3 sides, a beneficial coincidence rather than designed feature. Maya had adjusted the hydroponics system for their new environment, finding that the reduced motion actually benefited certain plant varieties while requiring readjustment for others that had adapted to the more dynamic conditions of their previous location. The leafy greens prefer the calmer water movements, she noted during her department report. Production has increased approximately 8% since relocation. However, the tomatoes and peppers seem to produce better with more motion stimulation. Their yields have decreased slightly in the more protected environment. Could you create localized motion simulation for the plants that benefit from it? Elena suggested. Perhaps a mechanized system to provide the stimulation they've adapted to? This creative proposal captured Maya's interest immediately. That's an excellent idea. I could design movement platforms for specific growing sections, calibrated to reproduce the beneficial motion patterns from our main channel location. This approach exemplified their continuing evolution from reactive adaptation to proactive optimization, not merely compensating for changing conditions but deliberately incorporating beneficial elements from various environments into their engineered systems. 4 months after the hurricane, they had established a comfortable routine in their protected cove location. The habitat maintained stable flotation with minimal tether stress, all systems functioning at optimal levels while they continued monitoring the planet-scale changes occurring around them. The magnetic field deterioration continues progressing according to projected timelines, Jonathan reported during their monthly status review. Current measurements indicate approximately 16% of baseline remaining. The models suggest minimum field strength occurring within 6 to 8 weeks, followed by stabilization and eventual recovery phase. The atmospheric effects remain extraordinary, Elena added, displaying data from their limited remaining satellite connections. Global weather patterns have completely reorganized along magnetic flux lines. Traditional climate boundaries have effectively dissolved, creating unprecedented hybrid conditions across virtually all regions. And radiation levels? Maya asked, concerned about this increasingly significant constraint on exterior activities. Currently measuring 32.6 times normal background, Jonathan confirmed. Continuing to increase as magnetic shielding diminishes. Interior levels remain at normal background thanks to the habitat's specialized shielding. But exterior activity is now limited to absolute emergency situations with maximum protection equipment, and even then, for very brief durations only. This assessment reinforced the value of their self-contained environment. The habitat had been designed specifically to maintain functionality without requiring regular exterior access. A capability that became increasingly crucial as radiation levels rose beyond safe exposure thresholds. Their protected position had proven advantageous in multiple respects beyond the reduced current stress. The rock formations surrounding the cove provided natural windbreaks during weather events, additional radiation shielding from 3 directions, and superior security characteristics by limiting potential approach vectors. No further monitoring devices have been detected since our relocation, David reported, addressing the ongoing security considerations. Either the observing party lost tracking capability during our movement, or they've maintained awareness but haven't attempted to install new equipment in our protected location. Maintain enhanced security protocols regardless, Jonathan directed. Our self-sufficient capabilities represent increasingly valuable resources as external conditions continue deteriorating. The probability of external interest increases proportionally with global system failures. This realistic assessment of their situation reflected Jonathan's consistent approach, neither paranoid nor complacent, but methodically aware of evolving risk factors and appropriate response measures. The habitat incorporated comprehensive security features, though these had remained largely inactive during the initial disaster response phase when immediate survival took priority. Their existence had found a new equilibrium, floating in a protected cove formed by geological changes triggered by the magnetic reversal, maintaining a self-contained living environment while planetary systems experienced unprecedented disruption. The ultimate habitat had proven its design validity through multiple extraordinary challenges, adapting to conditions that would have rendered conventional structures uninhabitable. 5 months after the hurricane, they detected the most significant global development since the initial magnetic field disruption began. We're recording evidence of magnetic pole acceleration, Elena reported with scientific excitement after analyzing the latest monitoring data. The north magnetic pole movement rate has increased by approximately 300% in the past 72 hours. This suggests we're entering the acute phase of the reversal process. Consistent with the projected timeline, Jonathan confirmed, reviewing the measurements. The models indicate acceleration patterns preceding minimum field strength, followed by reorganization toward the new orientation. This development represented both concern and promise, marking the most intense phase of the reversal process but also indicating progression toward eventual stabilization. The acute phase would bring maximum radiation exposure and atmospheric disruption but would precede the beginning of recovery as the field gradually strengthened in its new configuration. How long will this acute phase last? Maya asked, trying to conceptualize the timeline for their most challenging period. Models suggest approximately 3 to 5 weeks of minimum field strength conditions, Jonathan replied. During this period, radiation exposure outside the habitat's shielding would reach maximum levels. Atmospheric effects would likewise peak in intensity. Following this phase, gradual stabilization and strengthening would begin, though initial recovery would be modest. So we're entering the worst of it, Maya summarized, but also approaching the turning point. An accurate assessment, Jonathan acknowledged. The habitat was designed specifically to maintain full functionality through this acute phase. All critical systems incorporate radiation shielding well beyond current exposure levels, and our water environment provides additional protection beyond the design specifications. Their floating configuration, initially an adaptation to flooding conditions, had evolved into a significant advantage during the most intense radiation phase. The surrounding water provided natural shielding supplementing the habitat's engineered protection, particularly from ground-based radiation sources. ARIA, implement acute phase protocols, Jonathan directed. Maximum radiation monitoring sensitivity, enhanced power system protection, comprehensive shielding verification for all habitat sections. Acute phase protocols implemented, the AI confirmed. All critical systems operating with enhanced protection parameters. Radiation monitoring at maximum sensitivity. Interior shielding integrity confirmed at 100% effectiveness. The following weeks brought measurable intensification of external conditions. Though life within the habitat remained remarkably normal thanks to its comprehensive shielding and self-contained systems, radiation levels outside continued rising as projected, while atmospheric effects created increasingly volatile weather patterns visible even from their protected location. External radiation now measuring 46.8 times normal background, ARIA reported 6 weeks after they had detected the magnetic pole acceleration rate of increase slowing, suggesting approach to maximum projected levels. Interior measurements remain at normal background throughout all habitat sections. This stabilizing pattern confirmed their progression through the acute phase as predicted by Jonathan's models. The magnetic field had reached its minimum strength and was beginning the reorganization process that would eventually lead to recovery. Though complete restoration to normal conditions would require many months, the field measurements suggest we've reached the inflection point, Jonathan confirmed after analyzing the comprehensive data. The acute phase is transitioning toward initial stabilization in the new configuration. Radiation levels should plateau briefly before beginning gradual decrease as field strength slowly recovers. This assessment represented a significant milestone in their journey through the magnetic reversal process. They had successfully weathered the most extreme conditions, maintaining their engineered environment through challenges that had likely created catastrophic consequences for conventional infrastructure and unprotected populations worldwide. How long until exterior conditions might permit occasional activity again? Maya asked, thinking about the eventual possibility of direct observation of their transformed environment. Highly variable depending on specific activities and protection levels, Jonathan replied. Brief exterior exposure with maximum protection equipment might become acceptable within 2 to 3 months as radiation levels begin decreasing. More extended activities would require substantially longer recovery periods, potentially 8 to 12 months before radiation decreased to levels permitting regular exterior presence with standard protection. This timeline reinforced their continued dependence on the habitat's self-contained systems for the foreseeable future. Though they had reached the turning point in the reversal process, the path to recovery would be gradual rather than immediate. 7 months after the hurricane, they conducted limited exterior observations using the auxiliary craft, maintaining strict exposure time limits but gathering valuable data about their environment's continuing evolution. The waterway had stabilized into a permanent river system, though with continuing adjustments to channel configuration and flow patterns. The geological restructuring appears to be moderating, David reported after analyzing the survey data. Major terrain alterations have established new equilibrium states, with continuing refinement rather than transformative changes. The river system has developed stable channel characteristics consistent with mature waterway formation, though still demonstrating higher variability than pre-established systems. Their protected cove remained an excellent adaptation, providing security and stability while maintaining access to the resources of the main waterway. The habitat's floating configuration had proven unexpectedly advantageous through multiple phases of the magnetic reversal process, offering flexibility and isolation from ground-based hazards during the most extreme conditions. We should begin developing long-term operational planning, Jonathan suggested during their planning session. While immediate crisis response is no longer our primary focus, sustained functionality through the extended recovery phase requires systematic resource management and system optimization. This transition from crisis response to sustainable operation represented another evolution in their habitat journey. The immediate threats had been weathered successfully, but long-term habitation required different approaches focused on efficiency, regeneration, and psychological well-being during extended isolation. The hydroponics system has reached sustainable equilibrium, Maya reported, having refined the growing cycles for optimal continuous production. We've established completely closed nutrient loops with minimal inputs required. The current production exceeds our nutritional requirements by approximately 12%, allowing storage expansion for potential future variability. Water systems functioning at 97% of theoretical maximum efficiency, David added. Recycling processes have been optimized beyond original specifications through operational refinements. Collection from external sources continues providing surplus despite reduced precipitation patterns. Power generation has stabilized at 78% of designed capacity, Jonathan noted. Solar collection efficiency improving as atmospheric particulate levels gradually decrease. Wind generation maintaining consistent output in our protected location. Storage systems at 98% of maximum capacity, providing substantial reserve margin. These reports confirmed their successful transition from survival to sustainable operation. A habitat functioning not merely as emergency shelter but as long-term engineered environment capable of maintaining its occupants indefinitely if necessary. Jonathan's comprehensive design, initially viewed skeptically even by family members, had proven its validity through unprecedented planetary challenges. 8 months after the hurricane, they detected the first significant confirmation of magnetic field recovery. The habitat's specialized monitoring equipment registered measurable strengthening in the reorganized field configuration, indicating the beginning of the restoration phase projected in Jonathan's models. Field strength increased approximately 3% from minimum values, he reported after analyzing the comprehensive data. Directional characteristics stabilizing in the new orientation. Radiation measurements show corresponding slight decrease to 44.2 times normal background, modest but statistically significant. This development confirmed they had indeed passed the most acute phase of the magnetic reversal process. While complete recovery would require many additional months, the planetary systems had begun the gradual return toward stable conditions in their new configuration. What does this mean for the eventual radiation decrease timeline? Maya asked, hoping for refinement of the recovery projections. The initial rate suggests alignment with the median recovery model, Jonathan replied. Assuming consistent progression, we might anticipate radiation levels permitting limited exterior activity within approximately 10 to 12 weeks. Regular exterior access with standard protection would remain restricted for an additional 4 to 6 months beyond that point. This assessment provided tangible timelines for their continued adaptation. While immediate changes would be minimal, the confirmation of field recovery established predictable progression toward eventually expanded habitat capabilities. Their floating home had maintained its protective environment through extraordinary planetary transformation, from hurricane to flood to radiation culmination. The habitat had demonstrated not merely survival capability but adaptive functionality through multiple unprecedented challenges. Adrift in their protected cove, surrounded by a world transformed by the magnetic reversal process, they had established sustainable existence within their engineered environment. The ultimate habitat had fulfilled its designed purpose, protecting its occupants through catastrophic planetary change while maintaining the systems and knowledge that would eventually contribute to broader recovery efforts. The river continued flowing past their sheltered location, a constant reminder of how dramatically their world had changed. Inside the habitat, protected by comprehensive engineering and adaptive capabilities, they continued monitoring the gradual planetary recovery while maintaining their self-contained existence, adrift physically but anchored by the technology and preparation that had preserved them through Earth's extraordinary transformation. Chapter 13. Receding tide. 9 months after the hurricane, the landscape surrounding their protected cove showed the first signs of transformation beyond the immediate disaster effects. The floodwaters had begun a slow but steady recession, revealing portions of the altered terrain that had been submerged since the unprecedented rainfall. From the observation windows, Maya watched as a previously submerged ridge gradually emerged from the water about 300 meters from their position. Each day, more features became visible as the water level dropped incrementally. The rate of recession has increased approximately 15% in the past week, David reported during their morning status meeting. Current measurements suggest a drop of nearly 4 inches since our last survey. The channel formation continues to focus flow patterns, effectively draining the broader flood basin. Consistent with the hydrological models, Jonathan confirmed, reviewing the data. As the main channel establishes defined boundaries, surrounding areas should experience progressive drainage assuming no additional extreme precipitation events. This development represented a potentially significant transition point in their post-hurricane circumstances. While the flooding had initially forced their adaptation to floating configuration, the habitat had been designed for operation in either mode. A return to ground-based positioning would become possible if sufficient terrain emerged near their protected location. The Geological Reconnaissance Team should conduct a preliminary survey of the emerging terrain, Jonathan decided. Evaluate substrate composition and stability for potential habitat positioning if recession continues at current rates. The Geological Reconnaissance Team was their somewhat grandiose designation for David and Jonathan during exterior survey operations, a bit of institutional terminology that had evolved during their months of habitat isolation. These surveys remained limited by radiation concerns, but specialized protection equipment allowed brief exterior activities for essential assessments. Current radiation levels? Elena asked, always careful about exposure considerations. External measurements at 41. 3 times normal background, Arya reported. Continuing gradual decrease consistent with magnetic field recovery phase. Current levels permit exterior activity with full protection equipment for maximum 120 minutes per individual per week. This represented meaningful improvement from the peak radiation conditions they had experienced during the acute phase of the magnetic reversal. Though still far from levels that would permit regular exterior activity with standard protection. The specialized equipment they used for survey operations included advanced shielding materials incorporated into full coverage suits with independent air supplies. Later that morning, Jonathan and David prepared for their survey mission while Maya and Elena monitored from the habitat's control room. The specialized protection suits resembled bulky spacesuits, designed specifically for the unique challenges of their current environment. Survey team, be advised, current radiation levels permit maximum exposure of 115 minutes with current protection equipment, Arya informed them as they completed pre-departure checks. Recommended operational duration 90 minutes to maintain safety margin. Continuous monitoring of personal radiation badges required. Acknowledged, Jonathan confirmed. Standard survey protocol with emphasis on substrate composition and stability assessment. Communications check at 15-minute intervals. They departed through the specialized access port, using the small auxiliary craft to reach the emerging landmass approximately 300 meters from the habitat's position. Maya watched on the monitoring displays as they carefully disembarked onto the newly exposed terrain, moving with the deliberate precision required by their bulky protective equipment. Initial surface assessment indicates primarily sedimentary composition, David reported during their first scheduled communication. Significant deposition of silt and organic material consistent with floodplain formation. Underlying structure appears to be establishing stability as water continues receding. Probe testing suggests reasonable compression strength for potential weight-bearing applications, Jonathan added. Taking core samples for detailed analysis. Preliminary assessment indicates viable substrate for potential habitat positioning pending further drainage and stabilization. Their methodical survey continued for the full 90-minute allocation, gathering samples and measurements to evaluate the emerging terrain's suitability for potential habitat relocation if the water continued receding. The careful documentation included topographical mapping, substrate density testing, and collection of material samples for laboratory analysis within the habitat. Upon their return and completion of decontamination procedures, they presented their findings to the full group in the common area. The emergent landmass shows promising characteristics for potential habitat positioning, Jonathan concluded after reviewing the comprehensive data. The sedimentary composition has established reasonably stable compression dynamics as drainage progresses. Core samples indicate primarily silt and clay with underlying gravel matrix providing adequate drainage characteristics. Topographically, the formation presents a relatively level plateau approximately 180 meters by 220 meters, David added, displaying the three-dimensional mapping they had created. Current elevation approximately 2.6 meters above water level with continuing emergence as recession progresses, so we could potentially return to ground-based configuration? Maya asked, trying to process the implications of this possibility after months of floating adaptation. Eventually, yes, Jonathan confirmed. However, several conditions would need to be satisfied first. The terrain would require further emergence and stabilization, minimum 2 months at current recession rates. A suitable foundation system would need to be established, adapted to the new substrate characteristics. And radiation levels would need to decrease further to permit the extended exterior activities required for transition operations. This assessment placed any potential return to land-based configuration in the future rather than as an immediate consideration. Their floating adaptation had proven remarkably successful, with all habitat systems functioning effectively in this configuration. The option of eventual ground positioning represented expanded capabilities rather than an urgent necessity. Would there be significant advantages to returning to ground-based configuration? Elena asked, approaching the question from a practical perspective. Mixed considerations, Jonathan replied thoughtfully. Ground positioning provides superior stability during extreme weather events and eliminates water movement effects on sensitive equipment. However, floating configuration offers advantages for radiation shielding, security aspects, and certain operational flexibilities. The hydroponics has actually optimized for floating conditions, Maya noted, thinking of her carefully balanced growing systems. We'd need to readjust cultivation methods if we transitioned back to static positioning. This observation highlighted how thoroughly they had adapted to their floating circumstances, not merely compensating for the change but integrating it into their operational systems. What had begun as emergency adaptation had evolved into optimized functionality specific to their floating environment. We should maintain both options in planning scenarios, Jonathan decided. Continue monitoring terrain emergence and stability while optimizing current floating operations. The habitat was designed for dual-mode functionality specifically to maintain adaptability to changing external conditions. This balanced approach typified Jonathan's engineering philosophy, maintaining flexibility rather than committing to single operational paths. Preserving adaptation capabilities for uncertain future developments. The habitat's design incorporated this principle throughout, with systems capable of function in multiple configurations rather than optimized for specific conditions. Over the next several weeks, they continued monitoring the steady recession of the floodwaters. The emerging landmass expanded gradually, revealing more of the transformed landscape that had been hidden beneath the water since the hurricane. Their periodic surveys documented this progressive emergence, creating a detailed record of the environment's transformation. The water level has decreased a total of 14 inches since we began monitoring the recession, David reported during their monthly status assessment. The emergent land area has expanded to approximately 320 meters by 380 meters. Vegetation has begun establishing on the higher elevations, primarily pioneer species adapted to disturbed soil conditions. This biological recolonization represented another significant transition point, life reclaiming the transformed landscape, beginning the long process of establishing new ecological balances adapted to the altered conditions. The plants they observed were mostly fast-growing species specialized for colonizing disturbed environments, nature's first response team for habitat reconstruction. The magnetic field recovery continues progressing consistent with projected timelines, Jonathan added, reviewing the environmental monitoring data. Current measurements indicate field strength at approximately 24% of pre-reversal baseline, with continuing gradual increase. Radiation levels have decreased correspondingly to 38.7 times normal background. This steady improvement in radiation conditions, while still far from normal parameters, provided encouraging confirmation that they had indeed passed the most acute phase of the magnetic reversal. The planetary systems had begun the long recovery process, gradually establishing new equilibrium states adapted to the reorganized magnetic field. Maya had maintained careful documentation of their journey through these extraordinary circumstances, creating detailed records of both environmental conditions and habitat adaptations. Her personal project had evolved from simple diary keeping to comprehensive scientific documentation, recognizing the historical significance of their experience during this planetary scale event. I've been thinking about the knowledge preservation aspects of our situation, she mentioned during dinner one evening. We're witnessing geological and ecological processes that would normally occur over centuries or millennia, compressed into months because of the magnetic reversal effects. Our documentation could provide invaluable scientific insights for future understanding. An excellent perspective, Elena acknowledged, clearly pleased by her daughter's scientific thinking. The habitat's comprehensive monitoring systems are collecting unprecedented data about magnetic field effects on multiple Earth systems. Combined with our observational records, this represents a unique scientific resource. The habitat's design included significant knowledge preservation capabilities for precisely this reason, Jonathan noted. The digital library and archival systems incorporate redundant storage and specialized protection against electromagnetic effects. Your documentation contributes meaningful observational context to the instrumental data. This recognition of their role as both survivors and scientific witnesses had gradually emerged as a significant aspect of their habitat experience. Beyond mere personal survival, they had become documentarians of extraordinary planetary transformation, preserving knowledge that would be essential for understanding and adaptation as global recovery eventually began. 11 months after the hurricane, they conducted their most ambitious exterior survey operation since the peak radiation phase. The continuing decrease in radiation levels now permitted extended explorations with proper protection equipment, allowing more comprehensive assessment of their transformed environment. Survey team, be advised, current radiation levels permit maximum exposure of 180 minutes with current protection equipment, Arya informed Jonathan and David as they prepared for departure. Recommended operational duration 150 minutes to maintain safety margin. Continuous monitoring of personal radiation badges required. Acknowledged, Jonathan confirmed. Extended survey protocol with comprehensive terrain mapping and geological sampling. Communications check at 20-minute intervals. They utilized the auxiliary craft to access more distant portions of the emerging landscape, covering significantly more territory than previous survey operations had permitted. Maya and Elena monitored their progress from the habitat's control room, tracking their movements across the transformed environment. "The terrain transformation is remarkable," David reported during their first scheduled communication. "We're observing entirely new topographical features formed by the combined effects of flooding, seismic activity, and sediment redistribution. The valley's previous configuration is barely recognizable in the new landscape. Geological sampling indicates significant mineral redistribution throughout the region," Jonathan added. "Erosion patterns and deposition characteristics suggest completely altered watershed configuration. The river system appears to be establishing semi-permanent channel boundaries with continuing refinement." Their extensive survey provided the most comprehensive understanding they had yet achieved of their transformed environment. The auxiliary craft allowed them to explore several kilometers in multiple directions from the habitat's protected cove, documenting the large-scale changes that had reshaped their region during and after the hurricane. Upon their return and completion of decontamination procedures, they presented their findings through detailed mapping and sample analysis. The three-dimensional terrain reconstruction displayed on the main screen revealed a landscape fundamentally altered from its pre-hurricane configuration. "The most significant finding is the apparent permanence of the major transformations," Jonathan explained, highlighting key features on the display. "What was previously a mountain valley has effectively become a river basin with distributed elevated plateaus. The water recession will likely continue, but the fundamental topographical reorganization appears stable. The river has established a defined channel averaging approximately 120 meters width throughout the surveyed region," David added. "Flow patterns suggest long-term stability in the current configuration, with the previous valley terrain now functioning as a primary drainage basin for a substantially expanded watershed. So this isn't just a flood that will eventually drain away completely," Maya observed, understanding the implications. "It's a permanent transformation of the entire landscape." "Correct," Jonathan confirmed. "The combined effects of the extreme precipitation, seismic activity, and geological restructuring have effectively created a new geographical configuration. While water levels will continue decreasing from peak flood stage, the region has been fundamentally reshaped into a riverine environment." This assessment reinforced the extraordinary nature of the changes they had witnessed. The magnetic reversal had triggered not merely temporary disruptions but permanent transformations to Earth's systems, restructuring landscapes and creating new geographical relationships that would persist long after the acute phase had passed. "We should prepare for long-term adaptation to these new conditions," Jonathan concluded. "While our floating configuration remains optimal for current circumstances, we should develop parallel planning for potential land-based operations on the emerging plateaus as they continue stabilizing." This dual-track approach would maintain their successful floating adaptation while developing options for potential future transitions as the landscape continued its evolution. The habitat's designed versatility provided capabilities for either mode, allowing them to select optimal configurations based on developing conditions rather than committing to single operational paths. 1 year after the hurricane, they marked the anniversary with a special meal incorporating the best produce from Maya's floating garden. The occasion prompted reflection on their extraordinary journey through planetary transformation, protected by Jonathan's visionary engineering while witnessing Earth's systems undergo unprecedented change. "A year ago, we were racing to reach the habitat before conditions deteriorated beyond safe travel," Elena recalled, the memory still vivid despite the intervening months of adaptation. The magnetic field was failing rapidly, infrastructure was collapsing, and most people still didn't understand what was happening. And we barely made it inside before the first tornado hit, Maya added, remembering the terror and uncertainty of those initial days. I still had doubts then, about whether Dad's predictions were correct, whether the habitat would really protect us. The evidence was always present in the data, Jonathan noted matter-of-factly, though with a briefly visible emotion crossing his typically reserved expression. The implementation proved effective despite conditions exceeding several design parameters. This characteristically understated assessment from Jonathan made Maya smile, his technical language masking what anyone else might have expressed as pride in the extraordinary achievement. The habitat had indeed proven effective, maintaining their survival through conditions that had likely been catastrophic for conventional structures and unprotected populations. We should acknowledge how fortunate we are, David said, raising his glass in a toast. Not just to have survived, but to have maintained a functional living environment through these extraordinary circumstances. Jonathan's foresight and engineering created this possibility when most refused to acknowledge the threat. They joined the toast, recognizing both their privileged position and the remarkable journey they had experienced. The habitat had protected them through tornado, hurricane, flood, and radiation, a comprehensive shield against a world in chaotic transformation. What do you think is happening outside our immediate environment? Maya asked after a moment of reflection. In the rest of the world, I mean. We haven't had reliable communication with broader networks for months. The question hung in the air briefly, acknowledging the isolation that had become their normal existence. The habitat maintained specialized communication capabilities, but conventional networks had collapsed during the acute phase of the magnetic reversal, leaving them with only fragmented information about global conditions. The fragmentary data suggests variable impacts depending on regional infrastructure resilience and geographical factors, Jonathan replied with characteristic precision. Areas with robust preparation and natural geographical advantages would experience lower impact severity than regions with vulnerable infrastructure and exposed positioning. The scattered communications we've received indicate survival communities establishing in multiple regions, Elena added. Particularly in areas with natural protection from the most extreme weather effects and geographical shielding from radiation hotspots, but most major urban centers? Maya pressed, wanting honest assessment rather than comforting fiction. Likely experienced catastrophic infrastructure failure, Jonathan acknowledged. Power grid collapse would trigger cascading system failures, water distribution, communications, transportation, medical services. Without preparation for extended autonomous function, modern urban environments become rapidly uninhabitable during sustained infrastructure compromise. This sobering assessment reinforced the exceptional nature of their circumstances. The habitat's comprehensive self-sufficiency had maintained their survival through conditions that had likely devastated conventional living environments worldwide. Their isolated existence represented not merely personal safety but preservation of capabilities that would eventually contribute to broader recovery efforts. After their anniversary meal, Maya stood at the observation windows watching the sunset illuminate their transformed environment. The water continued its gradual recession, revealing more of the altered landscape each week. Pioneer vegetation had established on the higher elevations of emergent land, the first stages of biological reclamation already visibly underway. Jonathan joined her silently, his presence beside her more communicative than words would have been. After a moment of shared observation, Maya spoke the realization that had been forming in her mind. "You really did save us," she said simply. "When everyone else dismissed the possibility, you built this extraordinary place that has kept us alive through everything." Jonathan remained silent for a moment before responding with uncharacteristic directness. The habitat represents the application of available knowledge to identified threats. The engineering was complex but fundamentally straightforward once the problem parameters were properly defined. Maya smiled at this response, so typical of her father, translating what anyone else would recognize as visionary achievement into technical problem solving. "Well, I'm glad you defined the problem parameters properly." A hint of a smile touched Jonathan's usually composed expression. The parameters required continuous refinement as data accumulated. The implementation benefited from iterative improvement throughout the development process. This exchange, technical though it remained, represented one of their most direct acknowledgments of what Jonathan had accomplished. The habitat had proven not merely theoretically sound but practically effective through conditions far exceeding normal design parameters, an engineering achievement of extraordinary significance. "What happens next?" Maya asked after another moment of shared observation. "As the water continues receding and radiation levels decrease further?" "Adaptation continues," Jonathan replied simply. The habitat was designed for sustained operation through the full reversal cycle, including the recovery phase. As external conditions modify, we adjust operational parameters accordingly, maintaining optimal functionality while preserving maximum future flexibility. This ongoing adaptability had indeed been a defining characteristic of their habitat experience. Not rigid resistance to changing conditions but fluid response incorporating new realities into evolving operational approaches. The structure had demonstrated remarkable versatility, maintaining critical functions through multiple extraordinary challenges while continuously optimizing for current circumstances. 13 months after the hurricane, they detected a significant development in their environment's continued evolution. The water recession had accelerated notably over the previous weeks, revealing substantially more of the transformed landscape than their earlier projections had anticipated. Current measurements indicate water level decrease of approximately 26 inches since peak flood stage, David reported during their morning status meeting. The recession rate has increased approximately 30% in the past 3 weeks. Emergent land area has expanded to approximately 520 meters by 640 meters surrounding our protected cove location. The accelerated recession correlates with seismic activity detected approximately 180 kilometers downstream, Jonathan noted, reviewing the comprehensive monitoring data. The geological changes appear to have altered drainage patterns, effectively increasing the flow capacity of the main channel. This development suggested potential for more rapid environmental transformation than they had anticipated, possibly accelerating their options for operational adaptation. The emergent land had continued stabilizing as water recession progressed, creating expanding territories potentially suitable for ground-based activities. The radiation levels have continued their gradual improvement, Elena added, reviewing the environmental monitoring data. Current measurements indicate 33.8 times normal background, still hazardous for extended exposure but permitting increased duration for protected exterior activities. We should conduct a comprehensive assessment of ground-based operational possibilities, Jonathan decided. While floating configuration continues functioning effectively, the accelerated land emergence presents potential advantages for certain activities if properly implemented. This direction initiated a new phase of planning, evaluating options for potentially establishing limited ground-based operations while maintaining their successful floating adaptation. Rather than full transition, they began considering hybrid approaches that would leverage advantages of both configurations. 2 weeks later, they implemented the first component of this hybrid operational model. Using materials from the habitat's substantial stores, they constructed a small ground-based facility on the largest emergent plateau approximately 200 meters from their protected cove. This structure, far simpler than the habitat itself but incorporating essential protection features, would serve as a staging area for expanded exterior activities. The auxiliary facility provides significant operational advantages, Jonathan explained as they reviewed the completed installation. Radiation shielding sufficient for extended occupancy during survey activities, secure storage for exterior equipment, and foundation infrastructure for potential expanded ground operations if conditions continue improving. The small facility represented their first permanent construction outside the habitat since the hurricane, a tangible indicator of the environment's gradual return toward conditions permitting expanded human activity. While radiation levels remained far too high for unprotected exterior living, the progressive improvement had reached thresholds allowing meaningful extension of their operational range with proper protection. Maya had taken particular interest in the biological aspects of the recovering landscape, documenting the progression of plant recolonization on the emergent land. During protected exterior surveys, she collected samples of the pioneer species establishing in the transformed environment. The ecological succession patterns show fascinating adaptations, she reported after analyzing her collected specimens. We're observing species typically separated by geographical barriers appearing together in the disturbed environment. The seed distribution during the flooding events appears to have created novel community structures not typically found in established ecosystems. This biological observation paralleled their broader experience, unprecedented disruption creating conditions for new combinations and adaptations previously unseen. The environmental transformation had destroyed established patterns but simultaneously created opportunities for novel developments as recovery processes began. Nature adapts more readily than human infrastructure, Elena noted, examining the plant specimens Maya had collected. These pioneer species are already establishing functional ecosystems on land that didn't exist in its current form a year ago. The biological recovery will likely progress faster than technological reconstruction in many regions. This recognition highlighted another aspect of their unique position. Beyond merely surviving the acute disaster phase, they were now witnessing the beginning stages of Earth's recovery processes, observing and documenting the planetary system's adaptations to their transformed conditions. This scientific witness role had become increasingly significant as their immediate survival concerns diminished. 14 months after the hurricane, they detected another meaningful shift in their environment. The gradual improvement in radiation conditions had reached a threshold permitting consideration of more substantial exterior activities with appropriate protection equipment. Current radiation measurements indicate 32 times normal background, ARIA reported during the morning status update. Continuing steady decrease consistent with magnetic field recovery phase. Present levels permit exterior activity with standard protection equipment for up to 4 hours per individual per week, or extended durations with advanced protection suits. This improvement represented significant expansion of their operational possibilities. While still far from pre-reversal conditions, the radiation decrease had reached levels permitting meaningful exterior work sessions rather than merely brief survey operations. The potential for expanded ground-based activities increased accordingly. We should implement the Phase 1 expansion of the auxiliary facility, Jonathan decided after reviewing the comprehensive environmental data. The conditions now permit the construction timelines required for establishing the proposed research outpost configuration. This development would substantially expand their ground-based capabilities while maintaining the habitat as their primary living environment. The enhanced auxiliary facility would provide laboratory space for environmental research, expanded storage for equipment and materials, and improved staging areas for exterior operations. The biological research capabilities would be particularly valuable, Maya noted with evident enthusiasm. We could establish controlled experimental plots to study the recolonization processes more systematically, comparing different soil amendment approaches and monitoring succession patterns under varied conditions. Her interest in the recovering ecosystem had developed into a sophisticated research focus, combining scientific curiosity with practical applications for understanding and potentially assisting the environmental recovery processes. Jonathan had encouraged this development, recognizing the value of dual-focus research addressing both academic understanding and practical applications. The expanded facility design incorporates dedicated wet and dry laboratory spaces, he confirmed, displaying the detailed plans on the main screen. Environmental control sufficient for specimen processing and analysis, secure storage for research materials, and infrastructure for establishing the experimental plot array you've proposed. The planning for this expansion highlighted another transition in their habitat journey, from pure survival focus through adaptive stability to now actively engaging with their environments. Recovery processes. As immediate threats diminished, their capabilities could increasingly support broader understanding and potentially constructive intervention in the healing landscape. Construction of the expanded auxiliary facility began the following week, with carefully scheduled exterior work sessions respecting the continuing radiation limitations. The accumulated construction experience from the Habitat project provided valuable expertise, allowing efficient implementation despite the challenging conditions. The foundation system is adapting well to the new substrate characteristics, David reported after supervising the initial construction phase. The modified design incorporates flexibility for the continuing consolidation processes while providing stable support for the plant structure. We should achieve operational status within approximately 3 weeks at current work progression. This timeline reflected both the continuing environmental constraints and the carefully optimized construction approach. The expanded facility would provide meaningful ground-based capabilities without requiring excessive radiation exposure during implementation, a balanced approach typical of Jonathan's engineering philosophy. As this work progressed, they maintained their primary floating habitat operations with continuing refinements and optimizations. The hydroponics system had achieved remarkable productivity under Maya's careful management, providing abundant fresh produce beyond their immediate needs and allowing preservation of surplus for potential future variability. The current production exceeds our nutritional requirements by approximately 18%, she reported during their weekly systems review. We've implemented expanded preservation protocols for the surplus, dehydration, vacuum sealing, and controlled fermentation processes to extend utilization options. An excellent adaptation, Jonathan acknowledged with restrained approval. Resource system surplus provides important resilience factors during uncertain recovery timelines. The preservation methods maintain nutritional profiles while minimizing storage requirements. This focus on resilience and long-term sustainability had become increasingly central to their habitat operations as they transitioned from immediate crisis response to extended recovery phase. Functioning. While conditions continued gradually improving, they maintained careful resource management and system optimization for potential extended occupation requirements. 15 months after the hurricane, they achieved operational status for the expanded auxiliary facility. The completed structure provided approximately 120 square meters of shielded workspace on the emergent plateau near their protected cove, a significant extension of their ground-based capabilities, while maintaining the floating habitat as their primary living environment. The radiation shielding measures 99.2% effectiveness, Jonathan reported after completing the commissioning tests. Environment control systems functioning within parameters. Power generation at 97% of designed capacity with solar collection exceeding initial projections due to improved atmospheric clarity. This successful implementation represented another milestone in their adaptation journey, establishing functional ground-based operations integrated with their floating habitat capabilities. Rather than binary transition between configurations, they had developed a hybrid operational model leveraging advantages of both approaches. Maya immediately began implementing her planned research program, establishing experimental plots surrounding the facility to systematically study the recovery processes occurring in the transformed environment. The laboratory spaces provided capabilities for detailed analysis of soil composition, plant adaptations, and ecological succession patterns. The systematic sampling shows fascinating variations in soil chemistry across the emergent terrain, she reported after her first comprehensive analysis session. The flooding appears to have created a mosaic of nutrient profiles influenced by the varied sediment sources concentrated during the recession process. The plant communities are responding with highly localized adaptation patterns. This research represented more than academic interest, it provided potentially valuable insights for understanding and assisting recovery processes across the broader region once radiation levels permitted more extensive operations. The knowledge they were developing might eventually contribute to rehabilitation efforts in areas experiencing similar post-disaster recovery challenges. Their expanded operational capabilities allowed more extensive exploration of the continuing environmental transformation. Regular survey missions documented the progression of water recession, land emergence, and biological recolonization across an expanding territory surrounding their protected cove. The main channel has established remarkably stable configuration, David reported after an extended survey operation. Flow patterns show consistent characteristics despite continuing minor adjustments to channel boundaries. The river system appears to be approaching equilibrium state approximately 16 months after initial formation. The vegetation succession is accelerating on the older emergent surfaces, Maya added, referencing her systematic documentation. Pioneer species are yielding to secondary succession communities in the higher elevation areas, with increasing biodiversity measurements across all monitored plots. The recovery processes are progressing significantly faster than typical post-disturbance timelines. This accelerated recovery paralleled their observations in other Earth systems, the magnetic field regenerating more rapidly than theoretical models had projected. Radiation levels decreasing correspondingly, and atmospheric conditions gradually normalizing after the extreme disruptions of the acute phase. The planetary healing processes had begun in earnest, though complete recovery would require extended timeframes. 16 months after the hurricane, they detected another significant environmental milestone. For the first time since the acute phase of the magnetic reversal, radiation measurements decreased below the threshold requiring specialized protection for limited exterior activities. Current radiation measurements indicate 12.6 times normal background, ARIA reported during the morning status update. Continuing steady decrease consistent with accelerated magnetic field recovery. Present levels permit brief exterior activity without specialized protection equipment, maximum 30 minutes per individual per day in designated lower exposure zones. This development represented meaningful progress toward eventually resuming more normal interaction with their external environment, while still requiring careful management and time limitations. The ability to experience even brief periods outside without full protective equipment provided psychological benefits beyond the practical operational advantages. We should designate specific exterior zones for unprotected access, Jonathan decided after reviewing the detailed radiation mapping. Areas with natural shielding characteristics and lower measurement profiles to maximize safe exposure durations while maintaining conservative safety margins. Maya participated in the first approved unprotected exterior session the following day, a carefully monitored 20-minute period in a designated low-exposure zone near the auxiliary facility. The experience of direct environmental contact after months of experiencing their surroundings only through protective barriers proved profoundly affecting. The sensory difference is extraordinary, she described afterward. Feeling actual air movement on skin, smelling the complex scents of the recovering vegetation. Hearing the subtle sounds without filtration, it creates an entirely different connection to the environment. This direct sensory experience represented another step in their gradual reintegration with the recovering world. While their habitat remained essential for extended occupation and primary living functions, the expanding possibilities for direct environmental interaction provided important psychological benefits after their long isolation. As recovery continued, they maintained their dual-focus approach, preserving the proven flotation adaptation that had successfully carried them through the most challenging phases while gradually expanding ground-based capabilities as conditions permitted. This balanced strategy maintained maximum flexibility while leveraging the specific advantages of each operational mode. The hybrid model provides optimal functionality for current conditions, Jonathan noted during their planning session. Floating configuration maintaining primary living systems with radiation shielding advantages, while expanded ground operations support research activities and environmental interaction as radiation levels permit. This pragmatic approach had characterized their entire adaptation journey, neither rigid adherence to preconceived operational modes nor reactive abandonment of proven systems, but thoughtful integration of multiple capabilities responsive to actual conditions. The habitat's design versatility had made this balanced approach possible, providing options rather than limitations throughout their extraordinary experience. 17 months after the hurricane, they achieved another significant recovery milestone. For the first time since the initial disaster, they established contact with another organized group of survivors utilizing specialized communication equipment at the auxiliary facility. Signal detected on emergency frequency 43.7 MHz, ARIA announced during routine monitoring operations. Transmission characteristics consistent with human-operated emergency communication protocols. Signal origin approximately 320 km southeast of current position. This discovery generated immediate excitement, potential contact with others who had successfully weathered the magnetic reversal effects, offering first connection beyond their small group since conventional communication networks had collapsed during the acute phase. Establish response protocols, Jonathan directed immediately. Limited information exchange focusing on basic status and capabilities. No specific location details until security assessment completed. This cautious approach reflected their awareness of the complex security considerations in a world experiencing catastrophic resource restrictions. Their self-sufficient habitat represented extraordinarily valuable capabilities in such circumstances, potentially attracting both legitimate alliance opportunities and potential threats depending on the nature of the contacting group. Elena established the initial communication using carefully designed protocols that provided meaningful information exchange while protecting sensitive details about their specific situation. The responding group identified themselves as a scientific research station that had been established in a geologically sheltered location prior to the magnetic reversal, with approximately 30 personnel maintaining operations through the disaster. Their radiation protection appears to have been effective though less comprehensive than ours, she reported after several communication exchanges. They maintained basic functionality through the acute phase but experienced significant resource limitations and some personnel health impacts. Current operations focused on environmental monitoring and limited agricultural restoration experiments. This contact provided their first external verification of broader disaster impacts and recovery processes. The information exchanged confirmed many of their assumptions about regional effects while providing valuable new insights about conditions beyond their immediate environment. Their agricultural data is particularly significant, Maya noted with professional interest. They've been experimenting with soil remediation techniques for radiation-affected growing areas, with promising results using specialized mycorrhizal amendments and layered barrier systems. And their atmospheric monitoring confirms our observations about magnetic field recovery rates, Elena added. Their measurements show similar acceleration beyond theoretical model projections, suggesting more rapid stabilization than initially predicted by most scientific consensus. This external data provided valuable confirmation of their own observations while expanding their understanding of regional variation in both impact severity and recovery processes. The connection represented potential for knowledge exchange that could benefit both communities as recovery continued. We should maintain regular communication schedules while continuing security protocols, Jonathan decided after reviewing the complete assessment. Information exchange provides mutual benefits without requiring physical contact or specific location details until relationship development permits more comprehensive evaluation. This measured approach balanced the advantages of expanded connection with appropriate caution given the uncertain conditions throughout the region. Their habitat's self-sufficiency allowed them to approach such relationships from a position of security rather than necessity, engaging for mutual benefit rather than desperate need. The contact with other survivors reinforced a reality they had been increasingly recognizing, that their journey through the magnetic reversal represented not merely personal survival but preservation of knowledge and capabilities that would eventually contribute to broader recovery efforts. As conditions continued improving, their role would likely evolve from isolated survival to active participation in regional rehabilitation processes. The river continued flowing past their protected cove, now with gradually receding levels revealing more of the transformed landscape each month. Inside their floating home and expanding ground facilities, they maintained their careful documentation of Earth's extraordinary transformation and initial recovery, witnesses to and participants in a planetary-scale disaster and healing process that would reshape their world for generations to come. Chapter 14. Radiation Alert. 18 months after the hurricane, the environment surrounding their protected cove had stabilized into a new normal. The water level had receded approximately 4 feet from peak flood stage, revealing expanded territories of emergent land while maintaining the primary river channel that had formed during the transformation. Their floating habitat remained secured in the sheltered cove, while their ground-based operations had expanded with the gradually improving conditions. The morning began with an unexpected development, an alert from their comprehensive monitoring systems that had been tracking the continuing magnetic field recovery. Warning: significant magnetic anomaly detected, ARIA announced during the morning status update. Field strength measurements indicating localized disruption approximately 500 kilometers west of current position. Pattern characteristics inconsistent with standard recovery progression. This anomaly represented the first significant deviation from the steady improvement they had been observing in magnetic conditions since passing the acute phase of the reversal. Jonathan immediately initiated comprehensive analysis of the monitoring data, his expression showing rare concern as he reviewed the patterns. The readings suggest a possible secondary disruption event, he concluded after studying the complete dataset. a localized collapse in the recovering field structure creating a magnetic pole with minimal shielding characteristics. The phenomenon appears unstable, with fluctuating boundaries and intensity variations. What are the implications? Elena asked, immediately recognizing the potential significance of this development. If the disruption maintains current parameters, minimal direct effects at our location, Jonathan replied with characteristic precision. However, if the anomaly expands or triggers similar disruptions in adjacent field regions, we could experience temporary regression in radiation shielding effectiveness. The possibility of interrupted recovery after months of steady improvement was sobering. They had adapted their operations to the gradually decreasing radiation levels, expanding exterior activities and ground-based operations as conditions permitted. A reversal of this trend would require significant operational adjustments. Could this trigger another complete field collapse? Maya asked, voicing the concern they all felt. Unlikely based on current characteristics, Jonathan assessed after further analysis. The anomaly appears localized rather than systemic, suggesting isolated disruption rather than fundamental field destabilization. However, comprehensive monitoring is essential as the phenomenon develops. This qualified reassurance provided some comfort, though the unpredicted anomaly reminded them of the complex and not fully understood nature of Earth's magnetic field recovery process. The planetary systems were establishing new equilibrium states, with potential for unexpected developments during the transition. We should implement precautionary protocols, Jonathan decided. Temporarily reduce exterior activity durations by 25% from current authorized levels. Increase radiation monitoring frequency throughout our operational area. Prepare contingency plans for radiation level increases if the anomaly expands or migrates. This measured response reflected their balanced approach to uncertainty, neither overreacting to potential threats nor dismissing early warning indicators. The habitat's design incorporated substantial safety margins for radiation protection, but prudent adjustment of exterior activities represented appropriate precaution while they assessed the anomaly's development. Over the next week, they monitored the magnetic disruption with focused attention. The anomaly exhibited complex behavior, fluctuating in both intensity and geographical extent while maintaining its general position west of their location. The effects on their local radiation measurements remained minimal, with readings continuing to show gradual improvement despite the distant disruption. The phenomenon appears to be stabilizing rather than expanding, Jonathan reported after reviewing the comprehensive monitoring data. Field strength measurements in the anomaly region show oscillating patterns rather than progressive deterioration. Local radiation levels continuing steady decrease consistent with overall recovery trends. This assessment suggested the disruption represented a localized irregularity in the recovery process rather than indication of systemic regression. While requiring continued monitoring, the anomaly appeared unlikely to significantly impact their operational capabilities based on current characteristics. The Scientific Research Station reports similar observations, Elena added, referencing their continued communication with the other survivor group. Their monitoring equipment detected the anomaly formation but indicates minimal local effects at their location southeast of the disruption. This external confirmation provided additional confidence in their assessment. The shared observations suggested a geographically limited phenomenon rather than indication of broader recovery failure. Allowing cautious resumption of their expanded operational protocols as the anomaly stabilized without expansion. 3 weeks after detecting the magnetic anomaly, they experienced its first significant effect on their local conditions. A substantial solar flare occurred, moderate by historical standards but potentially concerning given the weakened magnetic shielding still present during the recovery phase. Solar event detected, ARIA announced with increased urgency. X3. 8 class flare with coronal mass ejection component. Trajectory analysis indicates Earth-directed orientation. Estimated arrival of charged particles in approximately 36 hours based on current solar wind velocities. Under normal magnetic field conditions, such an event would represent limited concern for properly shielded environments. However, the recovering field provided reduced protection, and the localized anomaly created potential for channeled particle exposure in affected regions. The timing is problematic, Jonathan noted after reviewing the comprehensive data. The particle stream will interact with Earth's magnetosphere while the western anomaly remains active, potentially creating a focused intrusion path with reduced shielding effectiveness. Projected radiation effects at our location? Elena asked, focused on practical implications rather than theoretical concerns. Models suggest temporary radiation increase between 2.8 and 4.2 times current levels, depending on particle density and anomaly configuration during peak interaction, Jonathan replied. Duration approximately 18 to 24 hours during maximum exposure period, followed by gradual return to baseline recovery trend. This projected increase would require significant operational adjustments, though the habitat's design incorporated substantial radiation protection margins well beyond the anticipated levels. The primary concerns would involve any exterior activities and potential effects on more sensitive habitat systems. We should implement comprehensive preparation protocols, Jonathan directed. Suspend all exterior operations during the projected impact period. Activate secondary radiation shielding systems for sensitive equipment zones. Increase medical monitoring frequency for all occupants. These precautions represented appropriate response to a significant but manageable challenge. The habitat had been designed specifically to maintain functionality through such events, with multiple protection layers and redundant systems ensuring continued operation despite temporary external condition deterioration. Maya immediately began securing the experimental research plots at the auxiliary facility, implementing protective measures for the ongoing studies and ensuring all equipment was properly stored before the projected radiation increase. The plant experiments shouldn't experience significant effects with proper protection protocols, she noted while working. The research plots have emergency shielding capabilities specifically designed for solar event scenarios. And the most sensitive specimens can be temporarily relocated to the habitat's shielded growing areas. This capability for rapid adaptation had been incorporated throughout their operations, allowing efficient response to changing conditions without abandoning ongoing projects. The balanced approach maintained progress during favorable periods while preserving protective capabilities for temporary disruptions. As the projected impact time approached, they completed comprehensive preparation procedures throughout both the floating habitat and ground-based facilities. The protective measures were methodical rather than panicked, a well-practiced response based on detailed protocols developed specifically for solar event scenarios during magnetic recovery. Final preparation verification complete, ARIA reported as they approached the projected particle arrival window. All exterior access points secured. Secondary radiation shielding activated for sensitive equipment zones. Medical monitoring systems at increased sensitivity. Habitat functionality at 100% with all protection systems engaged. The hours passed with measured anticipation, their monitoring systems tracking the approaching particle stream as it traversed the distance from the Sun. The habitat maintained normal internal operations despite the preparation activities, its comprehensive design providing continued functionality regardless of temporary external condition changes. Initial particle detection confirmed, ARIA announced approximately 34 hours after the solar flare observation. Radiation measurements beginning gradual increase consistent with projected interaction patterns. Current levels 15% above baseline and rising. The radiation increase developed progressively over the next several hours, their monitoring systems tracking the steadily rising measurements as the particle stream intensified. The habitat's shielding functioned precisely as designed, maintaining normal internal radiation levels despite the significant external increase. External radiation now measuring 2.6 times pre-event baseline, ARIA updated as the exposure approached maximum intensity, increasing approximately 0.2 units per hour with projected peak in approximately 4 hours. Internal measurements remain at normal background levels throughout all habitat sections. The shielding effectiveness demonstrated another aspect of Jonathan's comprehensive design approach, protection margins substantially exceeding anticipated requirements, providing security even during unexpected condition intensification. The habitat maintained complete functionality despite the challenging external environment. The Scientific Research Station reports similar radiation progression, Elena noted after their scheduled communication exchange. Their shielding appears effective though less comprehensive than ours. They've implemented limited isolation protocols for most vulnerable personnel, but overall operations continuing with minimal disruption. This external perspective provided valuable comparison for their experience, confirming both the regional nature of the radiation increase and the effectiveness of properly designed protection systems. Their shared observations would contribute to improved understanding of solar event effects during magnetic field recovery phases. The radiation levels peaked approximately 38 hours after the initial flare detection, reaching maximum measurements of 3.7 times their pre-event baseline, within the projected range though toward the higher end of anticipated intensity. The habitat's systems maintained full functionality throughout, with no detectable radiation increase in interior environments. Peak intensity holding stable, ARIA reported after several hours at maximum levels. Particle density measurements beginning slight decrease, suggesting approaching conclusion of primary exposure period. Projected return to baseline trends beginning within approximately 6 to 8 hours based on current progression patterns. This assessment indicated they had successfully weathered the most intense phase of the solar event, with gradual improvement expected as the particle stream continued its passage. The temporary disruption had been managed effectively through their comprehensive preparation protocols and the habitat's substantial protection capabilities. As radiation levels began decreasing toward pre-event measurements, they maintained cautious monitoring while preparing to resume normal operational patterns. The experience had demonstrated both the continuing vulnerability during magnetic recovery and the effectiveness of their adaptive capabilities when responding to temporary condition deterioration. The event validated our protection system design parameters, Jonathan noted during their review session as measurements approached baseline. Performance within specified tolerances despite intensity at upper range of projected scenarios. The modular shielding configuration provided optimal coverage with minimal resource requirements. This technical assessment masked the more emotional reality that they had successfully maintained complete safety during a potentially hazardous event. Their engineered environment performing exactly as designed despite challenging external conditions. The habitat had once again proven its effectiveness as sanctuary during planetary scale disruption. 2 days after the solar event, radiation measurements had returned to pre-event baselines and continued their gradual improvement trend. The magnetic anomaly that had contributed to the channeled particle exposure showed signs of dissipation, with field strength measurements indicating gradual normalization in the previously disrupted region. We can resume standard operational protocols, Jonathan confirmed after reviewing the comprehensive monitoring data. Exterior activities returning to pre-event authorized durations. Auxiliary facility returning to normal research functions with standard protection requirements. Their response to the temporary disruption demonstrated another aspect of their adaptation capabilities, the ability to quickly adjust operational parameters based on changing conditions. Implementing protection when necessary while efficiently returning to expanded functions when conditions permitted. This fluid response reflected Jonathan's design philosophy throughout the Habitat project. Maya immediately resumed her research programs at the auxiliary facility, assessing any impacts from the temporary radiation increase and continuing the systematic documentation of recovery processes in the transformed environment. The experimental plots had been effectively protected during the event, allowing continuation of the ongoing studies without significant disruption. The plant communities show no detectable effects from the temporary radiation fluctuation, she reported after completing her assessment. The emergency shielding provided sufficient protection for even the most sensitive specimens. The mycorrhizal amendment experiments are showing particularly promising results in the radiation-impacted soil remediation trials. This research focus represented their evolving role as conditions gradually improved, not merely surviving the disaster but actively studying recovery processes and developing approaches that might eventually assist broader rehabilitation efforts. Their unique circumstances and specialized equipment provided capabilities for generating valuable knowledge during the transitional period. The communication with the scientific research station had continued throughout the solar event, providing mutual confirmation of observations and response effectiveness. The shared experience had strengthened their information exchange relationship, creating increasing comfort with more detailed discussion of respective capabilities and research activities. Their radiation-resistant crop development program shows intriguing potential, Elena reported after their post-event information exchange. They've been selectively breeding for radiation tolerance in several staple crop varieties, with encouraging results for potential cultivation in moderately affected areas. The genetic diversity preservation aspect is particularly valuable given likely species losses in severely impacted regions. This type of knowledge sharing highlighted the potential value of expanded communication networks as recovery progressed. Different survivor groups had developed specialized capabilities based on their particular circumstances and expertise, creating opportunities for complementary information exchange that could accelerate overall recovery efforts. 20 months after the hurricane, they detected another significant development in their gradually improving environment. For the first time since the acute phase of the magnetic reversal, radiation measurements decreased below 10 times normal background levels, a meaningful threshold for expanded exterior capabilities. Current radiation measurements indicate 9.8 times normal background, ARIA reported during the morning status update. Continuing steady decrease consistent with magnetic field recovery progression. Present levels permit exterior activity without specialized protection for up to 2 hours per individual per day in designated lower exposure zones. This improvement represented substantial expansion of their operational possibilities. The ability to conduct extended exterior activities without cumbersome specialized equipment would significantly enhance both their research capabilities and psychological well-being through increased environmental connection. We should implement the Phase 2 expansion of ground-based operations, Jonathan decided after reviewing the comprehensive environmental data. The conditions now support the extended construction timelines required for establishing the proposed integrated facility configuration. This development would substantially enhance their ground-based capabilities, creating a more comprehensive facility connecting their previously separated auxiliary buildings into an integrated complex. The expanded facilities would provide increased research capabilities, improved environmental interaction opportunities, and enhanced operational flexibility as conditions continued improving. The biological research capabilities would be transformative, Maya noted with evident enthusiasm. We could establish the comprehensive ecosystem monitoring network we've been planning, tracking recovery patterns across multiple habitat types simultaneously while conducting more sophisticated experimental interventions. Her research focus had evolved substantially as radiation conditions improved, moving from primarily observational documentation toward more active experimental approaches testing potential methods for assisting recovery processes. The expanded facilities would provide significantly enhanced capabilities for this evolving research program. Construction of the integrated ground complex began the following week, with efficiently organized work sessions maximizing productivity while maintaining conservative safety margins below authorized radiation exposure limits. The project incorporated materials from both the habitat's substantial stores and locally sourced components where appropriate, another aspect of their evolving approach as recovery progressed. The integrated design provides approximately 350 square meters of operational space, David explained during the project review, displaying the comprehensive plans. Research laboratories, expanded equipment storage, meeting facilities, and environmental interaction spaces connected in a unified complex with optimized protection characteristics. This significant expansion represented another milestone in their adaptation journey, not merely maintaining survival through disaster conditions but actively developing capabilities for engagement with their recovering environment. As radiation levels continued decreasing, their operational possibilities expanded correspondingly. Throughout this period, they maintained their dual-focus approach, preserving the proven flotation adaptation while expanding ground-based capabilities as conditions permitted. The habitat remained their primary living environment, its comprehensive systems providing superior comfort and protection while their ground facilities expanded operational capabilities without requiring full relocation. The hybrid model continues providing optimal functionality, Jonathan noted during their planning session. Floating configuration maintaining primary living systems with superior integration capabilities, while expanded ground operations support research activities and environmental engagement as radiation levels permit. This balanced approach had characterized their entire adaptation journey, pragmatic utilization of multiple operational modes rather than commitment to single configurations regardless of changing conditions. The habitat's design versatility had made this approach possible, providing options rather than limitations throughout their extraordinary experience. 22 months after the hurricane, they faced an unexpected challenge to their carefully balanced operational approach. Maya developed concerning symptoms following an extended research session at the ground facilities, mild nausea, fatigue, and slight disorientation that persisted despite rest. The timing and symptom pattern suggests potential radiation exposure beyond recommended limits, Elena observed with medical concern after initial examination. Have you experienced any equipment failures or protection breaches during recent exterior activities? Nothing obvious, Maya replied, trying to recall any unusual circumstances during her work sessions. The personal dosimeter showed normal readings throughout. I maintained standard protocols for all exterior operations. This situation prompted immediate comprehensive investigation. Jonathan initiated detailed analysis of all radiation monitoring systems throughout their operational areas, searching for potential equipment failures or localized anomalies that might explain Maya's symptoms despite apparently normal measurement readings. We've detected a concerning pattern, he reported after examining the complete monitoring data. There appears to be a localized radiation hotspot developing near Research Plot 7, approximately 120 meters northwest of the main facility. The fixed monitoring network showed minimal variation, but detailed mapping reveals a concentrated area with measurements approximately 3.6 times surrounding baseline levels. This discovery explained the concerning symptoms. Maya had been conducting extended experiments precisely in this area, potentially receiving cumulative exposure beyond safe limits despite standard monitoring systems showing acceptable readings. The localized nature of the anomaly had evaded detection by the broader monitoring network until specific investigation. The pattern suggests radioactive material concentration rather than external radiation increase, Jonathan continued, analyzing the detailed characteristics. Possibly mineral deposits with radioactive components exposed during the water recession, or concentration effects from sediment redistribution during the flooding phase. This assessment identified a new category of concern. Not temporary external radiation events like the solar flare, but persistent localized hazards created by the landscape transformation itself. The flooding and geological changes had potentially exposed or concentrated naturally occurring radioactive materials, creating dangerous zones within otherwise improving conditions. ARIA, implement comprehensive hotspot detection protocol, Jonathan directed immediately. Complete radiation mapping of all operational areas at maximum resolution. Priority focus on current and planned research zones, exterior work areas, and transit pathways. Comprehensive radiation mapping initiated, the AI confirmed. High-resolution survey parameters established. Deploying mobile monitoring platforms for maximum coverage efficiency. Estimated completion time 28 hours for primary operational zones. While this investigation proceeded, Maya remained in the habitat under medical observation. Her symptoms suggested mild radiation sickness rather than severe exposure, but the situation demanded careful monitoring and precautionary treatment regardless of apparent severity. The symptoms remain consistent with early-stage radiation exposure effects, Elena reported after continued observation. Fortunately, the pattern suggests relatively limited exposure rather than severe radiation injury. Supportive treatment protocols should address the symptoms effectively while preventing progression. The habitat's medical capabilities included comprehensive radiation exposure treatments, another aspect of Jonathan's thorough preparation for the magnetic reversal effects. The available medications and therapies represented specialized capabilities unavailable in conventional medical facilities, particularly during the infrastructure collapse that had accompanied the disaster. The treatment appears effective, Elena confirmed after 48 hours of monitored care. Symptom reduction consistent with appropriate response to the intervention protocols. Blood parameters showing improvement trends without evidence of significant damage to radiation-sensitive systems. This favorable response suggested both limited initial exposure and effective early intervention, a manageable health concern rather than severe medical emergency. Maya's condition continued improving with treatment, though the situation highlighted a new category of environmental hazard requiring comprehensive assessment and management protocols. The radiation mapping operation revealed several additional hotspots throughout their operational area, though none as concentrated as the initial discovery near Research Plot 7. The pattern confirmed their assessment of localized material concentration rather than broader external radiation increase, providing basis for targeted remediation rather than general operational restrictions. We've identified 12 distinct anomaly zones within our operational territory, Jonathan reported after analyzing the complete survey data. Intensity variations ranging from 1.8 to 3.8 times surrounding baseline levels. Spatial distribution suggesting correlation with sediment deposition patterns during the recession phase. This comprehensive mapping allowed development of specific management approaches, identifying exclusion zones requiring remediation before use, establishing modified protection requirements for moderate anomaly areas, and confirming safely usable regions for continued operations without additional precautions. The auxiliary facility and primary research zones show no significant anomalies, Jonathan confirmed, providing reassurance about their main operational areas. The identified hotspots appear concentrated in specific geological formations, primarily areas with distinctive sedimentation characteristics different from surrounding territories. This pattern provided valuable information for both hazard management and scientific understanding. The concentration mechanism offered insights into how radioactive materials had redistributed during the flooding and recession process, knowledge potentially applicable to other regions experiencing similar post-flood recovery challenges. Maya's condition continued improving with treatment, her symptoms resolving completely after approximately 1 week of targeted therapy. The experience had been concerning but ultimately demonstrated their effective response capabilities even to unexpected challenges emerging during the recovery phase. I should have conducted more comprehensive monitoring before establishing new research zones, she acknowledged during their review session after returning to normal activities. The standard protocols assumed relatively uniform radiation distribution rather than potential concentration effects from the geological changes. The situation revealed a previously unrecognized hazard category, Jonathan noted, his typically reserved manner not quite masking his concern about the near miss involving his daughter. The monitoring protocols have been updated accordingly, incorporating high-resolution mapping requirements before establishing new operational zones. This experience highlighted another aspect of their adaptation journey, continuing discovery of novel hazards created by the unprecedented planetary transformation, requiring ongoing vigilance and protocol refinement even as general conditions gradually improved. The recovery phase presented its own unique challenges despite the overall positive trends. With the comprehensive radiation mapping completed and exclusion zones clearly established, they resumed their operational expansion with appropriate safety modifications. The integrated ground complex continued development with adjusted planning that avoided identified anomaly areas, maintaining their balanced approach to recovery phase adaptation. 24 months after the hurricane, they mark 2 full years since the beginning of their extraordinary journey through planetary transformation. The anniversary prompted reflection on both their successful survival through unprecedented challenges and the continuing evolution of their role as conditions gradually improved. We've witnessed and documented a planetary-scale disaster and initial recovery process that has transformed Earth's systems in ways unprecedented in recorded human history, Elena observed during their commemorative gathering. Our experience represents both personal survival achievement and potentially invaluable scientific documentation for understanding these extraordinary events. The habitat performed beyond designed parameters through multiple extreme challenges, Jonathan acknowledged, his typically reserved assessment nevertheless conveying satisfaction with his creation's effectiveness. The integrated systems maintained functionality through conditions exceeding projection models in several categories, demonstrating the value of comprehensive preparation despite uncertain specific manifestations. And we've evolved from just surviving to actually studying and potentially helping the recovery process, Maya added, referencing her expanding research programs focused on understanding and potentially assisting environmental healing. The knowledge we're developing might eventually help other regions experiencing similar challenges. This evolution from pure survival focus to broader engagement with recovery processes represented significant transition in their habitat journey. As immediate threats diminished, Their capabilities could increasingly support understanding and potentially constructive intervention in the healing landscape, extending their influence beyond personal protection toward broader contribution. Their expanded communication with other survivor groups had continued developing during this period, creating an emerging information exchange network sharing specialized knowledge developed through the disaster experience. Their unique circumstances and equipment provided capabilities for generating valuable data unavailable to most surviving communities. The Scientific Research Station reports similar identified hotspot phenomena in their region, Elena noted, referencing their continuing information exchange. They've developed complementary detection methodologies using limited equipment resources. While our comprehensive mapping capabilities provide verification patterns they couldn't achieve independently, the collaborative approach benefits both communities. This developing relationship highlighted potential for expanded cooperation as conditions continued improving, different survivor groups contributing specialized capabilities developed through their particular circumstances, creating collective knowledge significantly exceeding individual community achievements. As they entered their third year since the hurricane, the recovery processes continued their gradual progression. The magnetic field regeneration maintained its steady improvement trend, radiation levels decreased correspondingly, and biological systems demonstrated remarkable adaptation to the transformed conditions throughout their observable environment. Their balanced operational approach continued providing optimal functionality for these transitional conditions, maintaining the proven floating habitat as primary living environment while expanding ground-based capabilities as radiation levels permitted. This hybrid model preserved maximum flexibility while leveraging specific advantages of each configuration during the extended recovery period. Outside, the transformed river continued flowing past their protected cove, though with gradually receding levels revealing more of the altered landscape each month. Inside their floating home and expanding ground facilities, they maintained their careful documentation of Earth's extraordinary transformation and progressive recovery, witnesses to and participants in planetary-scale disaster and healing processes that would reshape their world for generations to come. Chapter 15. Under the invisible shield. 26 months after the hurricane, their environment had established a new equilibrium distinctly different from its pre-disaster configuration. The water had continued its gradual recession, stabilizing at levels that maintained the primary river channel while revealing extensive tracts of emergent land surrounding their protected cove. Their operational territory had expanded accordingly, with comprehensive radiation mapping allowing safe utilization of increasing areas as both general radiation levels decreased and specific hotspots were identified and managed. The morning began with Maya conducting detailed documentation of ecological succession patterns in one of her systematic monitoring plots. The progressive vegetation changes demonstrated remarkable adaptation to the transformed conditions, plant communities establishing functional ecosystems on land that had been submerged less than 2 years previously. The succession patterns show fascinating acceleration compared to typical post-disturbance timelines, she noted in her research journal, photographing the plot for her ongoing documentation series. Secondary succession species have established dominant communities in less than 18 months after initial emergence, a process that would typically require 3 to 5 years under normal conditions. This accelerated recovery paralleled their observations in other Earth systems, the magnetic field regenerating more rapidly than theoretical models had projected, radiation levels decreasing correspondingly, and atmospheric conditions normalizing after the extreme disruptions of the acute phase. The planetary healing processes had demonstrated remarkable resilience once the acute stressors diminished. Maya continued her systematic documentation before returning to the integrated ground complex they had established near their protected cove. The facility had developed into a significant research center, with specialized laboratories, equipment storage, and operational spaces supporting their expanded environmental engagement as radiation conditions improved. The latest soil analysis results are particularly interesting, she reported during their morning research review, displaying comprehensive data from the tested samples. The microbial communities show accelerated adaptation to radiation exposure, developing population characteristics typically associated with naturally high background regions despite no previous evolutionary exposure to these conditions, suggesting rapid selection for radiation-resistant characteristics, Elena observed, reviewing the detailed findings. The extreme conditions effectively created intensified evolutionary pressure, accelerating adaptation processes that would require much longer timeframes under normal selection conditions. This observation paralleled broader patterns they had documented throughout the recovery phase, biological systems demonstrating remarkable adaptation capabilities when subjected to unprecedented environmental changes. The planetary life systems appeared capable of far more rapid evolutionary responses than previously recognized under the extreme selection pressures created by the disaster. Jonathan entered with updated radiation monitoring data, his expression showing measured satisfaction with the continuing improvement trends. Current radiation measurements indicate 7.2 times normal background, continuing steady decrease consistent with magnetic field recovery progression. Present levels permit exterior activity without specialized protection for up to 4 hours per individual per day throughout cleared operational zones. This ongoing improvement represented significant expansion of their operational possibilities. The ability to conduct extended exterior activities without specialized protective equipment enhanced both their research capabilities and psychological well-being through increased environmental engagement after their long period of isolation. The magnetic field recovery continues progressing beyond theoretical models, he continued, displaying the comprehensive monitoring data. Current measurements indicate field strength at approximately 41% of pre-reversal baseline, with continuing steady increase. The reorganized field configuration appears to be stabilizing in its new orientation while progressively strengthening. This recovery represented remarkable planetary resilience, Earth's geodynamo re-establishing functional magnetic protection despite the extraordinary disruption it had experienced. The reversal process had completed more rapidly than scientific consensus had predicted, with recovery progression similarly exceeding theoretical timelines once the acute phase passed. Their expanded communication network now included regular information exchange with several survivor communities in addition to the scientific research station they had initially contacted. These connections provided valuable comparative data about recovery patterns across different geographical regions, creating more comprehensive understanding of the planetary healing processes. The northern community reports similar acceleration in vegetation recovery patterns, Elena noted, referencing their most recent information exchange. Their monitoring shows comparable succession timelines despite different baseline ecosystems and greater latitude. The universal adaptation acceleration suggests fundamental biological response mechanisms rather than regional specific factors. This broader perspective enhanced their scientific understanding while providing psychological benefits through expanded human connection after their long isolation. The developing knowledge exchange network represented potential foundation for more comprehensive cooperation as recovery continued and communication capabilities gradually improved. During lunch in the habitat's common area, David joined them with reports from his morning structural assessment of their expanding ground facilities. The integrated complex is performing excellently despite the unconventional foundation conditions, he noted with professional satisfaction. The modified design accounting for the sedimentary substrate shows minimal settlement patterns well within projected parameters. And the flexible connection system? Jonathan inquired, referencing the specialized design accommodating potential future water level changes. Functioning precisely as intended, David confirmed. The articulated foundation connections maintain structural integrity while allowing adaptation to the continuing minor ground shifts. The monitoring sensors show movement patterns entirely within design tolerances. This successful implementation demonstrated another aspect of their evolved approach, incorporating the reality of continuing environmental transformation into their engineering rather than assuming newly stable conditions. The design anticipated potential future changes rather than requiring stability for functionality, providing resilience through adaptation rather than resistance. After lunch, Maya returned to the ground complex to continue processing her morning field samples. The laboratories provided comprehensive analysis capabilities, allowing detailed investigation of the complex biological adaptations occurring throughout their observable environment. This research represented more than academic interest. It provided potentially valuable insights for understanding and eventually assisting recovery processes across broader regions once conditions permitted expanded operations. Several hours into her analysis work, Maya began experiencing unexpected symptoms, a mild headache gradually intensifying, accompanied by slight nausea and visual disturbances. These effects developed despite no apparent exposure to identified hazards, with all monitoring systems showing normal parameters throughout the laboratory environments. Something's wrong, she acknowledged to herself after the symptoms continued worsening despite a brief rest period. This feels similar to the radiation exposure effects, but the monitoring shows normal readings throughout this area. She activated the communication link to the main habitat. Mom, I'm experiencing concerning symptoms at the analysis lab. Headache, nausea, visual disturbances, similar to the previous radiation exposure episode, but all monitoring shows normal readings. Elena responded immediately. Return to the habitat immediately. We'll initiate comprehensive evaluation and monitoring. Maya secured her samples and equipment before departing the laboratory, the symptoms continuing to intensify during her return journey to the floating habitat. Upon arrival, she found both her parents waiting with evident concern, medical monitoring equipment prepared for immediate assessment. When did the symptoms begin? Elena asked professionally, medical training overriding parental worry as she initiated examination procedures. Approximately 2 hours into the afternoon analysis session, Maya replied, describing the progression in detail while submitting to the comprehensive monitoring. No apparent exposure triggers, all radiation badges and environmental monitors showing normal readings throughout the period. Jonathan was already reviewing the complete monitoring data from both her personal dosimeters and the laboratory environmental sensors. Searching for potential equipment failures or unrecognized exposure sources. His expression showed increasing concern as the review revealed no obvious explanation for the symptoms. All monitoring systems functioning within calibration parameters, he reported after thorough verification. No detected radiation anomalies throughout the laboratory environment or transit pathways. Personal dosimeter readings consistently within safe exposure margins. This lack of identified cause increased their concern rather than diminishing it, unexplained symptoms potentially indicating unrecognized hazard categories requiring investigation before safe operational resumption. Maya's medical assessment continued while Jonathan expanded his analysis to include all environmental parameters beyond radiation measurements. Blood analysis shows concerning patterns, Elena reported after completing initial medical evaluation. Lymphocyte depression and elevated neutrophil ratios consistent with radiation exposure effects, despite no detected exposure events. Hematocrit and platelet counts showing mild but significant deviation from baseline measurements. These findings confirmed physiological impacts despite no detected exposure, a troubling inconsistency requiring comprehensive investigation. Jonathan expanded his analysis further, incorporating all available monitoring data while developing potential explanations for the observed effects without detected causes. "Wait," he said suddenly, focused intently on a particular data sequence. There was a brief power fluctuation in the laboratory environmental systems approximately 30 minutes before symptom onset. Duration 2.7 seconds, affecting monitoring continuity in specific sensor categories. This subtle anomaly provided potential explanation pathway, a momentary monitoring gap potentially allowing undetected exposure during the brief system interruption. However, the limited duration seemed insufficient to explain the observed symptom intensity unless exposure levels were extraordinarily high during the brief window. The lab ventilation system cycles through that electrical circuit, David noted, reviewing the detailed system schematics. A power fluctuation might have temporarily affected airflow patterns, potentially creating brief concentration of unidentified airborne contaminants before normal circulation resumed. This theory offered plausible explanation for the observed effects without detected cause, a brief but intense exposure to concentrated contaminants during temporary ventilation interruption, followed by rapid dilution as normal airflow resumed. The scenario would explain both the symptoms and the lack of detected exposure on continuing monitoring systems. "We need to identify potential airborne contaminants in the laboratory environment," Jonathan decided immediately. ARIA, implement comprehensive atmospheric analysis protocol for the analysis laboratory. Prioritize detection of volatilized radioactive compounds, radon gas concentrations, and potential chemical contaminants from sample processing activities. Atmospheric analysis protocol initiated, the AI confirmed. Deploying specialized monitoring equipment to laboratory environment. Analysis sequence prioritizing identified potential contaminant categories. Estimated completion time 3 hours for comprehensive assessment. While this investigation proceeded, Elena continued medical treatment for Maya's symptoms, implementing the established radiation exposure protocols despite the uncertain specific cause. The precautionary approach addressed the observed physiological effects while awaiting definitive identification of the triggering factors. The treatment appears effective despite the uncertain exposure mechanism, she reported after several hours of monitored care. Symptoms showing reduction patterns consistent with appropriate response to the intervention protocols. Continuing treatment while awaiting contaminant identification. This favorable response suggested manageable exposure regardless of specific causation, concerning but not immediately dangerous given their comprehensive treatment capabilities. Maya's condition stabilized under care, though the situation highlighted potential new hazard categories requiring thorough investigation before resuming normal operations. The atmospheric analysis revealed a significant finding that explained the observed effects without prior detection by standard monitoring systems. The laboratory environment showed elevated radon gas concentrations approximately 18 times normal background levels, far exceeding safety thresholds but undetected by standard radiation monitoring. Configured primarily for gamma and beta radiation rather than alpha-emitting gas concentrations. The radon accumulation appears connected to the geological characteristics beneath the laboratory structure, Jonathan explained after analyzing the comprehensive data. The foundation disruption during construction likely exposed naturally occurring uranium deposits in the underlying formation, creating continuous radon generation with potential for dangerous concentration during ventilation interruptions. This discovery identified a previously unrecognized hazard category related to their transformed environment: radioactive gas accumulation from exposed geological formations altered during the flooding and seismic events. The standard monitoring had focused on external radiation and particulate contamination rather than gaseous radioactive products requiring specialized detection methods. The ventilation interruption created temporary concentration conditions, David added, completing the scenario analysis. Normal airflow patterns typically maintain safe dilution levels, but the brief system fluctuation allowed dangerous concentration formation before resuming effective circulation. This explanation aligned with all observed effects, medical symptoms consistent with radiation exposure despite normal readings on standard monitoring. Rapid onset following ventilation interruption, and improvement after removing from the exposure environment. The discovery required comprehensive remediation before resuming laboratory operations. "We need to implement complete mitigation protocols," Jonathan directed immediately. Specialized ventilation systems with continuous radon monitoring, foundation sealing to prevent gas infiltration, and reconfigured environmental monitoring incorporating gas-specific detection capabilities. These modifications would address the newly identified hazard category while allowing resumption of essential research operations with appropriate safety margins. The experience highlighted another aspect of their adaptation journey: continuing discovery of novel challenges created by their transformed environment, requiring ongoing vigilance and protocol refinement despite general recovery progression. Maya's condition continued improving under treatment, her symptoms resolving steadily with the comprehensive therapy protocols. The experience had been concerning but ultimately manageable given their medical capabilities. Though it demonstrated the complex and sometimes unexpected hazards presented by their transformed environment even during the recovery phase. The radon mitigation systems are showing excellent effectiveness, David reported 3 days later, after implementing the comprehensive modifications to the laboratory facility. Continuous monitoring shows concentrations consistently below 0.5 times normal background levels throughout all interior spaces, well within safety parameters even during extended occupancy. This successful remediation allowed resumption of essential research operations with enhanced safety protocols. The experience had revealed an important hazard category requiring incorporation into their overall environmental management approach, potentially relevant for other survivor communities facing similar post-disaster conditions in geologically disrupted regions. "We should add radon risk assessment to our information exchange with other communities," Elena suggested during their planning session. The geological disruption likely created similar hazards in many regions experiencing seismic effects during the magnetic reversal. Early identification could prevent significant health impacts for groups without our detection capabilities. This perspective highlighted their evolving role as conditions improved, sharing specialized knowledge developed through their unique circumstances to potentially benefit broader recovery efforts. Their comprehensive monitoring and analysis capabilities provided insights unavailable to many survivor communities with more limited resources, creating opportunity for meaningful contribution beyond their immediate environment. 30 months after the hurricane, their operational environment had stabilized into a functional equilibrium adapted to the transformed conditions. The water level maintained the primary river channel at reduced dimensions while extensive tracts of emergent land had established new terrestrial ecosystems surrounding their protected cove. Their hybrid operational model continued providing optimal functionality, the floating habitat maintaining primary living systems while expanded ground facilities supported growing research activities as radiation levels permitted. Current radiation measurements indicate 5.8 times normal background, ARIA reported during the morning status update. Continuing steady decrease consistent with magnetic field recovery. Progression. Present levels permit exterior activity without specialized protection for up to 6 hours per individual per day throughout cleared operational zones. This ongoing improvement represented significant expansion of their operational possibilities. The extended exterior capabilities enhanced both their research programs and psychological well-being through increased environmental engagement after their long period of isolation during the acute disaster phase. Maya had fully recovered from the radon exposure incident, resuming her research activities with enhanced safety protocols incorporating the newly identified hazard awareness. Her systematic documentation of recovery processes continued providing valuable insights into the extraordinary adaptation capabilities demonstrated by biological systems throughout their observable environment. The vegetation succession has reached remarkable maturity considering the timeframe, she noted during their research review, displaying comparative imagery from her monitoring plots. Communities demonstrating characteristics typically requiring 7 to 10 years of development have established in less than 30 months since initial emergence. The accelerated adaptation appears consistent across multiple ecosystem types throughout our observation range. This accelerated recovery reflected fundamental resilience within planetary systems, life demonstrating extraordinary adaptation capabilities when subjected to unprecedented environmental changes. The transformation had created opportunities for novel evolutionary responses, potentially generating unique ecological configurations adapted specifically to the post-reversal conditions. Their expanded communication network now included regular information exchange with 6 surviving communities across the region, creating valuable comparative understanding of recovery patterns in different geographical and ecological contexts. This knowledge sharing provided both scientific benefits through expanded data availability and psychological advantages through growing human connection after their long isolation. The Western community reports interesting variations in recovery patterns related to geological subsidence effects, Elena noted, referencing their most recent information exchange. Their region experienced more significant terrain alteration during the seismic events, creating novel wetland formations with distinctive ecological development trajectories different from our predominantly riverine environment. This broader perspective enhanced their scientific understanding while preparing potential foundations for more comprehensive cooperation as recovery continued and communication capabilities gradually improved. The developing knowledge exchange network represented emerging infrastructure for regional rehabilitation coordination as conditions eventually permitted expanded interaction. Jonathan maintained precise monitoring of the continuing magnetic field recovery, documenting the remarkable progression beyond theoretical models throughout the reversal and recovery process. The comprehensive data they had gathered represented unprecedented documentation of a planetary-scale magnetic excursion event, potentially invaluable for future scientific understanding. The field strength has reached approximately 47% of pre-reversal baseline, he reported during their monthly assessment meeting. The reorganized configuration continues stabilizing while progressively strengthening at rates exceeding projection models by approximately 22%. The radiation shielding effectiveness improves correspondingly, with atmospheric protection parameters approaching 50% of normal functionality. This recovery represented extraordinary planetary resilience, Earth's geodynamo re-establishing functional magnetic protection despite the extraordinary disruption it had experienced. The reorganized field appeared capable of providing essential shielding functions even while continuing its strengthening progression, creating improving conditions for potential broader recovery efforts. 32 months after the hurricane, they detected another significant environmental milestone. For the first time since the acute phase of the magnetic reversal, radiation measurements decreased below 5 times normal background levels, a meaningful threshold for substantially expanded exterior capabilities. Current radiation measurements indicate 4.7 times normal background, ARIA reported during the morning status update. Continuing steady decrease consistent with magnetic field recovery progression. Present levels permit exterior activity without specialized protection for up to 8 hours per individual per day throughout cleared operational zones. This improvement represented transformation rather than merely incremental change in their operational possibilities. The ability to conduct full-day exterior activities without specialized protection effectively removed timing constraints from their environmental engagement, allowing substantially expanded research operations and potential exploration beyond previously established territories. We should implement the Comprehensive Ecosystem Monitoring Network, MAIA proposed, referencing the expanded research program they had been planning as conditions permitted. The radiation levels now support the extended fieldwork required for installation and maintenance of the automated station network across our observable territory. This program would establish systematic monitoring capabilities throughout their expanded operational range, providing continuous data collection from diverse ecosystem types across the transformed landscape. The network would support more comprehensive understanding of recovery patterns while reducing direct observation requirements for data collection in distant locations. Approved, Jonathan confirmed after reviewing the radiation parameters and operational requirements. The monitoring network design incorporates appropriate protection factors for current conditions, and installation timing requirements remain within safe exposure durations at present radiation levels. This expansion represented another milestone in their adaptation journey, moving from primarily protected observation toward active engagement with their recovering environment across substantially expanded territories. As radiation constraints diminished, their operational possibilities grew correspondingly, allowing increasingly comprehensive research and potential rehabilitation activities. The implementation of the Ecosystem Monitoring Network proceeded efficiently over the following weeks, with carefully planned installation operations establishing automated data collection stations throughout their expanded operational territory. The network incorporated sophisticated sensor arrays monitoring multiple environmental parameters, providing continuous data streams supplementing their direct observation activities. The initial data from the monitoring network shows fascinating ecological variations across our territory, MAIA reported after the system achieved operational status. We're detecting distinctive recovery patterns correlated with specific substrate characteristics and water availability gradients. The automated collection allows identification of subtle trends invisible through periodic sampling approaches. This expanded capability enhanced their scientific understanding while reducing radiation exposure requirements for comprehensive data collection. The technology-assisted approach represented optimal adaptation to their continuing radiation constraints, leveraging available resources to maximize knowledge development while maintaining appropriate safety margins for personnel activities. Their evolving operational approach balanced technological capabilities with direct environmental engagement, each providing essential components of their adaptation to recovering but still challenging conditions. The invisible shield of Earth's regenerating magnetic field continued strengthening, allowing progressive expansion of their direct interaction with the transformed environment, while their engineered systems provided essential protection where natural shielding remained insufficient. 34 months after the hurricane, they crossed another meaningful threshold in their recovery journey. For the first time, radiation measurements decreased below levels requiring specific exposure duration monitoring for standard activities, effectively normalizing most exterior operations within their cleared territories. Current radiation measurements indicate 2.8 times normal background, ARIA reported during the status update, continuing steady decrease consistent with accelerated magnetic field recovery. Present levels permit unrestricted exterior activity without specialized protection throughout cleared operational zones, with standard monitoring protocols sufficient for exposure management. This development represented practical normalization of their operational environment despite continuing elevated background compared to pre-disaster conditions. The radiation levels remained higher than historical baselines but had decreased below thresholds requiring specialized management for daily activities, a significant transition point in their adaptation journey. We should implement the habitat mobility assessment, Jonathan proposed, referencing a significant operational possibility they had been considering as conditions improved. The radiation levels now support the extended exterior activities required for comprehensive evaluation of potential return to ground-based configuration if appropriate locations are identified. This assessment would thoroughly evaluate the advantages and limitations of potentially transitioning their primary habitat from floating to ground-based configuration as recovery continued. The floating adaptation had served them effectively throughout the acute phase and initial recovery. But improving conditions created opportunity to reconsider optimal long-term operational models as their environment stabilized in its transformed state. The comprehensive evaluation proceeded methodically over several weeks, examining multiple factors relevant to potential configuration transition. Technical teams assessed structural considerations, foundation requirements, and implementation logistics, while research groups evaluated environmental factors, resource implications, and operational capability impacts for various alternatives. The assessment provides complex results rather than clear directional recommendations, Jonathan reported after analyzing the comprehensive findings. Multiple viable approaches with distinctive advantage profiles depending on specific prioritization factors and future scenario assumptions. This outcome reflected the reality of their situation, a transformed environment stabilizing in novel configurations, creating multiple potential adaptation pathways rather than obvious optimal solutions. The habitat's designed versatility provided capability for effective operation in either floating or ground-based configuration, allowing strategic choice rather than necessity-driven decisions as recovery continued. The hybrid operational model has demonstrated significant effectiveness throughout our adaptation journey, Jonathan observed thoughtfully. Perhaps the optimal approach involves continued evolution of this balanced model rather than binary transition between configurations. This perspective resonated with their successful experience, maintaining the proven floating habitat as primary living environment while expanding ground-based facilities supporting their growing research and environmental engagement activities. The complementary capabilities provided comprehensive functionality while preserving maximum future flexibility as recovery continued. I support maintaining our hybrid approach, Maya agreed, considering both practical and psychological factors. The floating habitat provides unique advantages for certain research applications and psychological benefits through distinctive living experience. The expanding ground facilities offer growing operational capabilities without requiring fundamental reconfiguration of our proven primary systems. This balanced perspective reflected their evolved understanding, recognizing complementary values in different operational modes rather than seeking singular optimal configurations. Their journey had demonstrated the advantages of adaptability over rigid optimization, maintaining response options for uncertain future developments rather than committing to specific operational models regardless of changing conditions. Their decision to maintain and further develop their hybrid operational approach represented matured adaptation philosophy, intentionally preserving flexibility rather than seeking illusory permanence in a fundamentally transformed world, still establishing new equilibrium states. The habitat would continue its floating configuration while their ground facilities expanded with improving conditions, each component providing distinctive capabilities within their integrated operational model. 36 months after the hurricane, they marked 3 full years since the beginning of their extraordinary journey through planetary transformation. The anniversary prompted reflection on both their successful adaptation through unprecedented challenges and their evolving role as recovery continued progressing beyond initial crisis response. "We've witnessed and participated in planetary-scale transformation unlike anything in recorded human history," Elena observed during their commemorative gathering. "Our journey represents not merely personal survival achievement but development of knowledge and capabilities potentially valuable for broader recovery efforts as conditions continue improving." The habitat performed beyond designed parameters through multiple extraordinary challenges, Jonathan acknowledged, his typically reserved assessment nevertheless conveying satisfaction with his creation's effectiveness. The integrated systems maintained functionality through conditions exceeding projection models in several categories, while demonstrating adaptation capabilities for emerging challenges throughout the recovery progression. "And we've evolved from just surviving to understanding and potentially helping the recovery process," Maya added, referencing her expanding research programs focused on documenting and potentially assisting environmental healing. "The knowledge we're developing has already benefited other communities through our information exchange network, potentially improving their adaptation approaches as conditions continue changing." This evolution from pure survival focus to broader engagement with recovery processes represented significant transition in their habitat journey. As immediate threats diminished, their capabilities increasingly supported understanding and potentially constructive intervention in the healing landscape, extending their influence beyond personal protection toward meaningful contribution to regional recovery. Their expanded communication with other survivor communities had developed into a functional knowledge exchange network sharing specialized information across diverse geographical contexts. Regular communication sessions provided comparative understanding of recovery patterns while establishing foundations for potential future cooperation as conditions continued improving. The information exchange has demonstrated remarkable mutual benefit potential, Elena noted, referencing their growing network. Each community has developed specialized knowledge through their particular circumstances and expertise, creating opportunities for synergistic understanding when shared through our developing communication infrastructure. This emerging cooperation highlighted potential for expanded regional coordination as physical travel eventually became practical with continuing radiation reduction. Different survivor groups contributing complementary capabilities could potentially accelerate overall recovery progress beyond what isolated communities might achieve independently. As they entered their 4th year since the hurricane, the recovery processes continued their steady progression. The magnetic field regeneration maintained its remarkable restoration trend exceeding theoretical models, radiation levels decreased correspondingly, and ecological systems demonstrated extraordinary adaptation capabilities throughout their observable environment. Their balanced operational approach continued providing optimal functionality for these transitional conditions, maintaining the proven floating habitat as primary living environment while expanding ground-based capabilities as radiation levels permitted. This hybrid model preserved maximum flexibility while leveraging specific advantages of each configuration during the extended recovery period. Outside, the transformed river continued flowing past their protected cove, though with stabilized levels maintaining the new channel configuration established during the planetary transformation. Inside their floating home and expanding ground facilities, they continued their systematic documentation and research of Earth's extraordinary healing processes, witnesses to and participants in the remarkable planetary resilience that had maintained essential life-supporting functions despite unprecedented disruption. Their lives had been forever transformed by the magnetic reversal they had experienced, their understanding of planetary systems fundamentally reshaped by direct observation of processes previously theoretical to human science. The invisible shield of Earth's magnetic field had temporarily failed, creating cascading consequences throughout interconnected planetary systems, yet demonstrated remarkable regenerative capabilities once the acute disruption phase completed. Under this gradually strengthening invisible shield, they continued their adaptation journey, not merely surviving the immediate disaster but evolving comprehensive understanding of transformation and recovery processes that might eventually benefit broader rehabilitation efforts across their altered world. The knowledge they were developing represented potential foundation for more effective recovery approaches as human civilization gradually rebuilt from the extraordinary planetary transformation they had witnessed and documented from their unique protected perspective. Chapter 16. The New Earth 40 months after the hurricane. Their environment had stabilized into patterns distinctly different from its pre-disaster configuration yet increasingly predictable in its new equilibrium. The water had established permanent channel boundaries through the transformed landscape, while extensive territories of emergent land had developed functioning ecosystems adapted to the altered conditions. Their operational range had expanded correspondingly, with comprehensive mapping allowing safe utilization of territories extending many kilometers beyond their protected cove. The morning began with Maya conducting final calibration of the expanded ecosystem monitoring network they had established throughout their observable territory. The sophisticated sensor arrays provided continuous data streams documenting recovery patterns across diverse habitat types, supplementing their direct observation activities with comprehensive automated collection capabilities. The monitoring network is showing remarkable effectiveness, she noted with professional satisfaction, reviewing the integrated data display. We're identifying subtle ecological trends invisible through conventional sampling approaches. The high-resolution temporal data reveals diurnal and seasonal response patterns, providing insights into adaptation mechanisms across multiple species communities. This expanded research capability represented significant evolution in their understanding of the transformed environment. Beyond documenting obvious visual changes, they were developing comprehensive knowledge of the complex adaptation processes occurring at multiple biological scales, from soil microbial communities through vegetation succession to emerging faunal recolonization patterns throughout their observable region. The enhanced remote sensing capabilities are particularly valuable, Elena observed, examining the detailed vegetation classification maps generated from the integrated monitoring data. The automated spectral analysis allows ecosystem boundary delineation with precision impossible through ground-based observation alone, while reducing radiation exposure requirements for comprehensive territorial assessment. This technology-assisted approach exemplified their evolved adaptation strategy, leveraging available resources to maximize knowledge development while maintaining appropriate safety margins as Radiation conditions continued improving but remained elevated compared to historical baselines. Their approach balanced technological capabilities with direct environmental engagement, each providing essential components of their adaptation to recovering conditions. Current radiation measurements indicate 1.8 times normal background, ARIA reported during the morning status update. Continuing steady decrease consistent with magnetic field recovery. Progression. Present levels permit unrestricted exterior activity throughout cleared operational zones, with standard monitoring protocols sufficient for exposure management. This ongoing improvement represented practical normalization of their operational environment despite continuing elevated background radiation. The levels remained higher than historical baselines but had decreased below thresholds, creating meaningful constraints for daily activities, a significant transition in their adaptation journey, allowing substantially expanded environmental engagement. Jonathan joined them with updated magnetic field monitoring data, his expression showing measured satisfaction with the continuing recovery trends. Current measurements indicate field strength at approximately 62% of pre-reversal baseline, he reported, displaying the comprehensive monitoring results. The reorganized configuration has stabilized in its new orientation while continuing progressive strengthening at rates exceeding theoretical models by approximately 18%. This remarkable recovery demonstrated extraordinary planetary resilience, Earth's geodynamo re-establishing robust magnetic protection despite the unprecedented disruption it had experienced during the reversal process. The reorganized field provided increasingly effective shielding functions while continuing its strengthening progression, creating steadily improving conditions for broader recovery possibilities. The field configuration shows interesting variations from historical patterns, Jonathan continued, highlighting detailed mapping of the reorganized magnetosphere. The primary dipole orientation has stabilized approximately 17 degrees offset from the previous configuration, with distinctive flux concentration characteristics in the southern hemisphere different from pre-reversal distributions. These technical observations represented unparalleled documentation of a complete magnetic excursion event, comprehensive data collection throughout the reversal and recovery process, providing unprecedented insights into planetary-scale geomagnetic dynamics. Their systematic monitoring had created a scientific resource of extraordinary value for understanding these rare but profound Earth system transformations. Their expanded communication network now included regular information exchange with 12 survivor communities across the region, creating valuable comparative understanding of recovery patterns in different geographical and ecological contexts. This knowledge sharing provided both scientific benefits through expanded data availability and progressive development of potential coordination infrastructure for eventual broader recovery efforts. The Northeastern community reports interesting variations in atmospheric recovery patterns, Elena noted, referencing their most recent information exchange. Their monitoring shows distinctive aurora frequency characteristics suggesting unique flux distributions in that region different from our observations. The comparative data provides valuable insights into magnetospheric reconfiguration variability across different latitudes. This broader perspective enhanced their scientific understanding while establishing foundations for more comprehensive cooperation as recovery continued and communication capabilities improved. The developing knowledge exchange network represented emerging infrastructure for regional rehabilitation coordination as conditions eventually permitted expanded interaction between surviving communities. David entered with updated structural assessment data from their expanding ground facilities. The integrated complex had developed into a significant research center with specialized laboratories, equipment storage, and operational spaces supporting their environmental engagement activities as radiation conditions improved. The latest subsidence measurements show continuing stabilization throughout our operational territory, he reported, displaying the comprehensive monitoring data. Settlement rates have decreased approximately 85% since initial measurements, with current changes below detection thresholds across most monitored locations. The geological consolidation appears to be approaching equilibrium state. This stabilization represented another aspect of their environment's progression toward new equilibrium conditions, the geological systems adapting to transformed configurations just as biological communities established new functional patterns throughout the altered landscape. The initial chaotic transformation had gradually yielded to emerging stability as Earth systems adjusted to their changed relationships. After their morning assessment meeting, Maya departed for field research activities in a previously unexamined region approximately 8 kilometers northwest of their protected cove. The improving radiation conditions allowed such extended exploration operations without specialized protection requirements, enabling systematic expansion of their observation territory as recovery progressed. The landscape she traversed demonstrated the extraordinary transformation their region had experienced during and after the magnetic reversal. What had previously been mountainous forest had become a complex mosaic of waterways, emergent plateaus, and transitional wetlands, an entirely reconfigured geography with novel ecosystem characteristics developing in response to the altered conditions. Research log, day 1224, she recorded as she established a new monitoring station in the unexplored territory. Northwestern expansion zone showing distinctive substrate characteristics compared to previously documented regions. Sediment composition suggests differential deposition patterns during flood recession, creating unique nutrient profiles influencing vegetation establishment sequences. Her systematic documentation continued the extraordinary scientific record they had been developing throughout their adaptation journey, comprehensive observation of unprecedented planetary transformation and recovery processes providing unique insights unavailable through any other means. Their isolation during the acute disaster phase had created unparalleled opportunity for continuous documentation of these remarkable Earth system dynamics. The new monitoring station would extend their automated data collection network into previously unobserved territories, enhancing their comprehensive understanding of recovery patterns across diverse ecological contexts. The expanding network demonstrated their transition from primarily protected observation toward active engagement with increasingly extensive portions of their transformed environment as radiation constraints diminished. As Maya completed the station installation, she noticed unusual biological activity in a nearby transitional zone between emergent land and persistent shallow water. Moving closer for detailed observation, she discovered an extraordinary finding: amphibian species previously unknown in their pre-disaster region, apparently having migrated or been transported during the flood events and successfully established breeding populations in the newly created habitat niches. This is remarkable, she documented carefully, photographing and recording detailed observations of the novel species assemblage. At least 3 amphibian species not historically documented in this region prior to the magnetic reversal events. Their presence suggests either long-distance dispersal during flood conditions or possibly uncovering of previously isolated remnant populations during the geological restructuring. This discovery highlighted another aspect of their transformed environment: not merely destroyed ecosystems but fundamentally reorganized ecological relationships, creating novel community structures impossible under previous geographical constraints. The disaster had simultaneously eliminated existing patterns while creating opportunities for unprecedented biological configurations adapted specifically to the altered conditions. When Maya returned to the habitat complex that evening, she shared her remarkable finding during their daily research review session. The discovery generated significant scientific interest, representing tangible evidence of emerging novel ecosystem configurations rather than merely damaged versions of previous biological communities. The species identification is particularly intriguing, Elena noted after examining the detailed documentation. At least 2 of the observed amphibians match descriptions from regions approximately 600 kilometers southeast of our location, territories that would have been isolated by significant geographical barriers before the flooding events created potential dispersal pathways, suggesting biological redistribution at scales typically requiring evolutionary timeframes occurring within months through catastrophic transportation mechanisms, Jonathan observed. Analyzing the implications. Effectively, compression of biogeographical processes typically measured in millennia into acute event timeframes through extraordinary dispersal opportunities. This perspective highlighted the profound nature of the transformation they had witnessed, not merely temporary disruption but fundamental reorganization of Earth systems, creating novel configurations that would persist long after the acute disaster phase concluded. Their transformed world represented not damaged version of previous conditions but essentially new Earth system relationships establishing unique functional patterns. The biological redistribution likely extends far beyond our observable territory, Maya suggested, considering the broader implications. If similar processes occurred throughout affected regions, we may be witnessing emergence of entirely novel ecosystem configurations without historical analogues, new biological communities specifically adapted to post-reversal conditions rather than degraded versions of previous assemblages. This concept represented important evolution in their understanding of the recovery processes, recognizing creative rather than merely restorative aspects of the planetary healing they were observing. The transformation had created opportunities for unprecedented ecological developments even while destroying previous patterns, potentially generating novel functional systems uniquely adapted to the altered conditions. Their expanded communication network provided opportunity to explore whether similar biological redistribution patterns had been observed by other survivor communities across different geographical contexts. The next scheduled information exchange included specific queries about novel species observations, seeking comparative data about potential region-wide biological reorganization patterns. The southern community reports similar observations of unexpected species presence, Elena confirmed after the subsequent communication session. Their documentation includes fish species previously unknown in their watershed, while the eastern community has recorded bird population changes inconsistent with normal migration patterns but potentially explained by catastrophic redistribution during extreme weather events. This broader confirmation suggested widespread biological reorganization throughout the affected regions, a fundamental ecological restructuring occurring simultaneously with the geological and hydrological transformations they had observed. The combined changes represented truly comprehensive planetary system reorganization rather than isolated disruptions to specific environmental components. 42 months after the hurricane, they detected another significant milestone in their environment's continuing recovery. For the first time since the acute phase of the magnetic reversal, radiation measurements decreased below 1.5 times normal background, a threshold approaching practical normalization for most human activities despite remaining elevated compared to historical baselines. Current radiation measurements indicate 1.4 times normal background, ARIA reported during the morning status update. Continuing steady decrease consistent with magnetic field recovery. Progression. Present levels permit unrestricted exterior activity throughout all mapped territories, with standard health monitoring sufficient for long-term exposure management. This improvement represented practical resolution of radiation constraints that had significantly influenced their operations throughout the recovery phase. While background levels remained elevated compared to pre-disaster measurements, the current values created no meaningful limitations for normal activities, a transformative development for their operational possibilities. The radiation decrease corresponds with magnetic field strength measurements exceeding 65% of pre-reversal baseline, Jonathan noted, reviewing the comprehensive monitoring data. The correlation remains consistent with theoretical models, suggesting continued improvement as field strength progresses toward eventual stabilization at new equilibrium values. This ongoing recovery reflected remarkable planetary resilience, Earth's geodynamo demonstrating robust regenerative capabilities despite the extraordinary disruption it had experienced during the magnetic excursion event. The reorganized field had established effective protection functions while continuing its strengthening progression, creating steadily improving conditions throughout their observable environment. The decreasing radiation constraints allowed implementation of their most ambitious research expansion, systematic broad territory survey operations documenting recovery patterns across landscapes, extending far beyond their previously accessible range. The comprehensive mapping would provide unprecedented understanding of transformation variations across diverse geological and ecological contexts throughout their region. The expedition planning is complete, Maya reported during their project review session, displaying the detailed operational maps. 4 primary survey routes extending radially from our central operational area, each approximately 30 to 40 kilometers in length, with systematic sampling stations established at regular intervals. The complete implementation would provide comprehensive documentation across approximately 1,200 square kilometers of transformed territory. This expanded observation range represented extraordinary enhancement of their scientific understanding, moving from localized documentation of their immediate surroundings toward comprehensive, regional assessment of transformation patterns across diverse landscapes. The knowledge developed would provide valuable insights into recovery variations influenced by different pre-existing conditions and transformation intensities throughout their broader region. The survey methodology incorporates standardized protocols compatible with observations reported by other survivor communities, Elena noted, reviewing the project specifications. This approach will allow direct data comparison across separated territories once communication capabilities permit comprehensive information exchange, potentially creating integrated understanding of region-wide transformation patterns. This forward-looking approach highlighted their evolved perspective, developing knowledge not merely for immediate application but as potential foundation for broader recovery coordination as conditions continued improving and communication capabilities expanded. Their systematic documentation could eventually contribute to comprehensive understanding of planetary-scale transformation processes beyond their directly observable territory. Jonathan reviewed the logistical considerations with characteristic thoroughness, ensuring appropriate safety margins despite the significantly improved radiation conditions. The operational design incorporates conservative duration limitations despite current radiation levels, maintaining precautionary approach given potential localized anomalies in unmapped territories. The auxiliary support equipment includes comprehensive monitoring capabilities for unidentified hazard detection. This balanced approach reflected their consistent adaptation philosophy, leveraging improved conditions for expanded capabilities while maintaining appropriate precautions given continuing uncertainties in their transformed environment. The decreasing radiation constraints allowed significantly expanded operations while their protocols maintained appropriate safety consciousness developed through their extraordinary experience. The regional survey operations began the following week, with carefully coordinated expedition teams implementing the systematic documentation protocols across the expanded territory. The comprehensive data collection would require approximately 3 months for complete implementation, creating unprecedented understanding of their transformed region's current conditions and recovery trajectories. Initial findings from the Eastern Survey route show fascinating geological restructuring patterns, David reported after returning from the first expedition segment. We've documented evidence of significant crustal deformation approximately 22 kilometers east of our central operational area, a newly formed escarpment with approximately 80-meter vertical displacement apparently created during the seismic events accompanying the magnetic field disruption. The southern route revealed extraordinary biological redistribution evidence, Maya added, describing her expedition observations. Multiple plant and animal species previously unknown in this region now established in functional communities throughout the transformed landscapes. The distribution patterns suggest both flood-mediated dispersal and exposure of previously isolated populations during the geological restructuring. These initial findings confirmed their developing understanding of their transformed world, not merely damaged version of previous conditions but fundamentally reorganized Earth systems, establishing novel functional relationships across all environmental components. The comprehensive survey would document these transformations systematically, creating unprecedented scientific understanding of planetary-scale reorganization processes. Their expanded communication network continued providing valuable comparative perspectives from other survivor communities across the region. The developing knowledge exchange now included 15 separate communities maintaining regular information sharing about recovery patterns, technological adaptations, and resource management approaches developed through their diverse experiences. The Western community reports intriguing variations in wildlife redistribution patterns, Elena noted after their most recent information exchange. Their observations include large mammal species establishing territories in previously uninhabitable landscapes, apparently utilizing newly created migration corridors resulting from the geological transformations. The behavioral adaptations suggest remarkable adjustment capabilities within single-generation timeframes. This broader perspective enhanced their scientific understanding while establishing foundations for more comprehensive cooperation as recovery continued and communication capabilities improved. The developing knowledge exchange represented emerging infrastructure for regional rehabilitation coordination as conditions eventually permitted physical connection between previously isolated survivor communities. 44 months after the hurricane, they achieved another significant milestone in their adaptation journey. For the first time since the acute phase of the magnetic reversal, radiation measurements decreased to levels statistically indistinguishable from normal background variation ranges in certain locations within their operational territory. Localized measurements within northeastern quadrant showing values between 1 and 1.2 times historical background, ARIA reported during the detailed environmental assessment. Variation range approaching standard measurement uncertainty margins. Spatial distribution suggesting potential return to normal background levels within approximately 4 to 6 months at current recovery rates. This development represented extraordinary progress toward complete radiation normalization, measurements approaching pre-disaster levels in specific locations despite the relatively brief recovery timeframe following such profound planetary disruption. The spatial distribution remained variable, with some areas maintaining higher measurements, but the trend suggested continuing improvement throughout their observable territory. The localized normalization correlates with specific geological characteristics, Jonathan noted after analyzing the comprehensive mapping data. Areas with particular mineral compositions and drainage patterns show accelerated reduction rates compared to surrounding territories. The variation appears related to natural radioisotope redistribution patterns during the flood and recession processes. This observation provided valuable insights into environmental recovery dynamics, identifying specific factors influencing radiation reduction rates across different landscape types. The knowledge might potentially assist targeted remediation efforts in areas maintaining elevated readings, allowing more effective intervention approaches as broader recovery operations eventually became feasible. The regional survey operations continued providing extraordinary documentation of their transformed environment's current characteristics and emerging recovery patterns. The systematic data collection created unprecedented understanding of transformation variations across diverse landscapes, revealing complex relationships between pre-existing conditions, disruption intensity, and recovery trajectories throughout their observable region. The comprehensive mapping reveals distinct recovery zones correlated with specific transformation characteristics, Maya reported during their project assessment meeting. Displaying the integrated data visualization. We've identified approximately 7 distinct landscape types demonstrating unique recovery trajectories based on combined geological, hydrological, and biological transformation patterns. This systematic classification represented significant advancement in their understanding, moving from observation of specific recovery examples toward comprehensive conceptual framework explaining pattern variations across their entire observable territory. The knowledge provided potential foundation for predicting recovery processes in unmapped regions based on identifiable transformation characteristics. Their balanced operational approach continued providing optimal functionality as recovery progressed, maintaining the proven floating habitat as primary living environment while expanding ground-based facilities supporting their growing research and environmental engagement activities. This hybrid model preserved the specific advantages of each configuration while maintaining maximum flexibility for future adaptations as conditions continued evolving. The habitat has demonstrated remarkable effectiveness throughout multiple adaptation phases, Jonathan observed during their long-term planning session. The designed versatility provided essential capabilities during acute disaster conditions while enabling gradual transition toward expanded operational models as recovery progressed. The continued hybrid approach maintains optimal functionality while preserving maximum future flexibility. This perspective reflected their matured adaptation philosophy, recognizing complementary values in different operational modes rather than seeking singular optimal configurations. Their journey had demonstrated the advantages of adaptability over rigid optimization, maintaining response options for uncertain future developments rather than committing to specific operational models regardless of changing conditions. 46 months after the hurricane, they completed the comprehensive regional survey operations, creating unprecedented documentation of transformation patterns across approximately 1,200 square kilometers of their observable territory. The systematic mapping provided extraordinary scientific understanding of planetary-scale reorganization processes affecting all environmental systems throughout their region. The completed survey represents unprecedented documentation of transformation and recovery processes at a regional scale, Elena noted as they reviewed the comprehensive findings. The integrated dataset provides systematic evidence of fundamental reorganization across geological, hydrological, and biological systems, creating novel functional relationships without historical analogues in many landscape contexts. The transformation patterns show remarkable consistency with theoretical models despite exceeding projected intensity parameters in several categories, Jonathan observed. Analyzing the technical implications. The fundamental relationships between magnetic field disruption and cascading Earth system effects demonstrated predictable coupling mechanisms despite unprecedented progression rates. This observation carried profound personal significance, validation of Jonathan's pre-disaster theoretical models that had been dismissed by mainstream scientific consensus yet provided foundation for the protective preparations that had enabled their survival. The comprehensive documentation confirmed the accuracy of his fundamental understanding despite the extraordinary intensification beyond specific projected parameters. Maya focused on the biological implications revealed through the comprehensive survey. The ecological reorganization represents simultaneous destruction and creation processes rather than simple degradation patterns, she emphasized. Highlighting the creative aspects of the transformation they had documented. We're observing emergence of novel ecosystem configurations specifically adapted to post-reversal conditions rather than merely damaged versions of previous biological communities. This perspective highlighted an important evolution in their understanding, recognizing that their transformed world represented new Earth rather than damaged Earth, with unique functional characteristics requiring appreciation on its own terms rather than merely comparison to previous conditions. The comprehensive reorganization had created foundation for novel environmental relationships potentially offering unique capabilities despite the traumatic transformation process. Their expanded communication network provided opportunity to share these comprehensive findings with other survivor communities, creating broader understanding of the regional transformation patterns beyond individually observable territories. The developing knowledge exchange represented emerging foundation for potential coordinated recovery planning as physical connection eventually became feasible with continuing condition improvements. The integration of our observations with data from other communities suggests consistent transformation mechanisms operating at regional scale. Elena reported after synthesizing the shared information. The patterns documented across separated territories demonstrate remarkable alignment in fundamental processes despite distinctive manifestations influenced by local conditions throughout the affected region. This broader confirmation enhanced their confidence in the comprehensive understanding they had developed through their systematic documentation. The aligned observations from multiple independent sources created robust verification of their conceptual frameworks explaining the transformation processes they had witnessed from their unique, protected perspective. 48 months after the hurricane, they marked 4 full years since the beginning of their extraordinary journey through planetary transformation. The anniversary prompted reflection on both their successful adaptation through unprecedented challenges and the remarkable planetary resilience they had documented throughout the recovery process. We've witnessed and participated in Earth system transformation unlike anything in recorded human history, Elena observed during their commemorative gathering. Our journey represents not merely personal survival achievement but development of unprecedented scientific understanding of planetary-scale reorganization processes that will influence Earth system relationships for generations to come. The habitat performed beyond designed parameters through multiple extraordinary challenges, Jonathan acknowledged. His typically reserved assessment nevertheless conveying satisfaction with his creation's effectiveness. The integrated systems maintained functionality through conditions exceeding projection models in several categories, while demonstrating adaptation capabilities for emerging challenges throughout multiple recovery phases. And we've developed comprehensive understanding of a transformed world establishing new functional equilibriums across all environmental systems, Maya added. referencing their extensive documentation of recovery processes throughout their observable territory. Our knowledge represents potential foundation for effective engagement with these novel conditions as broader recovery eventually becomes feasible. This evolution from pure survival focus to comprehensive environmental understanding represented a remarkable journey through unprecedented planetary transformation. Their unique circumstances had created unparalleled opportunity for systematic documentation of extraordinary Earth system reorganization processes, generating knowledge potentially invaluable for understanding and adaptation as human civilization eventually rebuilds within this transformed planetary context. Their expanded communication with other survivor communities had developed into a functional regional knowledge network sharing specialized information across diverse geographical contexts. Regular communication sessions provided comparative understanding of recovery patterns while establishing foundations for potential future coordination as physical connection eventually became feasible with continuing radiation reduction. The information exchange has demonstrated remarkable alignment in fundamental observations despite distinctive manifestations across separated territories, Elena noted. Referencing their growing network, the consistent patterns provide robust verification of our conceptual frameworks explaining the transformation processes. While the diverse adaptation approaches developed by different communities offer complementary knowledge potentially valuable for broader recovery planning, this emerging cooperation highlighted potential for expanded regional coordination as radiation levels continued decreasing toward values permitting safe travel between previously isolated communities. Different survivor groups contributing complementary capabilities could potentially accelerate overall recovery progress beyond what isolated communities might achieve independently once physical connection became practically feasible. As they began their 5th year since the hurricane, the recovery processes continued their steady progression. The magnetic field regeneration maintained its remarkable restoration trend exceeding theoretical models. Radiation levels approached historical baselines in expanding territories, and ecological systems demonstrated extraordinary adaptation, forming novel functional relationships throughout their observable environment. Their balanced operational approach continued providing optimal functionality through these evolving conditions, maintaining the proven floating habitat as primary living environment while expanding ground-based capabilities supporting their growing research and environmental engagement activities. This hybrid model preserved specific advantages of each configuration while maintaining maximum flexibility for potential future transitions as recovery continued. Outside, the transformed river continued flowing past their protected cove, maintaining the new channel configuration established during the planetary reorganization. The surrounding landscape had stabilized into novel ecosystem patterns specifically adapted to the altered conditions, not damaged version of previous environments but fundamentally new Earth system relationships establishing unique functional equilibriums. Inside their floating home and expanding ground facilities, they continued their systematic documentation and research of Earth's extraordinary transformation, witnesses to and participants in the remarkable planetary resilience that had maintained essential life-supporting functions despite unprecedented disruption. Their knowledge represented potential foundation for understanding and effectively engaging with a fundamentally reorganized world as broader recovery eventually becomes possible. Their lives had been forever transformed by the magnetic reversal they had experienced, their understanding of planetary systems fundamentally reshaped by direct observation of processes previously theoretical to human science. Earth had undergone comprehensive reorganization across all systems, yet demonstrated remarkable regenerative capabilities, establishing new functional relationships adapted to the transformed conditions. The new Earth surrounding them represented not merely damaged version of previous conditions but fundamentally reorganized planetary systems establishing novel functional relationships. Their transformed world offered both extraordinary challenges and unique opportunities as human civilization eventually rebuilds within this altered context, a planetary-scale adaptation journey they had uniquely documented from their protected perspective throughout its most profound transformation phase. Chapter 17. Beyond the shelter 50 months after the hurricane. Their environment had stabilized into a new equilibrium distinctly different from its pre-disaster configuration yet increasingly predictable in its transformed state. The water had established permanent channel boundaries through the reorganized landscape, while emergent territories had developed functioning ecosystems adapted to the altered conditions. Their operational range had expanded dramatically, with comprehensive mapping allowing safe utilization of territories extending dozens of kilometers beyond their protected cove. Morning sunlight streamed through the habitat's observation windows as Maya reviewed the latest data from their expanded monitoring network. The readings confirmed what they had been observing for several months. Radiation levels throughout much of their mapped territory had decreased to values statistically indistinguishable from pre-disaster background measurements. The radiation normalization is remarkable, she noted, displaying the comprehensive mapping for her parents. Nearly 70% of our surveyed territory now shows readings within normal background variation ranges. The spatial distribution suggests complete normalization across our entire operational range within approximately 2 to 3 months at current recovery rates. This development represented extraordinary progress toward complete environmental recovery, measurements approaching or reaching pre-disaster levels throughout increasingly extensive territories. Despite the profound disruption Earth had experienced, the radiation constraints that had significantly influenced their operations throughout the recovery phase had effectively resolved across most of their observable environment. The radiation decrease corresponds with magnetic field strength measurements now exceeding 78% of pre-reversal baseline, Jonathan confirmed, reviewing the comprehensive monitoring data. The correlation maintains consistent with theoretical models, suggesting stabilization approaching functional equivalence for protection purposes despite the reorganized configuration. This ongoing recovery reflected remarkable planetary resilience, Earth's geodynamo demonstrating robust regenerative capabilities despite the extraordinary disruption it had experienced during the magnetic excursion event. The reorganized field had established effective protection functions approaching pre-disaster effectiveness, creating conditions permitting consideration of dramatically expanded operational possibilities. Elena joined them from the communication station where she had been conducting their scheduled information exchange with the growing network of survivor communities. Her expression showed unusual excitement, suggesting significant developments beyond their routine information sharing. The Northeastern community has confirmed successful overland contact with the Southern Research Station, she reported with evident enthusiasm. They established physical connection 3 days ago using specially modified vehicles for the journey. The radiation levels along the connecting route have decreased sufficiently to permit safe travel with standard protection equipment. This information represented a transformative development, physical connection re-established between previously isolated survivor communities for the first time since infrastructure collapse during the acute disaster phase. The practical viability of overland travel between separated locations suggested potential for broader reconnection as radiation normalization continued throughout the region. Their journey required approximately 36 hours for the 180-kilometer distance, Elena continued, providing the operational details. The route required significant deviation from pre-disaster roadways due to geological alterations and infrastructure destruction. but they maintained radiation exposure within safe parameters throughout the journey. Standard vehicles with modified suspension systems proved sufficient for the terrain challenges. This achievement demonstrated practical feasibility for expanded physical connection beyond theoretical possibility. Actual implementation successfully completed between communities in their communication network. The implications extended far beyond simple travel capabilities, suggesting potential for broader resource sharing, coordinated recovery operations, and eventually re-establishing connected civilization across previously isolated territories. This development warrants comprehensive reassessment of our long-term operational approach, Jonathan observed, immediately recognizing the strategic implications. The proven viability of overland connection creates foundation for significantly expanded possibilities as radiation normalization continues throughout the region. His statement acknowledged the transformative nature of this information, requiring fundamental reconsideration of their assumptions about recovery timelines and operational constraints that had shaped their approach since the acute disaster phase. The demonstrated reconnection capability suggested acceleration toward coordinated recovery significantly beyond their previous projections. We should convene a comprehensive planning session, Elena suggested, recognizing the need for thorough analysis before reactive decisions. This development creates meaningful decision points requiring balanced assessment of multiple strategic considerations beyond immediate logistical possibilities. This measured approach reflected their consistent adaptation philosophy, thorough analysis of changing conditions and potential response options before committing to specific operational directions. Despite the exciting implications of this development, their experience had demonstrated the value of deliberate assessment rather than reactive enthusiasm when evaluating strategic transitions. The planning session began that afternoon, with all 4 participants recognizing the potentially transformative implications requiring comprehensive evaluation. The discussion focused on both practical considerations and broader strategic questions raised by the demonstrated viability of reconnection between previously isolated communities. The physical contact between northeastern and southern communities confirms sufficient radiation normalization along connecting routes to permit safe travel with standard protection measures. Jonathan summarized, establishing the factual foundation for their analysis. The successful implementation demonstrates practical viability beyond theoretical possibility, with standard vehicles proving adequate for terrain challenges despite significant infrastructure destruction. And our own monitoring confirms similar radiation normalization throughout most of our operational territory, Maya added, displaying the comprehensive radiation mapping. The measurements suggest equivalent travel viability from our location to multiple surrounding communities within our established communication network, particularly along the river channel providing natural navigation pathway. These observations established the practical feasibility question. Physical reconnection was demonstrably viable from radiation protection perspective, with terrain challenges manageable using appropriate vehicle modifications. The decision points extended beyond mere capability to fundamental strategic considerations about optimal approaches for their continued adaptation journey. The essential question extends beyond "can we travel?" to "should we prioritize external connection at this stage?" Elena observed, focusing on the broader strategic considerations. Our established operational model has proven remarkably effective throughout multiple recovery phases, allowing significant knowledge development without unnecessary risk exposure during uncertain transition periods, while also creating potential isolation from valuable contribution opportunities as broader recovery operations develop, David countered, presenting the alternative perspective. The demonstrated reconnection capabilities suggest emerging coordination between previously separated communities, potentially accelerating regional recovery through combined resource utilization and complementary knowledge application. This balanced examination represented their mature approach to strategic decisions, thorough consideration of multiple perspectives before determining direction rather than reflexive responses. Based on limited assessment, their extraordinary journey had demonstrated the value of comprehensive analysis when navigating unprecedented circumstances requiring adaptation to continuously evolving conditions. Our unique capabilities create particular considerations beyond general reconnection possibilities, Jonathan noted, addressing their specific circumstances. The habitat represents technological capabilities unavailable to most survivor communities, potentially offering significant contribution value for broader recovery efforts if effectively integrated with emerging coordination networks. This observation highlighted a fundamental question underlying their strategic considerations: their responsibility toward broader recovery efforts beyond their immediate community given their unique technological advantages. The habitat had proven extraordinarily effective for their personal survival, but represented potential foundation for much broader contribution as recovery processes develop throughout the region. We've evolved significantly beyond pure survival focus throughout our adaptation journey, Maya reflected, considering their developmental trajectory. Our expanded research operations already provide valuable knowledge contributions through the communication network. But physical integration might enable more substantial application of our technological capabilities within emerging recovery coordination. This perspective acknowledged their ongoing transition from primarily protected observation toward active engagement with their recovering environment, an evolution already progressing through their expanding research operations and knowledge exchange activities. The potential physical reconnection represented possible acceleration of a trajectory already established rather than fundamental directional change. The question involves balance rather than binary choice, Elena suggested, offering integrative perspective. The habitat remains our essential operational foundation regardless of expanded external engagement. We're considering degree and implementation approach for reconnection activities rather than habitat abandonment or fundamental operational model transformation. This framing reflected their consistent adaptation philosophy throughout their extraordinary journey, balanced approaches leveraging established capabilities while integrating new possibilities, rather than reactive abandonment of proven systems regardless of changing conditions. Their hybrid operational model had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness precisely because of this balanced adaptation approach. I propose development of incremental reconnection capabilities while maintaining our established operational foundation, Jonathan suggested, offering specific strategic direction. The auxiliary vessel provides immediate capability for river-based connection with communities along the waterway network, while targeted vehicle acquisition and modification would enable selective overland connection capabilities as specific value opportunities are identified. This approach represented characteristic balance between capability development and managed implementation, establishing reconnection possibilities without committing to specific utilization patterns until particular opportunities demonstrated sufficient value for resource allocation. The strategy maintained their operational foundation while developing expanded capabilities for selective application as recovery coordination evolved. The river-based connection offers particular efficiency advantages given our established floating capabilities, David noted, analyzing the logistical implications. The waterway network provides natural transportation infrastructure despite terrestrial disruption, connecting multiple communities within our established communication network with minimal additional resource requirements. while selective overland capability development would enable connection with communities outside the river network as specific coordination opportunities demonstrate sufficient value, Maya added. Completing the balanced approach. The incremental implementation allows capability expansion without premature resource commitment before particular applications prove justified through demonstrated contribution potential. This strategy reflected their matured adaptation philosophy, recognizing complementary values in different operational approaches rather than seeking singular optimal configurations. Their journey had demonstrated the advantages of adaptability over rigid optimization, maintaining response options for uncertain future developments rather than committing to specific operational models regardless of evolving conditions. The balanced approach appears optimal given current information, Jonathan concluded after thorough discussion. We'll implement initial river-based connection capabilities while developing selected overland options for specific application as coordination opportunities emerge. The habitat remains our primary operational foundation throughout this expanded engagement phase. This decision maintained their consistent adaptation philosophy while acknowledging the transformative possibilities created by the demonstrated reconnection capabilities. Their approach would leverage established operational strengths while developing expanded engagement capabilities for selective implementation as regional recovery coordination continued evolving. Beyond isolated community adaptation, implementation began immediately, with preparation of the auxiliary vessel for extended river journeys beyond their previous operational range. The craft had proven highly effective for local survey operations, but required additional modifications for longer duration missions, potentially extending to multiple day journeys connecting separated communities along the waterway network. The extended range modifications are progressing efficiently, David reported during their weekly assessment meeting. Expanded fuel capacity providing approximately 500 km operational range, enhanced navigation systems incorporating our comprehensive waterway mapping, and improved communications equipment maintaining connection throughout the projected journey profiles. Estimated completion within approximately 10 days at current work progression. This development would provide immediate capability for selective connection with communities along the river network that had formed during the flooding events. Several survivor groups within their established communication network were located near the waterway system, offering natural connection opportunities through their proven floating operational capabilities. The initial connection mission should prioritize the Eastern Research Facility, Elena suggested, analyzing the strategic considerations. Their specialized agricultural adaptation knowledge offers particularly valuable complementary capabilities for regional recovery applications. While their location approximately 85 kilometers downstream provides appropriate initial journey parameters for capability validation. This recommendation reflected balanced implementation of their strategic direction, establishing connection capability and validating operational parameters through specific mission with clearly identified value proposition rather than generalized reconnection without particular coordination objectives. The approach maintained their resource efficiency philosophy while expanding engagement with emerging recovery coordination networks. Agreed, Jonathan confirmed after reviewing the comprehensive considerations. The mission profile provides appropriate validation parameters while establishing connection with specifically valuable knowledge resources for potential broader application. The waterway characteristics along the route are thoroughly documented through our survey operations, minimizing navigation uncertainties during initial implementation. Preparation for the initial connection mission continued efficiently, with Maya developing specific research exchange protocols to maximize knowledge transfer value during the limited duration initial contact. The agricultural adaptation capabilities developed by the Eastern Research Facility offered potentially valuable applications throughout the region, while their own comprehensive transformation documentation provided complementary understanding for optimal implementation approaches. The knowledge exchange protocols are structured for maximum efficiency given limited initial contact duration, Maya explained during their mission planning session. Prioritized information categories focusing on immediate cross-application possibilities, standardized documentation formats enabling effective subsequent analysis, and specific sample exchange protocols for biological materials with potential adaptive value for diverse implementation contexts. This systematic approach reflected their scientific methodology throughout their adaptation journey, maximizing knowledge development value through carefully designed research protocols rather than generalized observation without specific analytical objectives. Their experience had demonstrated the effectiveness of structured information development for addressing complex adaptation challenges in their transformed environment. 52 months after the hurricane, the initial reconnection mission launched from their protected cove. Jonathan and Elena departed aboard the modified auxiliary vessel, carrying comprehensive documentation materials and specialized equipment for establishing preliminary coordination protocols with the Eastern Research Facility. The journey represented their first extended travel beyond their immediate operational territory since before the magnetic reversal events. Maintain standard communication schedule at 2-hour intervals, Jonathan instructed as final preparations completed. The journey parameters anticipate approximately 7 hours to destination with current river flow conditions. We'll provide detailed status updates throughout travel progression, with immediate notification for any unexpected developments. The communication equipment has been thoroughly verified, David confirmed, completing the pre-departure assessment. Primary and backup systems fully operational with redundant power supplies. The enhanced antenna configuration should maintain reliable connection throughout the projected journey profile despite potential terrain interference along specific route segments. This careful preparation reflected their consistent approach throughout their adaptation journey, thorough assessment and risk management rather than reactive implementation regardless of potential uncertainties. Despite their excitement about the reconnection possibilities, they maintained disciplined evaluation of contingency factors throughout the mission development. Maya and David monitored their progress from the habitat's communication center as the vessel began its downstream journey. The enhanced navigation systems incorporated their comprehensive survey mapping, providing detailed information about the transformed waterway characteristics throughout the projected route. The river had established reasonably stable channel configuration since the initial flooding events, though continuing adjustment processes required attentive navigation despite the detailed mapping. Vessel position tracking functioning perfectly, David noted as they watched the digital representation moving steadily along the projected route. The enhanced navigation system provides excellent position accuracy compared to our comprehensive mapping. Their current progress suggests journey duration slightly below initial projections given favorable current conditions in the main channel sections. First scheduled communication approaching, Maya observed, checking the mission timeline. Initial journey segment includes some of the most challenging navigation sections based on our survey documentation. Successful passage would confirm capability for the remainder of the route given progressively reduced complexity in downstream segments. The communication arrived precisely on schedule, Jonathan's voice clear despite the distance separating them. Navigation proceeding exactly as projected through initial complex sections. Current river configuration maintains close alignment with survey mapping despite minor channel adjustments in narrower segments. Vessel performance excellent with all systems functioning within optimal parameters. Environmental conditions favorable with good visibility and minimal wind effects on navigation accuracy. This confirmation provided reassurance about their thorough preparation. The comprehensive survey operations had produced sufficiently detailed mapping for effective navigation despite the continuing adjustment processes affecting the transformed waterway system. The vessel modifications had proven effective for the operational requirements, maintaining excellent performance through the initial journey segments. The mission continued making excellent progress, with regular communication updates confirming successful navigation through all projected route segments. The journey duration appeared likely to meet or slightly exceed efficiency projections based on current progression rates, suggesting arrival at the Eastern Research Facility approximately 30 minutes ahead of the initial timeline given particularly favorable current conditions in several main channel sections. Final approach communication received. Maya reported approximately 6.5 hours after departure. Their position approximately 4 kilometers from the Eastern Facility location with excellent visibility of destination landmarks. Current navigation proceeding exactly as projected through final route segments. Estimated arrival within approximately 25 minutes at present progression rate. The communication relay from the Eastern Facility confirms they've established visual contact with the approaching vessel, David added, monitoring the expanded communication channels. Their welcome delegation has assembled at the designated meeting location along their waterfront access point. All preliminary coordination protocols proceeding according to established mission parameters. The successful journey represented significant milestone in their adaptation journey, practical demonstration of reconnection capabilities beyond theoretical possibility through specific implementation with clearly identified coordination objectives. The mission had proceeded with remarkable efficiency, validating both their vessel modifications and navigation capabilities through the transformed waterway system. Arrival confirmation received, Maya announced approximately 20 minutes later. Vessel secured at designated docking location. Initial welcome protocols completed with Eastern Facility delegation. Preliminary knowledge exchange activities initiating according to established mission parameters. All systems functioning normally with communications maintaining excellent signal quality despite intervening terrain features. This successful implementation represented extraordinary progress in their recovery journey. Physical reconnection established with another survivor community for the first time since before the magnetic reversal events. The practical demonstration confirmed sufficient environmental normalization for expanded operational approaches beyond their established protected territory, creating foundation for potentially accelerated recovery coordination across previously isolated communities. The initial knowledge exchange proceeded with remarkable efficiency. The carefully designed protocols enabling maximum information transfer despite the limited duration of this preliminary contact mission. The scheduled communications provided regular updates about the ongoing activities, confirming productive engagement between their complementary capability areas throughout the abbreviated visit. The agricultural adaptation techniques they've developed show remarkable effectiveness, Elena reported during one update transmission. Their radiation-resistant crop varieties have demonstrated extraordinary productivity in moderately affected soil conditions, potentially enabling significant food production expansion throughout the region as implementation capabilities develop. Their systematic genetic selection approach offers adaptable methodology for diverse implementation contexts beyond their specific varieties. While our comprehensive transformation documentation provides invaluable contextual understanding for optimal implementation approaches, Jonathan added, completing the complementary knowledge exchange. Their biological adaptations develop somewhat independently from detailed environmental understanding. creating situations where implementation effectiveness could be significantly enhanced through integrated knowledge application combining their techniques with our territorial mapping capabilities. This productive exchange confirmed the strategic value of their reconnection approach, establishing specific coordination relationships offering complementary capability integration rather than generalized contact without particular application objectives. The combined knowledge offered potential for significantly enhanced recovery applications compared to isolated community capabilities regardless of individual expertise development within separated adaptation contexts. The preliminary visit concluded after approximately 30 hours at the eastern facility, with the vessel departing for return journey with comprehensive documentation of the agricultural adaptation techniques and biological samples for potential implementation within their own experimental programs. The mission had achieved all primary objectives while establishing foundation for continued coordination through both communication network enhancement and planned follow-up physical connection as specific application opportunities developed. Return journey initiated according to established mission parameters, Jonathan reported as they began the upstream travel. Comprehensive documentation secured including detailed application protocols and biological implementation materials. Eastern facility representatives thoroughly briefed on potential coordination development through enhanced communication network while planning specific follow-up connection based on identified application opportunities. Current river conditions favorable for return journey despite upstream travel requirements, Elena added, addressing the navigation considerations. Estimated return duration approximately 9 hours given reduced travel efficiency during upstream segments. All vessel systems functioning within optimal parameters with no identified concerns for return journey completion within projected timeline. The return journey proceeded with similar efficiency to the outbound travel, though requiring slightly longer duration given the upstream navigation requirements against the prevailing current. The regular communication updates confirmed steady progress through all projected route segments, maintaining excellent vessel performance throughout the extended operational profile. When the vessel finally returned to their protected cove, the mission participants were greeted with understated celebration appropriate to their significant achievement. The successful implementation represented extraordinary milestone in their adaptation journey, practical demonstration of reconnection possibilities offering potential foundation for accelerated recovery throughout their region as radiation normalization continued expanding viable travel corridors between previously isolated communities. The mission achieved all primary objectives with remarkable efficiency, Jonathan reported during their comprehensive debriefing session. The vessel modifications proved entirely adequate for the operational requirements despite extended journey duration. Navigation accuracy maintained excellent alignment with our survey mapping throughout all route segments, confirming sufficient waterway stability for reliable travel planning despite continuing minor channel adjustments. While the knowledge exchange exceeded effectiveness projections despite limited initial contact duration, Elena added, addressing the coordination objectives beyond physical connection demonstration. The complementary capabilities offer extraordinary potential for integrated application as implementation resources develop. Their agricultural techniques provide immediately valuable adaptation approaches, while our environmental documentation offers essential contextual understanding for optimal deployment methodologies. The successful mission confirmed their strategic direction while providing practical implementation experience for continued capability development. The river-based connection had proven highly effective for establishing physical contact with communities along the waterway network, offering natural transportation infrastructure despite significant terrestrial disruption throughout the region. We should implement the Coordinated Agricultural Adaptation Trial Program, Maya suggested, analyzing potential immediate applications from the knowledge exchange. Integrating their radiation-resistant crop varieties with our detailed territorial mapping to identify optimal implementation zones based on specific soil composition and radiation characteristics. Throughout our operational territory, the combined approach would demonstrate practical benefits from continued coordination while developing valuable food production capabilities beneficial for broader regional recovery. This proposal represented balanced application of their reconnection capabilities, specific implementation of complementary knowledge rather than generalized engagement without particular objectives. The approach maintained their resource efficiency philosophy while demonstrating practical benefits from emerging coordination relationships developing throughout their region as recovery continued. Progressing beyond isolated community adaptation. Agreed, Jonathan confirmed after reviewing the comprehensive considerations. The application provides immediately valuable implementation opportunity while establishing practical foundation for continued coordination development. The required resources align appropriately with our current operational capabilities, allowing significant demonstration without disproportionate commitment before practical benefits are thoroughly verified. The agricultural adaptation trial began implementation within 2 weeks, with Maya integrating the Eastern Facility techniques with their comprehensive territorial mapping to identify optimal cultivation zones throughout their operational territory. The combined approach demonstrated remarkable effectiveness, with the radiation-resistant varieties showing exceptional productivity when deployed in specifically suitable locations identified through their detailed environmental documentation. The integrated implementation approach shows approximately 35% productivity improvement compared to standardized application methods. Maya reported after the initial growth phase demonstrated clear patterns. The specific placement optimization based on our detailed mapping enables significantly enhanced effectiveness compared to generalized deployment without precise environmental matching. The combined capabilities offer extraordinary potential for regional food production expansion as implementation resources continue developing. This successful demonstration confirmed the strategic value of their reconnection direction, establishing physical connection with specifically complementary capabilities rather than generalized contact without particular coordination objectives. The practical benefits provided tangible evidence supporting continued development of their expanded engagement approach as radiation normalization created increasing reconnection possibilities throughout their region. Over the following months, they conducted additional connection missions to selected communities within their established communication network, prioritizing specific coordination opportunities offering complementary capability integration potential. Each mission followed their balanced approach, structured knowledge exchange protocols focusing on identified application possibilities rather than generalized contact without particular objectives. The Southern Medical Research Facility offers particularly valuable complementary capabilities, Elena noted as they planned their third major connection mission. Their specialized radiation exposure treatment protocols developed through direct experience with affected populations provide immediately applicable medical knowledge, while our comprehensive environmental mapping offers essential context for identifying potential exposure risk patterns throughout the region. This continuing implementation maintained their consistent adaptation philosophy, balanced approaches leveraging established capabilities while integrating new possibilities rather than reactive abandonment of proven systems regardless of changing conditions. Their hybrid operational model continued demonstrating remarkable effectiveness through this strategic reconnection phase, maintaining their protected foundation while developing expanded coordination relationships with specific application objectives. 56 months after the hurricane, they achieved another significant milestone in their adaptation journey. For the first time since before the magnetic reversal events, they hosted representatives from another survivor community at their habitat facility, welcoming a delegation from the Eastern Research Facility for extended knowledge exchange and coordination planning activities. Welcome to the ultimate habitat, Jonathan greeted the visitors as they arrived via the modified auxiliary vessel that had transported them from their community. We're pleased to host this extended exchange opportunity after our preliminary coordination has demonstrated such productive complementary capabilities. The delegation included 3 representatives with specialized expertise in agricultural adaptation techniques, their expressions showing barely concealed amazement as they first observed the habitat's comprehensive capabilities. The floating structure represented technological sophistication far beyond resources available to most survivor communities, providing tangible demonstration of their unique contribution potential for broader recovery coordination. This is truly remarkable, acknowledged Dr. Abrams, the delegation leader, as they completed the initial tour of the habitat's primary systems. The integrated life support capabilities and comprehensive environmental control systems are unlike anything we've encountered since before the reversal events. The technological preservation you've achieved offers extraordinary foundation for recovery applications extending far beyond immediate survival requirements. This external perspective highlighted an aspect of their situation they had gradually normalized through familiarity. The habitat represented technological capabilities largely lost throughout much of their region during the infrastructure collapse accompanying the disaster. Their preserved knowledge and functional systems offered potential foundation for significant technological recovery acceleration as coordination capabilities continued developing between previously isolated communities. The habitat was designed specifically for sustained operation through the magnetic reversal conditions, Jonathan explained as they continued the comprehensive orientation. The integrated systems incorporate multiple redundancies and extensive adaptation capabilities for maintaining functionality despite extraordinary external disruption. The experience has provided valuable implementation validation for potentially broader application as recovery resources continue developing. The 5-day visit enabled thorough knowledge exchange between their complementary capability areas, with structured protocols maximizing information transfer despite the limited duration. The agricultural specialists received comprehensive documentation of their environmental mapping capabilities along with detailed territorial analysis identifying optimal implementation zones for their specialized crop varieties throughout the region. While habitat representatives gained extensive understanding of the genetic selection methodologies enabling continued adaptation development for varying radiation conditions. The habitat's hydroponic systems offer particularly valuable controlled testing capabilities, Dr. Abrams observed during their specialized facility tour. The precisely managed environmental parameters would enable accelerated selection trials impossible in field conditions, potentially reducing adaptation development timelines by 60 to 70% for new variety generation. The integrated capability would significantly enhance our current methodologies if collaborative implementation becomes practically feasible. While your field-tested varieties provide immediately valuable production capabilities for our experimental outplanting program, Maya responded, completing the complementary exchange. The demonstrated radiation resistance characteristics offer substantial productivity advantages compared to our current cultivars, particularly in moderately affected zones within our operational territory. The combined approaches could significantly expand regional food production capabilities as implementation resources develop. This productive exchange demonstrated the practical benefits from their reconnection strategy, specific coordination relationships offering complementary capability integration rather than generalized contact without particular application objectives. The combined knowledge created potential for significantly enhanced recovery applications compared to isolated community capabilities, regardless of individual expertise development within separated adaptation contexts. Beyond the specific technical exchange, the visit created opportunity for broader strategic discussions about emerging recovery coordination throughout their region. As radiation normalization continued expanding viable travel corridors between previously isolated communities, potential developed for more comprehensive cooperation addressing regional challenges beyond individual community capabilities. The communication network has expanded to include 23 confirmed survivor communities, Elena noted during one strategic discussion session. The emerging coordination suggests potential for more structured regional cooperation as physical connection becomes increasingly viable throughout the normalized territories. The complementary capabilities developed through isolated adaptation experiences offer extraordinary potential for integrated application if effective coordination mechanisms can be established. While avoiding recreating vulnerable centralized systems that proved catastrophically inadequate during the initial disaster phase, Jonathan added, addressing essential resilience considerations. The distributed adaptation model has demonstrated remarkable effectiveness despite limited resources, suggesting potential for networked recovery approaches maintaining local resilience while enabling coordinated capability application for challenges beyond individual community capacity. These discussions highlighted emerging possibilities for their continued adaptation journey, potential transition from primarily isolated operation toward meaningful participation in developing recovery coordination while maintaining their proven operational foundation. The balanced approach would leverage their unique capabilities for broader contribution without abandoning the resilient systems that had enabled their successful adaptation throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases. The visit concluded with establishment of specific continued coordination protocols, including scheduled communication enhancement, planned follow-up physical connection based on identified application opportunities, and structured knowledge exchange mechanisms leveraging their complementary capabilities. The productive engagement demonstrated practical implementation of their strategic reconnection approach, confirming potential value for continued development as radiation normalization expanded viable coordination possibilities throughout their region. The visit exceeded effectiveness projections for all primary objectives, Jonathan assessed during their comprehensive debriefing after the delegation's departure. The established coordination protocols provide foundation for continued productive engagement without requiring disproportionate resource commitment beyond demonstrated value applications. The complementary capabilities offer significant potential for enhanced recovery approaches as implementation resources continue developing. This successful implementation confirmed their strategic direction while providing practical experience for continued coordination development. The balanced approach maintained their operational foundation while establishing specific engagement relationships with clearly identified application objectives rather than generalized reconnection without particular coordination purposes. As the agricultural delegation departed aboard the auxiliary vessel returning to their facility, they left behind more than just technical knowledge exchange materials. Their visit had created tangible connection between previously isolated adaptation journeys, establishing human relationships beyond abstract coordination protocols. The shared experience of surviving and adapting through extraordinary planetary transformation created profound connection transcending specific technical capabilities, potentially forming foundation for more comprehensive cooperation as recovery continued throughout their transformed region. The successful hosting experience prompted thorough reassessment of their long-term strategic direction, with particular focus on their potential role within emerging regional recovery coordination. Their unique technological preservation combined with comprehensive transformation documentation offered capabilities unavailable to most survivor communities, creating both opportunity and responsibility for meaningful contribution beyond their immediate adaptation requirements. The habitat represents technological capabilities largely lost throughout much of the region during the infrastructure collapse, Jonathan observed during their strategic planning session. Our preserved knowledge and functional systems offer potential foundation for significant recovery acceleration as coordination capabilities continue developing. The question involves optimal application approaches balancing broader contribution with maintained operational resilience. While our comprehensive transformation documentation provides contextual understanding essential for effective recovery planning, Maya added, addressing their unique knowledge resources. The systematic observation throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases enables identification of both hazards and opportunities created by the planetary reorganization, potentially preventing costly implementation failures while maximizing productive adaptation approaches as resources develop. These considerations highlighted evolving possibilities beyond their established adaptation journey, potential transition from primarily protected observation toward meaningful participation in broader recovery coordination, leveraging their unique capabilities for regional benefit. The balanced approach would maintain their proven operational foundation while expanding contribution capabilities as radiation normalization created increasing coordination opportunities throughout their transformed region. The emerging regional coordination network offers appropriate implementation infrastructure, Elena suggested, analyzing potential engagement approaches. The distributed adaptation model has demonstrated remarkable effectiveness despite limited resources, providing foundation for network recovery without recreating vulnerable centralized systems. Our unique capabilities could contribute significantly within this developing framework without requiring fundamental operational model transformation. This perspective reflected their consistent adaptation philosophy throughout their extraordinary journey, balanced approaches leveraging established capabilities while integrating new possibilities, rather than reactive abandonment of proven systems regardless of changing conditions. Their hybrid operational model had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness precisely because of this balanced adaptation approach maintained through multiple disaster and recovery phases. I propose establishment of structured knowledge transfer capability focused on habitat technology applications suitable for distributed implementation, Jonathan suggested, offering specific strategic direction. The approach would enable broader application of our preserved capabilities without requiring centralized infrastructure recreation. Leveraging the emerging coordination network for appropriate technology distribution matched to specific community implementation resources. This proposal represented characteristic balance between contribution potential and operational resilience, establishing mechanisms for sharing their unique technological capabilities while maintaining their proven operational foundation. The approach would enable broader recovery contribution without compromising the systems that had ensured their successful adaptation throughout extraordinary planetary transformation. The systematic documentation of basic habitat technologies could be structured for modular implementation appropriate to varying resource availability, David elaborated. Developing the operational concept, core principles applied through locally available materials rather than requiring exact system replication. Enabling fundamental capability restoration without sophisticated manufacturing requirements beyond most community implementation capacity. While our continuing transformation research provides essential contextual knowledge for effective adaptation planning, Maya added, Addressing the knowledge transfer component beyond specific technologies. The comprehensive environmental documentation enables identification of both challenges and opportunities created by the planetary reorganization, potentially guiding more effective recovery approaches throughout the region as coordination capabilities continue developing. This balanced strategy reflected their matured adaptation philosophy, recognizing complementary values in different operational approaches rather than seeking singular optimal configurations. Their journey had demonstrated the advantages of adaptability over rigid optimization, maintaining response options for uncertain future developments rather than committing to specific operational models regardless of evolving conditions. The approach appears optimal given current information, Jonathan concluded after thorough discussion. We'll establish structured knowledge transfer capabilities while maintaining our operational foundation, enabling meaningful contribution within the emerging coordination network without compromising the systems ensuring our continued adaptation capacity. The balanced implementation allows appropriate engagement expansion while preserving proven resilience characteristics essential for long-term functionality. This decision maintained their consistent adaptation philosophy while acknowledging transformative possibilities created by the progressing radiation normalization and developing regional coordination. Their approach would leverage established operational strengths while developing expanded contribution capabilities for implementation as recovery coordination continued evolving beyond isolated community adaptation toward more integrated regional approaches. Implementation began immediately, with development of comprehensive documentation packages addressing selected habitat technologies suitable for distributed adaptation using locally available resources. The materials focused on core principles rather than exact system replication, enabling fundamental capability restoration appropriate to varying implementation capacities throughout the diverse survivor communities within their expanding coordination network. The initial documentation focuses on water purification, passive climate control, and basic renewable energy systems, David explained during their implementation review. These foundational technologies address immediate quality of life improvement possibilities through relatively simple implementation approaches without requiring sophisticated manufacturing capabilities. The modular design allows selective application based on specific community resources without necessitating complete system integration beyond current implementation capacity. This approach reflected their balanced contribution philosophy, providing immediately applicable knowledge addressing fundamental needs through implementation methods realistic for current resource availability rather than theoretical capabilities requiring development timelines beyond practical relevance. The structured materials would enable meaningful capability enhancement while establishing foundation for potential more advanced application as recovery resources continued developing throughout their region. The contextual documentation incorporates essential adaptation planning considerations beyond specific technologies, Maya added. Addressing the knowledge transfer component, addressing their unique environmental understanding. The materials include systematic hazard identification protocols for transformed territories, enabling communities to recognize both challenges and opportunities created by the geological and ecological reorganization without requiring comprehensive survey capabilities beyond current implementation resources. This integrated approach leveraged their unique observation position throughout the planetary transformation, providing valuable contextual knowledge enabling more effective recovery planning regardless of specific technology implementation capabilities. Their systematic documentation offered potential for preventing costly adaptation failures while maximizing productive approaches as coordination continued developing between previously isolated communities. 58 months after the hurricane, they hosted their first formal technology transfer workshop. welcoming representatives from 5 survivor communities for structured knowledge exchange focused on practical implementation of selected habitat capabilities using locally available resources. The event represented significant evolution in their engagement approach, moving from primarily bilateral coordination toward more integrated regional knowledge sharing while maintaining their balanced operational foundation. Welcome to the Ultimate Habitat Technology Exchange, Jonathan greeted the assembled representatives during the opening session. This workshop represents beginning of structured knowledge sharing focused on practical capability enhancement appropriate to current implementation resources. The materials address fundamental principles enabling adaptation through locally available materials rather than requiring exact system replication beyond realistic fabrication possibilities. The 3-day workshop provided comprehensive introduction to the initial technology documentation packages, with practical demonstrations throughout the habitat facilities illustrating core principles underlying the adaptable implementation approaches. The format enabled meaningful understanding development despite participants' varying technical backgrounds, establishing foundation for practical application upon return to their respective communities. The water purification principles demonstrate remarkable elegance in their fundamental simplicity, observed one community representative during the practical demonstration session. The documentation clarifies essential parameters while showing multiple implementation approaches using diverse locally available materials. The structured explanation connects theoretical understanding with practical application possibilities within our limited fabrication capabilities. While the climate control techniques offer immediately valuable application potential regardless of specific structural configurations, added another participant, addressing the adaptable nature of the presented technologies. The core principles function within diverse architectural approaches without requiring exact replication of your sophisticated integrated systems. The modular implementation possibilities align well with our gradual habitat improvement methodology despite limited construction resources. This positive response confirmed their balanced approach, providing meaningful knowledge transfer without creating unrealistic implementation expectations beyond current resource availability. The structured materials offered immediate application value while establishing foundation for potential capability enhancement as recovery continued throughout their transformed region. Beyond the specific technology transfer, the workshop created opportunity for broader coordination development between previously separated communities. The shared experience established practical working relationships beyond abstract communication protocols, enabling more effective cooperation as radiation normalization continued expanding viable physical connection throughout their region. The emerging coordination network offers extraordinary recovery acceleration potential through complementary capability integration, Elena observed during the closing session. Each community has developed specialized adaptation approaches through their unique circumstances, creating remarkable knowledge diversity despite limited individual resources. The combined capabilities represent foundation for significantly enhanced recovery approaches as implementation coordination continues developing. While maintaining essential distributed resilience characteristics proven effective throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases, Jonathan added. Addressing fundamental system considerations beyond specific technologies. The network model enables meaningful cooperation without recreating vulnerable centralized dependencies catastrophically inadequate during the initial disruption. The balanced approach preserves local adaptation capabilities while enabling coordinated response to challenges beyond individual community capacity. This vision articulated their evolved understanding of optimal recovery approaches. Networked cooperation maintaining local resilience while enabling coordinated capability application for challenges beyond individual community resources. Their experience had demonstrated both the catastrophic vulnerability of centralized systems during fundamental disruption and the remarkable adaptation capabilities of distributed communities despite limited individual resources. The workshop concluded with establishment of ongoing knowledge exchange protocols, including distribution of comprehensive documentation materials, scheduled follow-up communication for implementation support, and planned subsequent workshops addressing additional technology categories as practical application experience developed. The structured approach would enable meaningful capability enhancement while establishing foundation for continued coordination development as radiation normalization expanded viable physical connection throughout their transformed region. The workshop achieved all primary objectives with remarkable efficiency, Jonathan assessed during their comprehensive debriefing session. The knowledge transfer protocols demonstrated effective understanding development despite participants' varying technical backgrounds. The established coordination mechanisms provide foundation for continued productive engagement without requiring disproportionate resource commitment beyond demonstrated value applications. This successful implementation confirmed their strategic direction while providing valuable experience for continued knowledge transfer development. The balanced approach maintained their operational foundation while establishing meaningful contribution capabilities within the emerging regional coordination network. Leveraging their unique technological preservation for broader recovery benefit without compromising the systems, ensuring their continued adaptation capacity. As the workshop participants departed aboard their various transportation methods returning to their respective communities, they carried more than technical documentation materials. Their shared experience had strengthened human connections underlying the developing coordination network, establishing foundation for more comprehensive cooperation addressing their collective adaptation challenges within their fundamentally transformed world. The successful knowledge transfer initiative prompted further evolution in their strategic direction, with particular focus on their emerging role within developing regional recovery coordination. Their experience had demonstrated remarkable potential for complementary capability integration between previously isolated communities, suggesting possibilities for more structured cooperation as radiation normalization continued expanding viable connection throughout their region. The workshop demonstrated extraordinary potential for accelerated recovery through integrated knowledge application, Elena observed during their strategic assessment. The diverse adaptation approaches developed through isolated community experiences offer complementary capabilities exceeding individual development possibilities regardless of particular resource availability. The combined knowledge represents foundation for significantly enhanced recovery approaches through appropriate coordination mechanisms. While our unique position creates both opportunity and responsibility for meaningful contribution beyond immediate operational requirements, Jonathan acknowledged. Addressing their particular circumstances, the habitat's technological preservation combined with our comprehensive transformation documentation offers capabilities largely unavailable throughout the region since infrastructure collapse. During the acute disaster phase, the balanced application approach enables appropriate sharing without compromising our continued adaptation capacity essential for long-term resilience. These considerations highlighted their evolving role within the transformed regional context, transitioning from primarily protected observation toward active participation in developing recovery coordination while maintaining their proven operational foundation. Their balanced approach would leverage unique capabilities for broader contribution without abandoning the resilient systems that had enabled their successful adaptation throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases. Throughout this continuing evolution, the habitat remained their essential operational foundation, the extraordinary engineering achievement that had protected them through unprecedented planetary transformation while enabling comprehensive documentation of Earth's remarkable resilience, establishing new functional equilibriums across all environmental systems. Their floating home represented both remarkable survival capability and potential recovery foundation as human civilization gradually rebuilds within a fundamentally transformed planetary context. Unlike anything in recorded human history. Chapter 18. Legacy. 60 months after the hurricane, their environment had established stable equilibrium distinctly different from its pre-disaster configuration, yet increasingly predictable in its transformed state. The river maintained permanent channel boundaries through the reorganized landscape, while extensive territories had developed functioning ecosystems adapted to the altered conditions. Their operational range had expanded dramatically, with comprehensive mapping documenting transformation patterns throughout territories extending hundreds of kilometers beyond their protected cove. 5 years after beginning their extraordinary journey through planetary transformation, they paused to commemorate this remarkable milestone. The anniversary prompted profound reflection on both their successful adaptation through unprecedented challenges and their evolving role within the emerging recovery coordination developing throughout their transformed region. We've witnessed and participated in Earth system transformation unlike anything in recorded human history, Elena observed during their anniversary gathering. Our journey represents not merely personal survival achievement but development of unprecedented scientific understanding of planetary-scale reorganization processes that will influence Earth system relationships for generations to come. While the habitat performed beyond designed parameters through multiple extraordinary challenges, Jonathan acknowledged his typically reserved assessment nevertheless conveying satisfaction with his creation's effectiveness. The integrated systems maintained functionality through conditions exceeding projection models in several categories, while demonstrating adaptation capabilities for emerging challenges throughout multiple recovery phases. And we've evolved from pure survival focus toward meaningful contribution within developing regional recovery coordination, Maya added, referencing their expanding engagement with previously isolated communities throughout their transformed region. Our unique capabilities offer significant acceleration potential for broader adaptation as radiation normalization continues expanding viable connection possibilities throughout previously separated territories. This evolution from immediate survival focus toward broader engagement with recovery processes represented a remarkable journey through unprecedented adaptation challenges. Their unique circumstances had created unparalleled opportunity for systematic documentation of extraordinary Earth system reorganization processes, generating knowledge and preserving technologies potentially invaluable for understanding and adaptation as human civilization gradually rebuilds within fundamentally transformed planetary context. Their developed communication and coordination network now included regular exchange with 27 confirmed survivor communities across the region, creating integrated understanding of recovery patterns developing through diverse geographical and ecological contexts. Regular knowledge sharing provided comparative insight into adaptation approaches while establishing foundation for increasingly coordinated response capabilities addressing challenges beyond individual community capacity. The developing coordination network demonstrates remarkable resilience characteristics compared to pre-disaster centralized systems, Jonathan noted during their strategic assessment. The distributed adaptation model has proven extraordinarily effective despite limited individual resources, enabling substantial recovery progress without recreating vulnerable dependencies catastrophically inadequate during fundamental disruption. The networked approach maintains local capability while enabling appropriate coordination for challenges exceeding individual community capacity. This observation highlighted important understanding developed through their extraordinary experience, recognition that optimal recovery approaches might differ substantially from pre-disaster organizational models precisely because of demonstrated vulnerabilities during fundamental system disruption. Their transformed world required adaptation not merely in technical capabilities but in organizational approaches appropriate to fundamentally altered operational context. The knowledge transfer initiative they had established continued expanding in both scope and participation, with regular technology exchange workshops addressing diverse capability areas appropriate to varying implementation resources throughout the survivor community network. The balanced approach focused on core principles adaptable through locally available materials rather than requiring sophisticated manufacturing capabilities beyond realistic fabrication possibilities. For most recovery phase communities, the third workshop demonstrated remarkable application progress from initial implementation experience. David reported after returning from hosting the event at a neighboring community facility rather than requiring participant travel to the habitat location. Several communities have successfully adapted the water purification principles using entirely local materials, while the passive climate control techniques have been integrated within diverse architectural approaches without requiring exact replication of our sophisticated systems. The practical demonstrations from experienced implementers provided particularly valuable guidance for communities beginning their application development. This evolving format reflected their maturing knowledge transfer approach, leveraging initial implementation experience to enhance subsequent application effectiveness while distributing hosting responsibilities appropriate to developing coordination capabilities throughout their network. The balanced methodology maintained their contribution value while encouraging developing capabilities within partner communities rather than creating centralized dependency relationships inconsistent with optimal resilience characteristics. Beyond specific technology transfer, their comprehensive transformation documentation provided essential contextual understanding for effective recovery planning throughout their region. Their systematic observation throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases enabled identification of both hazards and opportunities created by the planetary reorganization, potentially preventing costly implementation failures while maximizing productive adaptation approaches as resources develop within their fundamentally transformed world. The geological hazard identification protocols have demonstrated particular value for several communities establishing expanded operational territories, Elena noted, referencing feedback from their coordination network. The systematic assessment methodologies have identified several potentially dangerous instability zones that might have otherwise been utilized for recovery infrastructure development without recognition of underlying transformation-related vulnerabilities. The provided understanding potentially prevented significant resource misallocation while ensuring appropriate safety margins for expanded activities. This contribution highlighted the value of their unique observation position throughout the planetary transformation, providing contextual knowledge essential for effective adaptation planning despite limited direct experience within many survivor communities. Their systematic documentation offered significant hazard avoidance potential while identifying productive opportunity zones created through the geological and ecological reorganization processes they had comprehensively documented. Maya had developed particular focus on the biological aspects of their knowledge transfer initiatives, establishing structured exchange protocols for radiation-resistant plant varieties and cultivation methodologies adapted to their transformed environment. The agricultural program integrated diverse approaches developed through separated community experiences, creating remarkably productive hybrid methodologies combining complementary adaptation capabilities from previously isolated development contexts. The integrated cultivation approach has demonstrated approximately 45% productivity improvement compared to individual community methodologies. She reported after analyzing implementation data from multiple participating territories. The combined techniques leverage complementary radiation resistance characteristics with optimized placement protocols based on our detailed environmental mapping. The network development model has accelerated adaptation progress far beyond what individual communities might have achieved regardless of particular expertise development within isolated operational contexts. This successful integration demonstrated the extraordinary potential of their networked coordination approach, complementary capabilities developed through diverse adaptation experiences combined to create enhanced methodologies exceeding any individual community development regardless of particular expertise concentration. The distributed model maintained local resilience while enabling coordinated capability application through appropriate knowledge sharing rather than centralized control mechanisms vulnerable to fundamental disruption. Jonathan continued refining his comprehensive documentation of the magnetic reversal and recovery processes, creating unprecedented scientific record of planetary-scale reorganization processes previously theoretical to human understanding. The systematic monitoring throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases provided unique insight into Earth system dynamics during extraordinary transformation, potentially invaluable for future understanding of these profound planetary processes. The field recovery continues progressing beyond theoretical models, he noted during their regular assessment meeting. Current measurements indicate strength approaching 85% of pre-reversal baseline, with continuing steady increase suggesting potential full functional recovery within approximately 12 to 18 months despite reorganized configuration characteristics. The comprehensive documentation provides unprecedented validation data for theoretical models previously developed without observational confirmation possibilities given the rarity of complete excursion events within recorded human history. This scientific contribution represented extraordinary legacy beyond their immediate survival achievement, systematic documentation of planetary scale processes previously understood primarily through geological evidence rather than comprehensive real-time observation. Their unique circumstances had created unparalleled opportunity for continuous monitoring throughout complete magnetic excursion event, generating knowledge potentially transformative for Earth system science once broader civilization rebuilding enables appropriate knowledge distribution. 62 months after the hurricane, they achieved another significant milestone in their evolving coordination role. Representatives from 12 survivor communities gathered at a central location for the first Regional Recovery Council meeting, establishing structured cooperation protocols beyond bilateral relationships toward more integrated planning approaches addressing challenges beyond individual community capacity. The Habitat team participated as founding members, their unique capabilities and comprehensive transformation understanding providing valuable contribution within the developing coordination framework. The Council represents appropriate evolution in our recovery approach, Jonathan observed during the opening session. The network model maintains essential distributed resilience while enabling coordinated capability application for challenges beyond individual community capacity. The balanced methodology preserves local adaptation strengths while developing appropriate integration mechanisms for complementary capabilities developed through our diverse experiences. The three-day gathering established foundational governance protocols emphasizing distributed responsibility rather than centralized authority, a coordination approach specifically designed based on demonstrated resilience characteristics throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases. The structure incorporated regular knowledge exchange, resource sharing protocols for specific cooperative projects, and coordinated planning for infrastructure rehabilitation appropriate to their transformed regional context. The most significant immediate opportunity involves coordinated communication infrastructure rehabilitation, proposed the representative from the Northern Technical Community. Our specialized capabilities in transmission equipment fabrication complement the Eastern Community's power generation expertise and the Southern Group's tower construction capabilities. The integrated implementation could establish reliable communication network throughout normalized territories within approximately 8 to 10 months using primarily locally sourced materials through our complementary manufacturing methodologies. While coordinated agricultural implementation offers substantial food security enhancement potential throughout participating communities, added Maya. Presenting their integrated cultivation proposal. The combined radiation-resistant varieties and optimized placement protocols could increase regional production approximately 40 to 50% within 2 growing seasons through structured knowledge sharing and cooperative implementation support. The networked approach maintains local operational control while enabling significant productivity improvement through complementary capability application. These proposals exemplified their evolved understanding of optimal recovery approaches, networked cooperation maintaining local resilience while enabling coordinated capability application for challenges beyond individual community resources. Their collective experience had demonstrated both the catastrophic vulnerability of centralized systems during fundamental disruption and the remarkable adaptation capabilities of distributed communities leveraging complementary capabilities through appropriate coordination mechanisms. The Council established working groups addressing specific coordination priorities, including communication infrastructure, agricultural development, medical knowledge sharing, and transportation corridor rehabilitation. Each focus area incorporated balanced methodology, maintaining local implementation responsibility while enabling appropriate capability integration for enhanced effectiveness compared to isolated community approaches regardless of particular expertise concentration. The Habitat team offers particular contribution value within the Environmental Assessment Working Group, Jonathan suggested, focusing their participation where unique capabilities provided greatest enhancement potential. Our comprehensive transformation documentation provides contextual understanding for effective recovery planning throughout the region, potentially identifying both hazards and opportunities resulting from the planetary reorganization. The systematic observation throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases enables appropriate risk assessment for infrastructure rehabilitation initiatives beyond individual community territories. This focused participation reflected their balanced contribution approach, leveraging unique capabilities where particular value enhancement was demonstrated rather than generalized engagement. Without specific coordination objectives, the methodology maintained their operational foundation while establishing meaningful contribution within the developing regional framework, appropriate to their resources and capabilities without creating unsustainable commitment beyond their core functions. The Council concluded with establishment of regular coordination protocols, including quarterly General Assemblies, ongoing working group activities, and structured communication channels for continuous capability integration between formal gatherings. The framework would enable meaningful cooperation without creating centralized vulnerability, maintaining essential distributed resilience while developing appropriate coordination for challenges beyond individual community capacity. The Council establishment represents remarkable progress in our collective adaptation journey, Elena observed during their return journey aboard the modified auxiliary vessel. The network model incorporates our hard-earned understanding about optimal resilience characteristics while enabling essential coordination for accelerated recovery throughout our region. The balanced approach acknowledges both the catastrophic vulnerability of previous centralized systems and the extraordinary adaptation capabilities demonstrated through our diverse community experiences despite limited individual resources. This evolving coordination role represented appropriate continuation of their adaptation journey, maintaining their proven operational foundation while establishing meaningful contribution within developing regional recovery planning. Their balanced approach leveraged unique capabilities for broader benefit without compromising the systems, ensuring their continued functionality regardless of uncertain future developments within their fundamentally transformed world. Throughout this continuing evolution, the habitat remained their essential operational foundation, the extraordinary engineering achievement that had protected them through unprecedented planetary transformation while enabling comprehensive documentation of Earth's remarkable resilience, establishing new functional equilibriums across all environmental systems. Their floating home represented both remarkable survival capability and potential recovery foundation as human civilization gradually rebuilds within a fundamentally transformed planetary context. Unlike anything in recorded human history, 65 months after the hurricane, Jonathan completed his comprehensive documentation of the magnetic reversal and recovery processes, creating unprecedented scientific record including detailed measurements throughout complete excursion event from initial field deterioration through reorganization and functional recovery. The systematic monitoring provided unique insight into planetary scale processes previously theoretical to human understanding, potentially invaluable for Earth system science once broader civilization rebuilding enables appropriate knowledge distribution. The completed documentation includes continuous monitoring throughout entire excursion event with supporting atmospheric, geological, and biological transformation correlation data. He explained during their project review session, the integrated dataset provides unprecedented validation for theoretical models previously developed without comprehensive observational confirmation given the extraordinary rarity of complete reversal events within recorded human history. The systematic measurement establishes fundamental understanding advancement potentially transformative for future planetary science development as knowledge distribution capabilities gradually restore. This scientific contribution represented extraordinary legacy beyond their immediate survival achievement. Systematic documentation of planetary scale processes previously understood primarily through geological evidence rather than comprehensive real-time observation. Their unique circumstances had created unparalleled opportunity for continuous monitoring throughout remarkable planetary transformation, generating knowledge potentially transformative for human understanding of fundamental Earth system dynamics. The completed documentation would form centerpiece for a comprehensive knowledge preservation initiative they had established, creating multiple redundant storage systems, ensuring this unprecedented observational record remained available for future scientific understanding regardless of uncertain civilization rebuilding timelines. The preservation approach incorporated both technological and distributed archival methodologies, maintaining information integrity through multiple storage mechanisms appropriate to developing recovery capabilities throughout their region. The preservation protocols incorporate both sophisticated digital storage within hardened habitat systems and distributed physical documentation throughout participating communities. David explained, outlining their comprehensive approach. The redundant methodologies ensure knowledge integrity regardless of particular technology restoration timelines, maintaining information availability through multiple access pathways appropriate to developing capabilities throughout regional reconstruction process. The balanced approach provides appropriate information security without creating centralized vulnerability inconsistent with optimal resilience characteristics. This knowledge preservation represented another aspect of their legacy beyond immediate survival achievement, ensuring unique observational understanding remained available for future application. Regardless of uncertain recovery progression throughout their transformed world, the systematic documentation provided potentially invaluable foundation for appropriate adaptation planning as civilization gradually rebuilds within fundamentally altered planetary context requiring unprecedented approach development beyond pre-disaster methodologies. Their Regional Recovery Council participation continued developing along balanced contribution approach, focusing their unique capabilities where particular value enhancement was demonstrated while maintaining their operational foundation essential for continued functionality. The networked coordination had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness through initial implementation projects, confirming potential for accelerated recovery through complementary capability integration without recreating vulnerable centralized dependencies catastrophically inadequate during fundamental disruption. The communication infrastructure project has achieved approximately 65% completion with remarkable implementation efficiency. Elena reported after returning from the quarterly council assembly. The integrated capabilities from multiple communities have established reliable connection throughout approximately 8,000 square kilometers of normalized territory, enabling significantly enhanced coordination capabilities supporting all cooperative initiatives. The distributed responsibility model has maintained appropriate local operational control while enabling system integrity beyond individual community implementation capacity. While the Agricultural Development Program has expanded successful implementation across 17 participating communities, Maya added, addressing their particular contribution area. The radiation-resistant cultivation methodologies have demonstrated consistent productivity improvement between 35 to 50% depending on specific implementation characteristics. The network knowledge sharing has enabled appropriate adaptation for diverse territorial conditions without requiring exact replication across varying environmental contexts. These successful projects confirmed their evolved understanding of optimal recovery approaches, networked cooperation maintaining local resilience while enabling coordinated capability application for challenges beyond individual community resources. Their collective experience had demonstrated extraordinary potential for complementary capability integration through appropriate coordination mechanisms while preserving essential distributed adaptation strengths proven effective throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases. 68 months after the hurricane, they hosted an expanded technology transfer workshop focused on habitat systems potentially suitable for broader implementation as restoration capabilities continued developing throughout their region. The event welcomed representatives from 23 communities for structured knowledge exchange addressing more advanced technologies appropriate to their gradually improving manufacturing and fabrication resources after initial recovery stabilization. This workshop represents evolution in our knowledge transfer initiative, Jonathan explained during the opening session. The materials address more complex integration capabilities appropriate to your developing implementation resources after successful basic system restoration demonstrated through our previous exchange programs. The presentations maintain our core philosophy focusing on fundamental principles adaptable through locally available materials rather than requiring exact system replication beyond realistic fabrication possibilities. The 5-day event provided comprehensive introduction to selected habitat technologies including enhanced water recycling systems, integrated climate management approaches, and advanced renewable energy capabilities adapted for implementation through locally available resources. The structured presentations connected theoretical understanding with practical application demonstrations, establishing foundation for appropriate technology dissemination without creating unrealistic expectations beyond current implementation capacity. The water recycling principles offer particularly valuable enhancement potential for our current purification systems, observed one community representative during the practical demonstration session. The closed-loop approach would significantly improve resource efficiency while enabling expanded utilization without proportional collection requirement increase. The modular implementation possibilities align well with our gradual system enhancement methodology despite limited fabrication capabilities. While the climate management integration techniques demonstrate remarkable adaptation potential for our existing shelter designs, added another participant, addressing the adaptability of presented technologies. The passive regulation approaches function effectively within diverse architectural configurations without requiring sophisticated control systems beyond our current implementation resources. The thermal management principles offer substantial efficiency improvement without proportional complexity increase, challenging our fabrication capabilities. This positive response confirmed their balanced approach, providing meaningful knowledge transfer appropriate to developing implementation resources without creating unrealistic expectations beyond current capabilities. The structured materials offered substantial enhancement potential while maintaining practical application possibilities within realistic fabrication constraints throughout their recovering region. Beyond the specific technology transfer, the workshop created opportunity for broader coordination development between participating communities. The shared experience established practical working relationships supporting the Regional Recovery Council activities, enabling more effective cooperation through enhanced mutual understanding beyond formal coordination protocols. The emerging regional network demonstrates extraordinary complementary capability development through our diverse adaptation experiences, Elena observed during the closing session. Each community has developed specialized approaches through their unique circumstances, creating remarkable knowledge diversity despite limited individual resources. The networked coordination enables appropriate capability integration for challenges beyond individual capacity while maintaining essential distributed resilience proven effective throughout multiple recovery phases, while preserving critical adaptation lessons regarding optimal system characteristics for fundamental disruption resilience, Jonathan added. Addressing core principles beyond specific technologies. Our collective experience has demonstrated both catastrophic vulnerability of centralized dependencies and remarkable effectiveness of distributed capabilities through appropriate coordination mechanisms. The balanced recovery approach incorporates this hard-earned understanding while enabling necessary cooperation for accelerated rehabilitation within our transformed regional context. This vision articulated their evolved understanding developed through extraordinary adaptation journey, recognition that optimal recovery approaches differ substantially from pre-disaster organizational models precisely because of demonstrated vulnerabilities during fundamental system disruption. Their transformed world required adaptation not merely in technical capabilities but in organizational approaches appropriate to fundamentally altered operational context following unprecedented planetary transformation. 70 months after the hurricane, nearly 6 years since beginning their extraordinary journey through planetary transformation, they achieved another remarkable milestone in their continuing adaptation. For the first time since the acute disaster phase, radiation measurements throughout their entire mapped territory decreased to values statistically indistinguishable from pre-disaster background levels, completing the environmental recovery progression that had been gradually expanding since passing the minimum field strength period years earlier. Current radiation measurements indicate complete normalization throughout surveyed territories, ARIA reported during the regular environmental assessment. values consistently within standard measurement uncertainty margins compared to historical background data. Spatial distribution showing uniform recovery patterns without remaining anomaly zones within operational mapping range. Magnetic field strength measurements indicate approximately 92% of pre-reversal baseline with continuing steady increase toward projected complete functional recovery. This development represented extraordinary completion of environmental recovery progression, radiation levels returning to pre-disaster measurements throughout their observable territory despite the profound disruption Earth had experienced during the magnetic excursion event. The planetary systems had demonstrated remarkable resilience, re-establishing essential protection functions through reorganized configuration, increasingly approaching complete functional equivalence despite substantially altered orientation characteristics. The radiation normalization completes one of the most significant constraint resolutions we've experienced throughout our adaptation journey, Jonathan observed during their assessment meeting. The recovery progression has exceeded theoretical models through both reorganization efficiency and functional restoration rates, demonstrating remarkable planetary resilience despite unprecedented disruption intensity during the acute excursion phase. The systematic documentation provides invaluable validation for improved theoretical understanding, potentially transformative for future planetary science development, while enabling expanded operational possibilities without radiation exposure limitations for the first time since beginning our extraordinary adaptation journey, Elena added. Addressing the practical implications beyond scientific understanding. The completed environmental recovery removes one of our most persistent constraint categories, creating foundation for potentially transformed engagement approaches as regional rehabilitation continues developing through our networked coordination framework. This milestone prompted comprehensive reassessment of their long-term operational approach, with particular focus on optimal contribution within continuing recovery coordination given their unique capabilities and the transformed environmental context. Their balanced methodology had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness throughout multiple adaptation phases, providing foundation for continued evolution appropriate to changing circumstances without fundamental abandonment of proven systems regardless of developing possibilities. Our hybrid operational model has provided optimal functionality throughout diverse adaptation phases, Jonathan noted. Analyzing their consistent approach since establishing the floating configuration during initial hurricane response. The habitat remains our essential operational foundation while our expanding ground facilities enable growing research and coordination activities as radiation constraints have progressively resolved. The balanced methodology maintains our proven systems while enabling appropriate engagement expansion through complementary capabilities as recovery continues throughout our transformed region. The radiation normalization enables expanded implementation possibilities for our knowledge transfer initiatives, David suggested, focusing on practical capability enhancement opportunities. The removal of exposure limitations would permit more extensive on-site consultation opportunities beyond formal workshop activities, potentially accelerating effective technology adaptation through direct implementation support appropriate to specific community application characteristics. The enhanced engagement would maintain our balanced contribution approach while enabling more effective knowledge utilization through contextual adaptation assistance. This evolution represented characteristic adaptation philosophy, leveraging changing conditions for enhanced capabilities while maintaining proven operational foundation regardless of developing possibilities. Their journey had demonstrated the advantages of balanced approaches incorporating new opportunities without abandoning established systems, providing continuous functionality through multiple transformation phases regardless of particular environmental characteristics. The Regional Recovery Council offers appropriate framework for expanded contribution implementation, Elena suggested, connecting their operational evolution with developing coordination structures. The network model maintains essential distributed resilience while enabling coordinated capability application through established cooperation protocols. Our enhanced engagement would leverage existing mechanisms rather than requiring parallel development, potentially creating unnecessary duplication within our recovering region. This integrated approach reflected their consistent methodologies throughout their adaptation journey, building upon established systems rather than creating redundant mechanisms regardless of specific operational evolution. Their experience had demonstrated value of systematic capability development, incorporating proven components while enabling appropriate enhancement based on changing circumstances and developing opportunities. The approach appears optimal given current information, Jonathan concluded after thorough discussion. We'll maintain our hybrid operational model while implementing enhanced engagement capabilities leveraging the completed radiation normalization. The habitat remains our essential foundation while our expanding activities enable appropriate contribution within developing regional recovery coordination. The balanced methodology preserves our proven systems while enabling evolution appropriate to changing circumstances without fundamental abandonment of established capabilities regardless of developing possibilities. This decision maintained their consistent adaptation philosophy while acknowledging transformative possibilities created by the completed radiation normalization and developing regional coordination. Their approach would leverage established operational strengths while developing expanded contribution capabilities for implementation through networked cooperation rather than isolated operation as recovery continued progressing throughout their transformed region. Throughout this continuing evolution, the ultimate habitat remained their essential operational foundation, the extraordinary engineering achievement that had protected them through unprecedented planetary transformation while enabling comprehensive documentation of Earth's remarkable resilience, establishing new functional equilibriums across all environmental systems. Their floating home represented both remarkable survival capability and potential recovery foundation as human civilization gradually rebuilds within a fundamentally transformed planetary context. Unlike anything in recorded human history, the river continued flowing past their protected cove, maintaining the channel configuration established during the initial flooding events nearly 6 years earlier. The surrounding landscape had stabilized into ecosystem patterns specifically adapted to the altered conditions, not damaged version of previous environments but fundamentally new Earth system. Relationships establishing unique functional equilibriums through remarkable planetary resilience despite extraordinary disruption. Inside their floating home and expanding ground facilities, they continued their systematic documentation and knowledge-sharing activities, witnesses to and participants in Earth's extraordinary transformation journey, providing unprecedented understanding, potentially invaluable for appropriate adaptation as human civilization gradually rebuilds within fundamentally altered planetary context. Their knowledge represented essential foundation for effective engagement with a reorganized world, establishing new functional relationships across all environmental systems. Their lives had been forever transformed by the magnetic reversal they had experienced, their understanding of planetary dynamics fundamentally reshaped by direct observation of processes previously theoretical to human science. Earth had undergone comprehensive reorganization across all systems, yet demonstrated remarkable regenerative capabilities, establishing new functional relationships adapted to transformed conditions with extraordinary resilience despite unprecedented disruption. Intensity. The habitat had fulfilled its designed purpose beyond even Jonathan's extraordinary engineering vision, not merely sustaining its occupants through acute disaster conditions but enabling comprehensive documentation of planetary-scale transformation processes while preserving technological capabilities essential for potential recovery acceleration as radiation normalization permitted. Expanded coordination throughout their region. Beyond personal survival achievement, they had established enduring legacy through their systematic documentation and knowledge preservation initiatives, ensuring unprecedented observational understanding remained available for future application regardless of uncertain recovery progression. Their unique experience offered potential foundation for more effective adaptation approaches as civilization gradually rebuilds within fundamentally transformed planetary context requiring unprecedented methodology development beyond pre-disaster approaches. Their continuing journey represented evolutionary rather than concluded adaptation, ongoing development appropriate to changing circumstances while maintaining proven foundation regardless of environmental transformation. The balanced approach had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases, providing essential continuity while enabling appropriate methodology enhancement as planetary systems established new functional equilibriums after extraordinary reorganization. The ultimate habitat floated securely in its protected cove, maintaining its essential protective functions while enabling expanded engagement through continuing operational evolution appropriate to changing environmental circumstances. The extraordinary structure had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness through unprecedented planetary transformation, its comprehensive capabilities ensuring not merely survival but potential foundation for accelerated recovery through appropriate knowledge preservation and technology transfer initiatives developed. Throughout their remarkable adaptation journey, Jonathan stood at the observation window watching sunlight illuminate their transformed world, Elena beside him sharing comfortable silence born through their extraordinary shared experience. Maya joined them moments later, followed shortly by David, the small family group united through remarkable journey unlike anything in recorded human history. 6 years, Maya reflected quietly. It seems simultaneously forever and barely comprehensible that so much transformation could occur in such limited timeframe. The habitat performed precisely as designed, Jonathan stated with characteristic understatement. It did far more than that, Elena corrected gently. It enabled not merely our survival but comprehensive documentation of extraordinary planetary processes providing unprecedented understanding potentially invaluable for future adaptation as civilization gradually rebuilds. The legacy extends far beyond our immediate protection through these remarkable years. Jonathan acknowledged this broader assessment with slight nod, his reserved manner masking profound satisfaction with his creation's extraordinary performance through conditions far exceeding specific design parameters across multiple categories. The habitat had fulfilled its essential purpose while demonstrating remarkable adaptation capabilities throughout diverse transformation phases despite unprecedented environmental challenges. The question remains what comes next, David observed, addressing their continuing evolution beyond immediate survival achievement. The radiation normalization opens possibilities unavailable throughout our previous adaptation journey, while the developing regional coordination offers framework for expanded contribution beyond our immediate operational territory. We continue adapting as we've done successfully throughout this extraordinary experience, Jonathan replied simply. The habitat remains our essential foundation while we develop appropriate engagement expansion leveraging our unique capabilities within the networked recovery framework. The balanced approach has demonstrated remarkable effectiveness through multiple transformation phases precisely because we've maintained proven systems while enabling appropriate evolution based on changing circumstances and developing opportunities. This philosophy articulated their consistent methodology throughout unprecedented adaptation journey, balanced approaches incorporating new possibilities without abandoning established systems. Regardless of changing conditions, their experience had demonstrated extraordinary effectiveness through this measured evolution, providing continuous functionality despite remarkable environmental transformation, challenging conventional adaptation approaches beyond previously experienced operational parameters. The legacy matters beyond our immediate experience, Maya reflected, considering broader implications of their extraordinary journey. The knowledge preservation ensures unprecedented observational understanding remains available regardless of uncertain recovery timelines, potentially providing foundation for more effective adaptation within fundamentally transformed planetary context requiring approaches beyond pre-disaster methodologies. This perspective highlighted their evolved understanding, recognition that their unique experience offered potential contribution extending far beyond personal survival achievement through appropriate documentation and knowledge-sharing initiatives. Their systematic observation throughout complete planetary transformation provided unprecedented insight into Earth system dynamics during extraordinary reorganization, potentially invaluable for future scientific understanding once broader civilization rebuilding enables appropriate knowledge distribution. While our network recovery approach incorporates essential understanding regarding optimal system characteristics for fundamental disruption resilience, Elena added, addressing organizational implications beyond specific technologies. Our collective experience has demonstrated both catastrophic vulnerability of centralized dependencies and remarkable effectiveness of distributed capabilities through appropriate coordination mechanisms. The balanced methodology maintains essential resilience while enabling necessary cooperation for accelerated rehabilitation within our transformed regional context. This observation reflected profound lessons developed through their extraordinary adaptation journey, recognition that optimal recovery approaches differ substantially from pre-disaster organizational models precisely because of demonstrated vulnerabilities during fundamental system disruption. Their transformed world required adaptation not merely in technical capabilities but in organizational approaches appropriate to fundamentally altered operational context following unprecedented planetary transformation. The conversation paused as they observed a small boat approaching their protected cove, representatives from a neighboring community arriving for scheduled consultation regarding water purification system implementation adapted from habitat technology through their knowledge transfer initiative. The visitors waved as they approached, their expression showing familiar combination of respect and cautious friendship developed through continuing coordination activities. Our next adaptation phase begins, Jonathan noted quietly as they prepared to welcome their visitors. Continuing our extraordinary journey through appropriate evolution while maintaining our proven foundation regardless of changing circumstances. The habitat remains our essential operational base while enabling expanded engagement through balanced methodology developed throughout our remarkable experience adapting to transformed planetary context unlike anything in recorded human history. The ultimate habitat floated securely in its protected cove, maintaining its essential protective functions while enabling expanded engagement through continuing operational evolution appropriate to changing environmental circumstances. The extraordinary structure had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness through unprecedented planetary transformation, its comprehensive capabilities ensuring not merely survival but potential foundation for accelerated recovery through appropriate knowledge preservation and technology transfer initiatives. Their legacy extended far beyond immediate survival achievement. Systematic documentation of planetary-scale transformation processes previously theoretical to human understanding. Preservation of technological capabilities otherwise largely lost throughout their region during infrastructure collapse. and development of networked recovery approaches incorporating essential resilience characteristics learned through direct experience with fundamental system disruption. The habitat had fulfilled its designed purpose beyond even Jonathan's extraordinary engineering vision, not merely sustaining its occupants through acute disaster conditions but enabling comprehensive documentation of planetary-scale transformation processes while preserving technological capabilities essential for potential recovery acceleration as radiation normalization permitted. Expanded coordination throughout their region. Inside the remarkable structure that had protected them through Earth's extraordinary transformation, they continued their adaptation journey, evolution rather than conclusion. Continuing development appropriate to changing circumstances while maintaining proven foundation regardless of environmental transformation. Their balanced approach had demonstrated remarkable effectiveness throughout multiple disaster and recovery phases, providing essential continuity while enabling appropriate methodology enhancement as planetary systems established new functional equilibriums after extraordinary reorganization. The river continued flowing past their protected cove, maintaining the channel configuration established during the planetary transformation nearly 6 years earlier. Their transformed world offered both extraordinary challenges and unique opportunities as human civilization gradually rebuilds within altered context, a planetary-scale adaptation journey they had uniquely documented from their protected perspective throughout its most profound transformation phase. Their remarkable story continued evolving through appropriate adaptation to changing circumstances, not conclusion but ongoing development leveraging their extraordinary experience while maintaining proven foundation regardless of transformed operational context. The ultimate habitat remained their essential operational base while enabling expanded engagement through balanced methodology developed throughout their unprecedented journey adapting to fundamentally transformed planetary conditions unlike anything in recorded human history.